Oh,
voice or
cool.
automation?
I think that was not.
Mister.
Mister, is this another talented voiceover artist, or was that
It
like
is.
typing into a machine?
Sounded like an analog.
We will never know.
I'm kind of creeped
Oh,
out that
it's
he's
text.
below
I think
me.
it's text to speech.
So,
Yeah, the delay
Mister,
may be text to speech.
if you are the incognito robot alien time traveler Elon, life from Mars, how cool is this room going to be later? Should we expect something crazy?
You know what's gonna be crazy, Farouk, when deepfake hits Clubhouse.
That will be wild.
Who?
Deepfake, when you can basically duplicate someone's voice, and I can come on, say I'm you, and I sound like you, and I act like you, and it's not really you.
Oh God, that's gonna be crazy. Actually, speaking of that, you reminded me. Yo, Hustler, actually, I don't think you ever gave us your question. What's the question you would ask Elon if he was in your room?
My question would be, how do you feel about my girlfriend Bobby naming our son that's coming in 3 weeks after you?
Hey, it's true. It's true. Congratulations. Congratulations. He is naming
Hustler,
Elon.
Joe, can I ask you a quick question? I don't know if you remember me, but you were the first person who ever got me into nightlife when I was working in Vegas. You posted a Valentine's Day promoter contest, and I had won years and years ago. I don't know if you remember this at all.
I don't think he does, but you guys should connect after
I guess not.
but I'm sure he will. Us Hustler is a good friend. He's cool. Yeah, Hustler, what's the one question you would? Oh, so yes, about Elon. It's true. Hustler did name his future kid Elon. Hustler and Bobby. So that's awesome. I think this is really cool. I'm curious to see what he would.
Can you guys hear me now?
Would think about that. Are you back,
Yeah.
Hustler?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Now we hear you. Yeah.
Arthur, no, I remember you. What's up, man?
Nothing much, man. I just moved to LA not too long ago. Saw your profile not too long ago. Congrats on all your great success. I remember you telling me, basically when you first started, we were getting IVs at Push IV, and you had told me that you just started in the CBD business, and amazing growth so far. Awesome.
I appreciate you.
Boom.
Didn't you work for me? I don't want to turn this into a side chat, but you worked for me, didn't you?
I remember the first time I ever went out with you. It was at Armani Aziz's party at Surrender.
Yeah, I don't know who that is, but we'll talk on the side.
Got you.
Hey, Farouk.
And we lost Farouk again. John, take it
Farouk.
over, baby.
All right, here we go. Okay. Do any of the folks before Babylon, like, are you guys back?
I'm here.
Samantha. Oh, Vanessa. Okay, cool. Vanessa, what is a question that you would ask Elon if you had the opportunity to see him in one of your Clubhouse rooms?
So I actually have my 15-year-old son here that's going to ask his question because he's a big Elon Musk fan. So
Love it.
Yeah.
And what's his name?
His name is Abel.
Abel, come on in
He's a little
here.
bashful. Don't tell him how many people are in the room. He's my shy kid.
It's just the two of us.
Yes.
I would ask him, where would you see us in the next 20 to 30 years in terms of technology?
Abel, that is a great question, and much more confidently said than my first time on Clubhouse. Well done. Well done. That's amazing. Where do you think we're going for the next 20, 30 years, if you had to predict?
I'm not really sure. Like, it's just, there's so many things that could happen. I don't know.
It's such a broad question, you know.
Yeah.
But I think that's why. So maybe we'll make the question more specific.
How about flying cars?
That just doesn't seem realistic to me.
Congested airspace.
Yeah, and just it's dangerous, and it seems like not cost efficient. It just doesn't seem realistic to me.
Abel's idea is like he has a lot. He wants to be a scientist, so now he's getting shy. But he wants to be a scientist, so he really enjoys that. He really loves Elon, so I thought this was an appropriate room to let him ask.
That's amazing. I hope he gets to be one of those 5,000 people who's in the room listening to it direct if they cap it tonight. But that's
It's
so
gonna
cool
be
to
a
hear.
race.
Yes, and hopefully,
And if
as
you guys
Brooke mentioned,
don't
we'll do the
make it,
overflow.
yeah,
Who's gonna
if you guys
launch
don't
it?
make it, we're gonna be running it here, and some people are gonna try and mirror it. But just so you know, we're gonna try and keep this room going, because there's still a lot of steam. But yeah, sorry guys for breaking. John, again, thank you for holding
You're good,
fort
man.
down. You know what? I wanted to bring it back 2 seconds. I'm gonna put Vincent on the spot right there. It's been, I think, like almost an hour. Did you figure out my voice yet?
I don't know.
Uh-oh.
No, well, okay. I don't think it's about a voice as much as it is about mannerisms. It's like no matter what somebody asks you, like, that's a great question. I love that question. Next. That's all it is. That's all it is. Really, it's nothing more like
That was
just
good.
mannerisms. Like no
That was
matter what
amazing.
the answer is, it's like, yeah, I think Elon. I want to know what Elon Musk is gonna have for breakfast tomorrow. That's a great question. I
Or
love that
Vincent.
question.
This is El
Next.
Michelle.
Oh,
Vincent.
That's
yeah,
but
but
you
This
know
is
how
El
disappointing
Michelle.
disappointing it would be if he just said, I just have eggs and orange juice or something. Like it's too simple. You get what I mean? Like everyone's thinking he's gonna be like, I eat like lion's milk or some BS.
Or Vincent. This is El Michelle. Or it's I like that.
you know, I think. First of all, that's hilarious, Vincent. I didn't know that became the Farouk's roast show. I love it. Nice little roast. I enjoy it. And what do you want me to say? Oh no, that was a shitty question.
No, but it's all this, but you're just so happy. It's hard to like come after like such a happy guy. You know what I mean? It's just like, yeah, this is great. It's just positive vibes. It's all you know. I don't know. But that was all I got. Just like mannerisms. It's not necessarily the voice too, because like there's distinction with this. Like idiosyncrasies that people have when it comes to like
I love it.
impressions. Like you can either pick up a facial expression, like the tone of their voice, the cadence of their voice. But you're just like, really easy going, really chill, really excited to be here kind of guy. I don't know. It's cool though. I like it.
Thank you for that. That was awesome. That's so funny. So who we got? Who's the next person to whom I will say great question? Let's see. We got. I'm trying to keep the order.
You're gonna be noticing it now, huh?
No, but I think every question so far has been awesome, and we took notes. I mean, I know John's taking notes. On my Twitter, which is my bio, scroll down, click on Twitter. We're asking people what questions they would ask Elon, trying to bring as many people as possible here on stage. We have, I think, 10G Colin Drummond.
Yeah. Hey, what's going on, y'all?
Have a profile picture with Elon Musk. So what's the story behind that? And then I want to know when you met him. So clearly you were close to him at some point. Was he an alien or is he a time traveler?
No, he's definitely not an alien. So I would have to say he's a time traveler. And this is on him coming on Capitol Hill, where he was up there working on trying to about the space capsule. I actually worked on him twice up there on Capitol Hill. So he's actually real cool, real mellow for real. So
That's cool. And what's the question you would ask him if he was to come in your room?
I actually did ask him questions twice, but it was more about the events that he was working with up there. So I didn't want to go too broad with him. But if I could ask him something, if he came in a room where, just down to earth, I would ask him, as being now that he's the richest person in the world and being rich for the last 5 years, what is the one set amount of money people always ask you for? It's always a number rounded up what most people always ask you for. And I would love to know what it is with him. That would be my
Ooh,
question.
interesting. So when you asked him questions, like how was he in person? I've never got the honor, but
Oh, he answered, and he was like a soft voice, just like how he normally is, and smiling, and he didn't go like deep into the questions, even though it wasn't like an open-ended question. He kind of answers, just in a political way, because that's the thing. I thought by him being on Capitol Hill. I try to kind of humanize him in a different way, because I actually even asked him something about, when he was just answering about those questions, then I tried to go a different direction with him with Robert Downey Jr. Because he actually for the Iron Man, most people always say that movie's about him. So I asked him, and he actually did speak on that too. So that was kind of cool at that time.
wow, cool,
Yeah.
man. Got to be so close someone, and does he give you that, like, because sometimes like these people that they're greats, right, in our world, and he's
Right.
truly one of all time. That's, I think, nobody can contest that. Do you get that vibration off of him? Do you get like, how's his charisma and everything in person?
Yeah, he has that swag with him, and he just, but to be honest, he was down earth because I saw, like, how he was just among, not when the cameras were on or anything like that, and just him talking to his bodyguard and the aide. Actually, at that time, he didn't have a bodyguard with him. Another time I saw him, another time, this was in the outside setting when he had a bodyguard. But he was just like, just down to earth, and he was actually showing off. He was actually showing off the capsule, so people were actually going inside the space capsule and things like that. So he was just like, he was excited because, of course, he was trying to get Congress to jump on board with his ideas. So he was real engaging and everything like that. He wasn't standoffish, because that's the thing. Sometimes you see them, and then in person, they're more like, they're just sticking in their corner with their people, and, like, shielded away from everybody else. But it's surprisingly, he was engaging with a lot of people.
Wow, that's
For,
awesome.
Farouk,
Yep.
this is El Michelle, and I can, if I could add something to what he said, if you don't mind.
Ooh, please do, please do.
Okay, there's something I'm very into, which is psychology, and me and Elon Musk share the same personality type. And so when people say he's to himself, he's an INTJ. That's introverted, intuitive, thinking, and judging. And people who are an assertive INTJ can engage with people, but they gain most of their energy from being alone in their own thoughts and their own creativity, and they're problem solvers, they're master problem solvers. And so that's where it kind of goes with the creativity, how he comes up with his things. So that's what he is. He's an INTJ personality type. And that's, you can find that by studying Myers-Briggs and take your own to see how you compare to Elon Musk. He's an INTJ. We share the same one.
Wow, I love that.
That's
That's awesome, honestly.
Yeah, that is interesting, because I guess my thought on him in the beginning, everybody was saying about him being such an introvert, like, how was he going to be? And that's what I was actually looking for in the beginning. But I don't know if he was just like that, like I said, because he was up on Capitol Hill and trying to, get something passed, or looking for some approval with things with the space capsule. But he didn't, he seemed, more engaged, and not just, in a corner to himself where he could have been. And even during a couple of the breaks, you saw him. He was actually in talking with a lot of the senators and things like that, which normally you can see them like actually go into the conference room, get away from everybody. But he actually he was engaging and being chill.
Absolutely. An assertive INTJ can act as an extrovert when they're in their niche. So there you go.
Hey, Farouk, when we have a second, can I share my question?
Yes, please go for it.
Okay, perfect. My question for Elon Musk would be, I heard him say, both him and Jeff Bezos, that they're both scared of Google. I want to know if that's still the case. And my second question would be, what would be his next invention?
Ooh, boy, do I like that one.
Listen, I hope he comes out with jetpacks, because I'll be the first person to buy them. Please, so if somebody's going in that group, ask for jetpacks.
Jetpacks already exist, by the way.
But like a more safer jetpack, like not like an Elon Musk jetpack, I feel like it would be trustworthy rather than like some random company.
Gotcha.
Imagine, what's so funny is I was just thinking, we got so many people prepped for the question, and you just said, if you go up that room, go ask him. Imagine someone makes it up that room and they like prepped here and they go on and they just bug because it's Elon on the same stage, and you're like, write down your favorite question just in case you do get to go on. I don't really know the format that they're gonna be going with, but that would be hilarious, honestly. So up next, I got over here when I pull to refresh. Who are we at? Hold up. Kenji just Katrina.
And Katrina.
How are
Yes,
you, Farouk?
Katrina. I'm
Long
good.
time no see.
Yeah, long time. Let me ask you something, Katrina.
Yeah.
Is Elon Musk a time traveler or an alien?
Definitely a time traveler.
Really? Okay, I like that. And for those who don't know in the audience, click on my Twitter. In my bio, we have all these polls going on. I'm just asking the audience, the stage here, to keep this fun. And Katrina, what's the one question you would ask Elon Musk if he was to join your room?
Okay, so what expertise or quality in a person do you want to have on your team that you don't currently have that would take your business to the next level?
Now that's a pretty good question. Can you repeat that? Because I have heard that, but I know it was good about the expertise on the team.
So, what expertise or quality in a person do you want to have on your team that you don't currently have that would take your business to the next level?
You should send that to Gary. His
yeah,
Instagram, Twitter is open.
Okay. Can you hear me? Is my mic playing up, or can
No, it's
hear
me. It's me. I've been playing my mic's been playing up forever.
Okay.
But I'm back. Sorry. That's a good question actually. What's your answer, Katrina?
Well, it'd be something in the science, woo-woo kind of a thing, with some, not woo-woo, but some to do with space, something to definitely do with that. And it'd be someone who's very techie, and who thinks way outside the box that your normal employee wouldn't. So I was trying to think what that would be, but I think only Elon would be the type of person that would pick that up, because obviously on his team he has so many people, but it's someone that would think so differently, that would come up with something completely out of the ordinary that would blow everyone's minds. Like, do you know what I mean? It's not someone who thinks in a certain way that is not typical, which is probably most his team anyway, but on a different level. And I know that for sure there's someone that like that does exist. Just like, Steve Jobs, like, he's an ordinary person, but the way he thought, completely out of the box, but took a company way above the stratosphere. And yeah, for me, it's like, what quality would he have, or even look for in someone that would think, or even partner, or think alongside him, because the two brains together, thinking so much into the future, what they could actually create.
Yes. Sorry, that's a good one. I love it. Hold on. I was following also on Twitter because we got a few people trying to raise their hand on stage. Andres, are you still here?
I've been in and out, but I'm here.
Andres, let me just reset the room by asking, because you're part of that club that they host they're going to be hosting the show tonight with Elon on the panel. What's the format? I want to ask again for everybody who just joined as a speaker or in the audience. What's the format that these people usually follow when they host a Clubhouse room?
Yeah, so I'll do a full reset, although I think everyone's heard it by now, but if there's any stragglers, give me some time. Good Time is a show that's hosted on Clubhouse every night of the week, Sunday through Thursday. They take a break, usually Friday and Saturday night. It's hosted every night at 10 p.m. Pacific, 1 a.m. Eastern, which is my time zone here in Toronto. It's a great show. It's really been promoted and hyped up a lot, thanks to Andreessen Horowitz. So they're the venture capitalists who have funded Clubhouse, their lead investor in their last few rounds. So it's in their interest to really create a really great show every night. Steven Sinofsky, who's part of A16Z, the VC firm, Mark Andreessen, started off as the founder of Netscape, now is probably the best VC out there, is on most nights. But the format is more of a not traditional Clubhouse. They don't tend to bring people up from the audience unless it's in their tight Silicon Valley friend group on Clubhouse. So you won't see a format like this, and there probably won't be a Q&A section to the 1 hour show. But you never know, right? They might break the mold tonight and try something new. But it's a great show, always great guests. They had the CEO of the founder of Reddit on a few nights ago to talk about Wall Street bets and everything that they are, I guess, helping to fuel in essence. Really great show. but Elon Musk is probably the biggest guest they've had, obviously, since they started doing this a couple of weeks ago. I don't know what to expect for tonight.
Yeah, well, one other thing I love the idea of like reoccurring programming on Clubhouse, like we've been talking about. For whatever it's worth, I really hope they break the mold in some way, even if it's a small way, to make it more interactive, and like bring people on, because I just feel like it's such a new like entry point for so many folks who haven't experienced Clubhouse before, and for them to come on and maybe like even like two people to come off like the audience to the stage to ask Elon. I feel like it would just be a great impression for Clubhouse as well. And like Andreessen Horowitz is like investors. I hope they break the mold even a little bit, or beta test something. I'm secretly hoping for that.
Yeah, and you have to think, because they are the VCs that are backing Clubhouse, one of their partners is on the board of Clubhouse. So it's in their interest to make sure that Clubhouse generally goes well, but tonight especially, which is going to be a huge breakout cultural moment for Clubhouse, goes well. So they might cap it at 5,000. They might open it up. I don't know. What I don't think they're going to want to try to do is experiment with Clubhouse itself. In terms of, obviously, too late to release new features, I'm guessing.
That's fair, yeah.
But you know, the one thing I'm hoping for is that we're not keeping people out of the cold, because it's a great show as it is. But I think Elon Musk really changes the dynamic of that show. So please do follow the show. It's a good time. The group is in my bio. Just scroll to the bottom of my bio. Give it a follow, and hopefully we all get in.
Thank you for all this information and for your insights, especially for resetting the room and telling us about how they usually host this. I guess I'm sure it's a question that's been going around, a lot of speculation, but I'm just excited to hear him speak live. We'll definitely try to get in the room. If not, we'll definitely try to mirror it through here as well. Up next, we had Joy. Joy, are you here?
I'm here. So
Happy Sunday, Joy.
Oh, I love your energy. I literally can't stop smiling.
I'm trying to like balance a meeting at the same time as this, and at the same time as my app bugging, and also my voice about to like literally take off and leave forever. But besides that, let me ask you: do you think Elon is an alien or a time traveler? And then I want to hear, what's the one question you would ask him if he were to join your room?
I don't think he's an either or. I think he's an and also. I don't think you can put Elon Musk in a box.
Yay!
So my question would be, what is missing currently in his life that money cannot buy?
Wow, something
that is fantastic.
That's deep.
Oh, good.
That's very deep. I like it. What do you think? What do you think he's gonna say?
I don't know. What do you do when like you own the world? Peace in your heart? I don't know. I would love to ask him.
Or I think
probably define that very differently.
I think, Joy, it's such a nice way to also like open up the conversation of his personal life and family life. I've always been curious about that. Like, how does he balance that? You know what I mean? Like all the companies that he runs, like with his like personal life, like having a kid, like it's, or is there not a sense of that and he's just all in on the business side, and that may suffer like
all in his head. I cannot wait to know.
Yeah. I wish you had a chance to ask that question. That would have been so fascinating.
Maybe we will one day. Maybe we will.
Hey, everybody, it's Forbes Riley. I always had a thought about Elon, and I just want you to think about this. No matter how rich he gets or how successful he is, he still uses the same exact fork that you and I use and the same toilet that you and I use. No matter how different he is, there's some things that are weirdly the same.
Oh my gosh, Forbes, for a second, this is Babylon Brooke. I thought you were saying he uses the same fork, like over and over for years.
I know him that well, but I think there's things that can be so technologically advanced, but still as humans, we actually do some of the same things that you can't ever escape. So you just said, like, does he think about his family and his home life? It's like, but at the end of the day, there's some things that he does exactly the same. Obviously, everything else is completely different, but I'm like, think about it. Or not.
Good point. Very good point.
Forbes, what I got you here? I've been hearing you speak here and there in the clubhouse. I know you're a legend in real life, so I love that. And I've been
Legend.
hearing you a lot. Definitely a legend, Forbes. You're a legend. So I want to ask you, do you think Elon Musk is an alien or a time traveler? And then I want to know, if you were with Elon, if he was in your room, what's the one thing you would ask him?
Well, it's funny because as I'm watching The Simpsons and all of the things that they predicted, I'm thinking that Elon and those guys are all on some other world. There's no way that you could have predicted the guy with the horn standing at the Capitol. There's things that I'm like, wait a second here. What is going on? That really, really bothers me when I watch The Simpsons. The COVID, that Tom Hanks, and I'm like, it just totally creeps me out because I have the definite thought about time bending. I have amazing things that have happened in my own life. I won't go into any of them now, but just that you go, is life what you think it is? I mean, it's crazy for me as my twins, the year that my parents both died, I was 42 right after 9/11 and got pregnant. My babies were conceived on my mother's birthday the first year she's not here, and then due on my dad's birthday. I'm sorry. The odds of your parents being 39 and a half weeks and then having twins, boy, girl, perfectly healthy at 42. I'm like, I don't know how you guys did that, but yay for you, you know? And so it makes me take pause, and I have a lot of those moments. So alien or not, I think there's something, you don't get to the top of the absolute food chain of 7 billion people, the biggest thinker, and you're like, wow, just one guy? What is it? So I'll reserve judgment because I don't actually know the answer to that question. But if you do know me, I spin gym. I created a physical product that spins at 125,000 RPM. And in the forest, in the middle of nowhere, we have a device that we actually use, same thing as my fitness product, as a centrifuge for blood in third world countries. I would simply say, Elon, want to see something cool? And I would make him spin gym because my goal is that that product goes into space because it doesn't require gravity to keep you fit.
Forbes, I love it. I love your energy in the rooms. Every time you come on here, you always have something dope to say, and I like that. I really, really enjoy that. So thank you very much, Forbes.
And that's very sweet of you to say. I appreciate that. Before I was a legend, I was an absolute legend in my own mind. And I'm doing some pretty big speeches talking about how, I think I would love to talk to him because I wonder at some point when people are that big, and I've touched a little bit of that, but there's moments where I wake up and I like literally go, that's so cool. I'm actually Forbes Riley. This is so freaking cool. Like I started the X Games and I did this. And I'm thinking, does Oprah walk around going, oh my God, look in the mirror. I'm Oprah. I am the Oprah. I'm a billion. I don't know why. She wakes up in the morning and does she say that? And then I got really esoteric and thought, think Jesus did that? It's like, I am cool. I am Jesus. That's kind of cool, right? And I'm like, I don't know if successful people do that, but I'm actually very curious. Because like I said, at the end of the day, we all do have to eat a couple of meals a day. We eat with forks. We have some very basic things and basic needs. But then some of our brains go off in very different places, or you're recognized, or people are excited to meet me. Guys, it confuses me sometimes. It humbles me all the time because I grew up as an awkward, lonely little girl. And I'm actually putting a show together about how I came to realize that I didn't have any friends growing up. I was a very weird kid. I can do all the 1960s TV trivia, everything. And by the way, when I grew up, people were magical. I Dream a Genie came out of a bottle. Bewitched could switch her nose. My favorite Martian. I'm like, that was a strange time. I wanted to be James Bond. And I grew up shooting guns and flying airplanes, even though we had no money, trying to piece all this together going, girl, you had a really weird childhood. And I'm so glad that I did. I wouldn't change any of it because for some reason now it becomes a mission to inspire other people. All the kids that I don't care if I fit in because I never did. Well, that gives you an absolute insane freedom to be really odd and enjoy it. So who knows? Maybe Elon and I can just kind of geek out.
I'm pretty sure, I don't know Elon, but I'm starting to get to know you through Clubhouse, and I'm sure he'd geek out with you because you're awesome.
Froke, for anybody
Forbes is
that doesn't know,
amazing.
I spoke with Froke a couple years on stage a couple of years ago, and she had the whole stage moved. Half the audience, meaning most of the audience, was crying. Like Forbes is literally amazing.
Well, and I appreciate that. I spent this weekend doing a transformational training, taking people and eliminating some of their past. And I've recorded what they all said about me and what I do. It actually feels, guys, at some point like it's got nothing to do with me. In my life, I've witnessed, and you'll know this as it comes to be, because most people don't know my story. I played small until my kids were 18. They just turned that. I survived raising a little boy who was murdered. I was on flight 9/11. I didn't get on the plane, and there's a long story to that. And I witnessed the Las Vegas shooting. That's a lot of trauma for a little girl. And there's more and more stories. And I thought, man, I know, right?
What? Okay, we're gonna have to have a room for that. Like, I want to have a room with you. Hit me up. I want to have a room about all of this, if you're down, of course. But
do you know what I
that's so
wanted to do?
interesting.
Brooke, I will absolutely do that. I can't like you because I'm in liking jail. I like too many people on the last place that I went. Hey, Mr. Sean Boss, I know you just joined us. By the way, when I talk about weird, how did I end up in a room? Like when Lewis Howes just started, Sean Bosso just joined us, Maria Forley, we were all little babies. I wanted to speak. I wanted to stop being an actress. I thought, this speaking thing is cool, but I don't have anything to say. So I bought a ticket to Ali Brown's event in Dallas, Texas, and they returned my ticket. And I'm like, what do you mean you're returning my ticket? They said, we want you to speak on stage. I'm like, how would you even know that I do speak? And I had that on videotape. You can see it on YouTube when she brought me up, and it was a panel of 3 women. I didn't know anything. I didn't even know what I was doing. And she read this whole bio about my infomercial stuff. And I'm like, oh my God, people know me. That's really cool. Because it's kind of lonely when you're an actress and a TV host, you're in the middle of nowhere doing your thing. And you forget, when I was at the height of my infomercial career, those things ran 400 times a week. You couldn't turn on, granted this, you couldn't turn on the cartoons on Saturday afternoon and not find me all over the place, whether it was the Juicer or Montel Williams or George Foreman, right? All of the time. And then Lewis was the webinar guy. There were 600 or 800 women there. He comes up to me and he says, hey, do you want to go to a mastermind in New York? And I'm like, what's a mastermind? He said, well, just please come. And I'm like, well, really? He said, just get on a plane. I'll make it worth your while. Well, it was a room of like 18 people. And it was Ryan Dice and Perry Belcher. And it was Secret Knock. And it was the guys who created LinkedIn, and Sean Bossler. He was the WordPress guy at the time. I didn't know any of these people, and they didn't know me. I left that room with connections everywhere and ended up at digital marketer. I'm an actress. Why did I know these people? There seems to be a trajectory. So Farooq, I'm going to say yes to you. And I have an idea, because a lot of the things that I've done and I say, I can prove all of it. It's all on YouTube. For example, if you go to YouTube and you type in my name and Kim Kardashian, you'll see that I gave her very first appearance on TV in an infomercial. And I wanted to do a simulcast of a Clubhouse room and a Zoom video show, because it'd be fun to say, hey, really, you started the X Games in 1995? Who are you? So you got it. I'm gonna DM you right now, and thank you.
Love it. Thank you, Forbes. That's awesome. Just a little reset to the room. So Elon Musk is speaking tonight at 10 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 1 a.m. New York, 6 a.m. London. Shout out to all the people who heard me give this intro, I think like 20 million times so far. I know you're still up here. Love y'all. I see some faces coming in and off of the room. On Twitter right now, if you go to my bio, scroll down, there's a little Twitter icon. Click on my Twitter. We got a couple polls going on, but most importantly, a pinned tweet says, who needs a Clubhouse invite? So if you got invites, put them on there and offer them to people if you want, of course. I know a lot of people are trying to get on to catch this. So people have been actually generously giving invites, and we're starting this whole like chain. What better to make social media social again? So I think it's awesome. Also, we got 3 polls going on. I just want to update you all on the polls we have. Is Elon Musk an alien or a time traveler? 65% of the people answered time traveler. That's pretty funny. Will Elon Musk have over 500,000 Clubhouse followers by tomorrow? 85% of the people said yes. I think he's about to hit 50K, which is pretty impressive. We thought he would have 100K by the time he speaks tonight, so we'll see. And then lastly, will Elon Musk be smoking weed on Clubhouse tonight? 68% of the people said yes. So whether he does or not, we're never going to know, because the beauty of this app is that it's audio. But this is where we stand. Also, I made a tweet. I think I'm going to start pinning that one again. If you guys in the audience, you have your question that you would ask Elon Musk if he were to join your room, you just have to reply. I'm trying to collect the best questions. I know John on here also has been writing down some awesome questions.
Also,
Yeah.
Farouk, one other thing that we could do to spread the love to the audience, just because I saw Vincent change his profile picture to Elon Musk picking his nose. Just look at Vincent on the bottom right there. If you guys change your profile picture to something hilarious, maybe that could be something else that could be a reason we bring you up and just share the mic as much as possible.
Yes, we're trying. I've been trying to scout down there all day long, so it's been pretty fun. And Vincent, that's hilarious. Yes.
This is Chris, the guy with the challenge to Elon, we're up to 107 retweets. So it's getting some
Whoa.
traffic. If we got
Way
one
to
real
go, Crit.
super influencer, yeah, I mean, honestly, like the comments in here are insane on this tweet. For those that don't know what it is, I tried to challenge Elon Musk. I said I'd give 1% of my net worth to a nonprofit that would be an evergreen fund to invest in early stage underrepresented founders of tech startups. And I said I'd give 1% of mine if he would give 0.1% of his, which the room determined was about $180 million. So I could put my 20 bucks into his 180 million, and we'd have 180 million and 20 bucks to support underrepresented founders. So anyway, just this room really made that happen. If it gets even bigger, I mean, he's going to have to respond. So I just wanted to give, while you're resetting and giving the Twitter info, and that's on your, you
Yes.
retweeted it too, right? So
Yeah,
they can see it
I
on
have
your Twitter.
26 retweets and 38 likes as well. I literally said, let's get this to Elon Musk, and I tagged him. So I think that's dope. Whatever we can do, the power of social media is definitely beautiful. And by the way, we're going to be hosting rooms like this every Sunday. So tune in around the same time. Follow the moderators, turn their bell on if you want, of course, not pushing anyone to do anything, but trying to make this Clubhouse experience for everybody as fun, positive, happy as possible, but also interesting and intriguing. Like this is Clubhouse. This is social media history right now. Elon Musk getting on here, so that's pretty awesome. If you ask me, I mean, I'm pretty excited, honestly, as you can tell. If that's a, unless I passed out before that from this room, but anyways, let's keep it going. I got JJ. JJ, you here?
I'm here, brother. What's up?
Yo, JJ, happy Sunday, man. How's your Sunday going?
My Sunday has been fantastic. You know, just to touch on what Forbes said about Zoom and Clubhouse, it's an amazing experience, Forbes. We've been doing it with a couple of our rooms. So we did that this morning with our Soul Sunday room, and it was just powerful because we all got to listen on Clubhouse and look at each other while we were talking on Clubhouse. So it was a lot of fun.
Boom. That's awesome. Hey, JJ.
What's up?
So is Elon an alien or a time traveler?
I think he's a human alien hybrid from the year 2343.
Good answer, JJ. Good answer.
Again, man. I love it. Oh man, you crack me up. So what's the one question that you would ask Mr. Elon Musk if you were to share a room with him tonight?
So the one question I'd probably ask him is, you know, what is the most difficult problem he's ever worked on and how he solved them? The reason I'd ask this question because it's what he asks people when he's hiring people, and I want him to answer that question, see if he's full of shit or not.
Ooh, interesting. That's not bad.
That.
But I like it too. That's a good question. We should have, you know, John, we should have did something where like we just constantly on Twitter, like just post the questions and we
Yeah.
have people like their favorite and I just fire every question right away live.
Yeah, I like it. We
that
should
would've been
think
pretty cool.
about like if we experiment with doing this weekly, like what's the component of it that's like the Twitter, Instagram facing, or like the thing that lives on. So folks who missed out, like it kind of like builds a record, but also a little bit of FOMO too.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, definitely. Who we got next here? JJ, you asked your question. We got Rich Goldstein. Mr. Rich, are you here? Mr. Rich, once, twice, going on to Minami. Did I say your name right?
Yes, you did, Farouk. That was perfect, actually.
Hey. Awesome. Welcome to Clubhouse. We have
Thank
a
you.
party house here. If everyone wants to unmute and say a little, welcome to Clubhouse to Minami. Woo!
Welcome to
Welcome to
Clubhouse.
Clubhouse.
Thank you.
Welcome
Thank
to
you.
Clubhouse.
Thank you.
Welcome
God, I
to
love this
you.
community. See, when we Clubhouse is fun if you make it. I invite everyone in this audience, if you're a new user, Minami, just start your own rooms. If you don't like a vibe, create your own vibe. This is exactly what we did. We created our own vibe in here, and look at the energy that's been going on. Every single person on here so far has been nothing but awesome. So Minami, what's one question you would ask Elon Musk if he was to join your room on Clubhouse?
All right, Farouk. So I'd actually ask him a run-on question. And my run-on question would be, since the gravity level on Mars is 62% lower than here on Earth, have you started working on a liquid that can pop like champagne on Mars when we have our first Mars party? And have you started creating spaceship booster seats for the kids who want to go to Mars?
heard is that they like really upgraded the computer inside the car so that it could handle games like The Witcher or Cyberpunk 2077.
I bet
I'm
there
not
will be
much of a
some.
gamer, but how much does a game cost? Like if I
They're
wanted to
around
buy The Witcher, how much does it cost?
$80 or
$60.
$90, 80 or 90
Yeah, they're
Canadian.
not cheap games.
So why wouldn't they just roll that into the cost of the car?
Maybe
Yeah, I
it'll be
think they're
on
going to have software as
subscription,
a
kind of like
service.
maybe that's why they met with like GameStop was to kind of like how you have your subscription service, like with our Oculus or Xbox, and we have Game Pass. So maybe
Absolutely.
Yeah, I
they're
thought
like doing something like
Exactly.
that.
I was gonna say I thought
Yeah.
that they might partner with like Microsoft or something with like Game Pass on the cars, maybe infotainment.
Well, they could
This is what I
very
was
well have a
thinking.
fleet license too.
Yeah, but that's what I was thinking. Because if there's still like no like developer kit or SDK, whatever, like why would they not maybe have conversations? There may well be conversations with maybe Origin or Valve, for example. You know, these platforms are already there. So it's like I don't know.
Like the Model Y, I thought is a lot cheaper to produce than the Model 3, and I thought I saw some speculation on Twitter that the Model S might have like a smaller battery pack, so it could be that it's even cheaper than the old Model S. It just has so many more features that the price is higher.
I find it hard to believe they would have a smaller battery pack. There was some talk about them increasing. That could be for the Plaid Plus, but there's no way you can keep the range of the Model S and reduce the size of the battery pack. Not substantially, anyways.
So not to get too far off topic, but what's everybody's thought on the 11 that was shown in the pictures of the Model S?
We're a firm believer that that's coming around the corner. That won't be too much longer. We're overdue.
It
Hey, I
looked
just
like a
wanted to say
complete
hi,
overhaul
everybody.
too. It didn't look
Hello.
like just a
Hey, I just
typical
wanted to
update. It looked
quickly add, I think everyone has some great ideas, but I think the easiest way to monetize the games is a expansion of the premium connectivity package. So just like Apple has Apple Arcade, I think they could easily expand premium connectivity from $9.99 a month to $19.99, $20, you know what I mean, whatever it may be,
Oh,
and
that's
include a
coming.
gaming feature as well. So that'll get you a recurring revenue stream. Plus, you can have in-game ads, in-game purchases, things like that as well. So they could take it anywhere they want to.
And when they have the subscription model for FSD, it'll
Yeah,
roll
it
into
can
the
go with
exact
it.
same program.
Yeah, exactly. Too, especially if you're a rider in the ride sharing network, you really are running you might not want to play games, so you might not want to pay for that. So
No, they're
you can even
totally
have a ride sharing network that has an aspect of it too, where like, okay, I just want to be a novice rider with no gameplay, or I want to be able to sit in my car for 2 hours and play video games as I drive from Pittsburgh to Erie or something like that.
Yeah, we've
I
only
think
seen.
if this was on Twitter right now, we'd have that meme with the "shut up and take my money."
For sure.
Go for it.
I just want to play in my garage. I'll just sit there, play The Witcher in a 3.
Could you be able to play the games from the back seat?
With a controller, why not?
Well, because didn't they add a screen for the back seat?
Yeah, a small one.
Yeah, at least what the note had said, basically play from any seat. So I think that was on purpose. Driver's seat, back seat, passenger seat, wherever.
If you look, they have an entire car dedicated to gaming with a picture for the passengers as well as the.
Does that sound strange to anybody else?
Yes,
Yeah.
it did.
Like hello from the other side. I was waiting for
for
like
real.
the siren to come through the phone.
Low latency.
There's
right
Kyle
there.
speaking from Mars. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in here at regarding what Trevor was saying about the battery on the new Model S. I think there's a potential it could be smaller only because they've improved the drag coefficient of the car, lightened the car, and added the heat pump. So I think that could translate into just I would have thought we would have seen a larger increase in range from those 3 factors. What do you guys think?
Yeah, because the range did go down.
Yeah, that's what Rob Maurer reported on Tesla Daily. So it makes sense, or they don't want to
Well, that would be a
Osborne
touchy issue.
anything.
You really don't want to reveal that.
If they go out with too long a range now and they can't produce those cars, it will be an Osborne effect. So maybe they're keeping it low now and then release it via software later.
Yeah, that's a
And
good
telling
point.
people the size of the battery packs. I mean, they even did it with the 3 and the Y. So I'm sure there's strategy behind that, but telling people
sure.
what those are now.
They're targeting
Yeah.
margin as well in that car.
Right.
Yeah,
Well,
Troy
if it's
Tesla could also mention too, kind of at the end of Q4, they were pretty battery constrained coming out of Fremont from Nevada. So even a 15% reduction in the battery cell pack size, I mean that's a crap ton of batteries that you can add on, particularly for Model Ys. Because as of right now, I'm pretty sure those are sharing coming out of Fremont.
They're sticking with the 18650 on the new pack because it has been redesigned, or
Yep.
they've adopted the new 2270.
Well, when they first
you
came out
guys-
with the cars too, the range and the mileage you could kind of calculate, but as efficiencies improve, they come up with different numbers. So I don't think they should tell you the size of the battery anymore.
But they did. They said it's 18650 in the Model S for now, and then the Plaid will be 4680.
You know, I
Yeah,
personally think the size of the battery still matters. I mean, if you look at, some of the other manufacturers like Chevy and Ford, they're telling you the size of the battery pack, but they add a bigger battery to get just about the same range as, the 3 and the Y and things like that. So it's helpful for a consumer to be able to see that it's a bigger pack that's getting half the range and you're saving money on your electric costs.
That is exactly what a Tesla engineer told me at the Model 3 reveal event, that they were dropping the nomenclature of battery sizes and they were going after range because that's what people cared about. And he said that it would eventually show up on the S and the X. And of course, that's exactly what happened.
I mean, the battery capacity may be the same, but it could be that it's using less cells because, like, maybe Panasonic made it more dense.
Yeah, this whole time I think they've been 3% efficiency, energy density improvement per year without moving to cells. So they've been tweaking the chemistry all along.
I think battery design is so important in the fact that we're focusing on that. I mean, that's really like the source of it all and where we want to go with things. I think there's a lot of leaps we have to make before it gets to where like we would all like it to be. But like I don't really worry about range anxiety. I mean, you have to pull over for gas in an ICE car all the time. So it's the same anxiety. It's just called something different.
Just switch the percentage and then your anxiety goes out the window.
So I think the biggest thing is when you're trying to get people to convert from ICE to EV, they've been trained by the media for years that battery range is a problem. So it's almost like the starter of every conversation that I have with at least 100 people who go to purchase a Tesla or a different EV. So it's kind of like we need to break that. It's almost like the glass ceiling of EV penetration
The misconceptions as a whole is crazy. Like if you go
insane.
to it's one thing when you're on Twitter or Facebook on Tesla like groups, but then when you look at like a news article that has Tesla in it, and then you go through and read some of the comments, it's like it's unbelievable how much false information's out there. It blows my mind.
I agree with this. Like I have a person that I follow on Twitter, and amazing person. And they are so scared to buy a Tesla because they think they can't charge it anywhere. And I have sent them like, look at PlugShare. Like you don't have to only charge it on Tesla. Like there's tons of charging options. And, your Tesla comes with so many different chargers.
It's pretty simple. You just tell people if you can plug it in.
I mean,
you
they're
can charge it.
watching SpaceX launches from their house, and they're like, "Nope, I can't buy a Tesla. I don't have a charging network." I'm like, "You were out of your mind."
And most people don't
I really
realize that you can
wonder-
plug it in at home. Like if you have a garage, you don't
Exactly.
use
You
the
plug it
charging
into
network at
110,
all.
a regular outlet. It might charge
I
slow,
don't
but it
remember the last time I
charges.
used a supercharger.
Yeah, you might go on vacation and drive somewhere, and yes, then you need to plug it in. But other than that, once, twice a year, maybe.
Anywhere you have a
I wonder
120
if
volt or a
that's
110, you have a charge. I mean, realistically, like I've been camping where there's no car chargers and just like done a triple charge, 5 miles an hour with an extension cord. You have a
When it comes
plug,
to
you have a charger.
When it comes to Teslas, my conversation is always framed around cell phones because that's what people understand. So when they start flapping on about this and that and the other thing, I say, "You got a cell phone in your pocket? Yeah, pull it out. Right? What do you do with it? Oh, I use it all day. And what do you do at night? I plug it in." I said, "It's no different. Car's the same thing."
Yeah,
that's a great analogy. I love it.
The reality is people don't like change, and so they're not going to change until they feel like they absolutely have
Yeah,
to.
they said the same thing about the BlackBerry, but look, everything's an iPhone now.
So
So
I
I
will say
sell
I've never
Teslas all
had.
the time, pre-owned Teslas, and the point that I make is very simply, I said, folks, if you have a Shell gas station pump in your garage, would you ever go to the gas station? And the answer is, well, only on a road trip. And I say my point exactly.
I will say I don't think I've ever had somebody ride in my car or drive my car and not get out smiling.
Oh, that's absolutely true.
And that says it all.
Well, that's what I always say, because talk is cheap. You can sit outside the car and you can talk about Teslas all day long, electric and stuff, but you got to catch yourself. And I do that many times. I just catch myself and I say, you know what, let's stop talking. Let's go for a drive. And then the nature of the questions changes instantly.
100%. I was going to say as well, I really wonder if at some point Tesla should start doing more traditional advertising. And I know everyone in here and people on Twitter do a great job at sharing with their friends and with their family. But at some point, I feel like you play at some sort of disadvantage when you have people like Ford with these misleading advertising saying, oh, we're the only American EV company. We're the only American car company making EVs.
The problem with that
I have to
is
disagree.
Me too.
I
the
just have to
problem.
say, like, we're getting more for our money because they don't advertise. And you have to think of it that way. Like, it's going to catch on like fire, whether they advertise or not.
They
People
still
ask you about it. Like,
everything.
we are the advertisement.
Yeah, why
I
would
have
they
to
waste the
still.
money on advertising if they're already selling every car that they can make?
Exactly.
There's no
Yeah.
point in spending money on advertising. It's just throwing money out the window
Yeah,
at that
the
point.
reason you advertise is to generate demand for your product, something that Tesla doesn't suffer from. However, I will say this. If Tesla was to do some kind of advertising, the way I would like them to do it is basically what Lee Iacocca used to do back in the 80s. Hi, I'm Lee Iacocca. Let me tell you about the car type of thing. It wasn't about selling this or that. The other thing, it was about education. And I would like to see Elon, or, well, not Elon because he's a bad speaker, but, somebody like that to go up and do an educational. It's not a hard sell. It's not about I can tow 1 ton or 2 ton or something like that. It's just show them the technology. And that's what gets people interested.
For sure.
I
People,
was on a call. I was on a call or in a room earlier with Dave Lee, and he brought up this exact thing about advertising, and a lot of people were talking about it. And Trev, my answer was exactly what you just said, was that if they do it, it should be about education. But eventually, like Dave Lee's point, and it was a good one, was like during Q4 they lowered prices, and that was a demand lever. Okay.
Yeah.
They needed to make like X number of sales, and so they lowered some prices. Wall Street didn't like it. They made their numbers almost whatever, but it was kind of like, yeah, it wasn't like the best way to do it. And his point was, if you target advertise, like you said, we need to sell X number in North America or in Norway or in China or whatever for this like second half of the quarter. They could target advertising, and they would not have to do this demand lever of lowering the price all over the world for $2,000 or whatever it was. His point was, you could achieve the same thing with targeted advertising and not have to lower the price. They want to lower the price eventually. That's the goal, is to get the price as low as possible, because that the prices are going down as the costs go down. But you don't have to do that as a demand lever, because advertising can be another demand lever. And I actually kind of agree with that. Eventually they are going to have to get there.
Hey guys, this is Greg. I've got a background in advertising, so I was a vice president of strategy for Publicis New York. I've worked for Huge in Brooklyn. I've been a Tesla investor since 2016, and I love been on Clubhouse the last 2 or 3 months talking about Tesla. So for a lot of you guys that are on YouTube and otherwise, let's definitely connect so we can host some rooms. I can plug you in with a few great moderators, and we can get a really good crowd.
Would love that.
So when it comes to advertising, and I also kind of work for a competitor.
By the way, Dave Lee just joined. So Dave, we're talking about advertising. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm going to stay away from the solar.
Dave, raise your hand so I can add
Hey,
you.
Dave.
I'm going to stay away from the solar conversation, but once they get to a sufficient scale, they will have to advertise, whether that's brand above the line advertising or more targeted direct. But we're kind of still in that early stage of growth. So I think it's going to be a while before they need to, but they will need to at some point, whether that's to advertise for Tesla Roof, whether that's for the third party. I mean, all these things will definitely grow both in maturity and complexity. So it's not just kind of a single simple answer when it comes to advertising. They don't need to do it now, but they'll definitely need to do it once they hit 150 billion in revenue. Absolutely.
So and another thing that a lot of people don't think about is the fact that Tesla doesn't do advertising, but as electric vehicles grow in popularity, you have all these other companies like GM and Ford that are going to advertise a ton, and that's going to affect the educational side that you guys were talking about earlier. They're going to get educated, but it's not going to be by Tesla. It's going to be by Ford and GM, and then people are going to start looking into it and learning about Tesla that way.
Hey guys, I'm going to hop off here. Thanks for letting me speak up on stage, and y'all have a good evening.
Yeah, I think the robotaxi is going to be the easiest form of advertisement for Tesla. I think it'll be kind of like the perfect launch of products as well as a secondary form of advertisement. Because talk about an easy way to get people into Teslas. You can educate them while they're there during their robotaxi trip. And then eventually everyone's going to say, wow, that was a great experience. I want to go purchase a Tesla of my own. So we're talking 2023, 2024.
Is it just me, or does everybody else realize? Like when I talk to people that aren't familiar with Tesla, they know of Tesla, but they're like, "Oh yeah, that's the car that drives itself, right?" It's amazing how many people that actually think it is already full self-driving.
Oh, the number of people that I know who know Kim that don't even know what Tesla is, but they know who Kim is actually baffling to me. They'll send me these videos like, "Hey, have you seen this video of this lady named Kim?" I'm like, "Of course I've seen that video." But I'm like, "How did you see that?" They're like, "Oh, well, my friend of a friend sent me it, and it's a Tesla driving by itself. Do you have one of those?" And I'm like, "Well, yeah, kind of." It's on its way for sure.
Kids, right?
Okay, that totally freaks me out, by the way.
Oh, it's hilarious. I'm not even kidding you. My own mother sent me a text the one day and was like, "Hey, did you see this video?" And it was your YouTube. I was like,
the exact same thing happened to me.
Wow.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
YouTube.
Hey guys, nice meeting y'all. This is Dave.
Hey,
Dave.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Dave moved to Austin, and he immediately says y'all.
Yeah.
It's contagious. I'm from Morgantown too. It's the same way, West Virginia.
Right. Hey, so I got a thought for you guys. On the last earnings call, Elon Musk, I think he said something to the extent that the holy grail of full self-driving was automated video labeling. Did you guys catch that?
Yep.
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 Okay.
Yes, I got
that.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm wondering, does anyone here like have background with really understanding what that means? Like what is automated video labeling and why that is the holy
from
grail?
my general understanding right now is FSD obviously working on cameras is trying to basically minimize. It's now moved from single images, single frames to now video. And essentially what everyone in Tesla headquarters right now is doing is taking those single frames and now video and labeling every single thing in the picture. Okay, this is a curb. This is a stop sign. This is obvious, like and continuously. This is a person. This is a dog. And as that obviously gets better and better and better, and they label more images, obviously the system is going to get more robust. It's going to be able to identify more things, so on and so forth.
And I'd like to take that a step further.
They got to take that a step further and now essentially make it so auto labeling is going to be able to recognize like, okay, hey, I've seen a stop sign before. I've never been to this area, but that kind of looks like a stop sign. So I'm going to label that as a stop sign or whatever other the structure is.
Well, and I think just to clarify that a little bit more is back when Elon was on Third Row Podcast, he had mentioned, the 360 view, like blending all of the cameras together in a 3D environment. So they've done that part, and that's where you get the full self-driving beta as it is now. But what they haven't done, or they're just starting to do now, is now that they have all the cameras blended together, now they're actually going to make the video, instead of doing image by image with the way it is now, they're going to start having that move. So now it's tracking a car through multiple frames. Now, even if it does get occluded, the vehicle can still understand that car is still there, even though now it's hiding. And then it'll see it pop back out, for instance. So things like that.
It's part of the prediction algorithm.
Aspect.
Yeah, they plan on doing pedestrian activation too.
Because that's
Actually,
where video really helps is time. That fourth dimension that Elon was
yeah.
talking about.
Actually, you guys just helped me crack it. I get it now. It's actually something. It's a little bit different. So let me explain what's going on here. So, when Tesla when Tesla is bringing together the different cameras into a video feed, right? That is actually different than the 3D kind of surround video that Tesla showed at the Autonomy Day. And when I was talking to this guy, James Dama, he says to create that 3D kind of surround sound video, you actually need like a supercomputer to be able to.
Because I'm on Clubhouse, I'm on a pre-game.
Hey guys,
chat with
whoever's
all the
talking,
major
someone's
Tesla
echoing.
executives
Hey, you-
who know
mute your mic.
Elon, who are obviously going to be
Yes,
the
please
questions.
mute your
And I
mic
can
if
talk
you're
to
not
them right
on.
now and tell them the question.
Moderator can mute
He's on the
Jack.
potty right now. But
I
he's not.
think it's person
There,
Jack. There.
It's Jack. Yeah.
Hey,
yeah,
Jack.
okay,
So I
okay.
can't mute Jack, but I can put him in the audience. I don't want to do that though.
Yeah, okay. So what's going
Yeah,
on is
Jack, mute yourself. It's at the bottom right of your screen.
Oh, sorry guys.
okay. Yeah, so here's what's going on is the video is one thing, but then to get to a 3D surround video, so this guy James Dama, he's an AI expert, he's saying that Tesla needs like a supercomputer to translate that into 3D, but also to label the 3D, let's say human labels the 3D environment in video, and then it takes it back to the neural nets to train into the supercomputer dojo. So that's kind of the thing, but what's automated? What's automated video training, video labeling? So this is it. You guys actually helped me a lot here. So what happens is when you have this 3D environment that the supercomputer is stitching together from video, what happens is it could clearly label some of the frames as, let's say, a car or a cat, but some of the other frames, the cat might be obscured, but it knows it's a cat because it's seen the 3D, video and the other frames that show clearly that's a cat. And so what's going to happen is when the video automatically labels that as a cat because some of the frames show it's a cat, it's going to also label the other frames that obscure the cat a little bit as a cat. So then they're going to take those images that aren't as clear as before that are labeled cat, feed it into the neural nets so that you get a much better training set. So what it's doing is it's basically in this 3D video feed that it makes in a supercomputer, it's going to find the objects they knows for sure, but then label those objects in the obscure kind of places that an image would not know for sure. And then it's going to spit it out back to train the neural nets. It might be kind of too technical for everyone here, but I think that's it. This is crazy.
Dave,
This is the holy grail.
Dave, you're freaking me out right now because I
Yeah.
literally posted a video today. If you go on my YouTube of a cat on the sidewalk behind a fire hydrant, and the car saw it. You can see the visualization on my screen. It goes, it's before the fire hydrant, then it's behind the fire hydrant, then it's in front of the fire hydrant, and the car sees it.
Kim, that's amazing.
Wasn't this alluded to at the Autonomy Day video?
Freaking me out.
Because I remember them showing this at the Autonomy Day video where they're doing predictive about the passengers or the pedestrians crossing the road, as well as the curve in the road that was obscured going around a corner.
Yeah, I think Elon calls that the 4D when he talks about 4D.
Exactly.
He's talking about time with 3D video all combined, and then it can track an object behind other objects. So I just
helps labeling
Let's
too,
give a
because in
second.
a
Give the
video,
floor to Marge. It looked like she wanted to say something. Margaret?
Oh no, I was good. That wasn't me.
Oh, okay. Sorry,
Okay.
your thing lighted up, and I wanted to make sure you had a voice.
Joachim here, Dave. It's exactly like you're saying, but then we have to add what Elon has been saying, and he mentioned this in the latest conference call, if I remember correctly. We don't need the supercomputer now to do the 4D video, but to train that to do what you described with the dojo, we'll do it maybe 10 or 100 times faster.
Exactly.
That's the difference. So we're able to do that today, and now they're training different stacks, so they're just stitching the whole picture together, and the FSD beta now works. I don't know how many percent, how long they've reached now, but it's let's say they're 20% along the way, but they can reach 100% without supercomputer dojo, and then it will accelerate in the end of the year.
Got it.
For
Yeah.
those who have FSD like Kim or others on the channel, I'm curious, how close do you guys feel like FSD is, the beta, to where you would trust like having the car completely drive on its own without supervision?
Well, I believe that Tesla is going to do this like they have with autopilot, navigate on autopilot, where they release certain features at a time. Maybe it's only going to work on certain roads at first. Like for right now, like the type of driving I do in town in Newport, Rhode Island, where the roads are crazy and they're colonial and they're too narrow and they're more like European streets, it's not quite ready yet. But I would say that a quote regular road, like easy box store boulevard, grid,
like Phoenix.
Yeah, like that. It's I would say it's pretty close to ready for that now. I mean, all of the beta testers with this latest build that we're on right now, we're having intervention free drives on roads like that, which is pretty huge considering just a few months ago when we first got beta, that absolutely was not happening. So this is like a crazy fast progression. And I almost don't, I mean, I want to say like it's not going to be ready for my kind of roads anytime soon, but the next update could prove me completely wrong because they're going so fast. So
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Hey, Kim, if you guys don't mind me weighing in for a sec, sorry about those mute issues earlier. One of the things, and Kim, I was watching one of your videos earlier today, and one of the things that happened in your videos was a good example of something that I would hope Elon would weigh in on that hasn't really been discussed comprehensively by either Elon or Andre, and that is what happens, like Kim, in one of your videos today, you're going down the one-way street, and there was that mail truck at the end of the street. And so the question was, what happens if there's basically a standoff and you have to reverse and find tuck into a spot so that mail truck could get by? Now, that's all well and good when someone's in the car because you can make that decision. But if Elon is so comfortable that robo-taxis are on the way, he's got to address this overarching question of what happens when the car screws up or doesn't know what to do. In a case like that, is there going to be, what is the infrastructure that's going to be in place? Is there going to be a centralized command like in Waymo where someone from Tesla or even the owner of the car can remotely tell the car what to do? Because ultimately there's going to be situations where the car, let's say, stumbles upon an accident. Like
Right.
there's an accident in front of the car, and all the cars have to back up together to get out. Cars have to do U-turns, or a cop comes and waves somebody the other direction. And you can see with things like Mobileye and with Zoox, they talk about how the car is going to learn about hand signals and what have you. But what happens when the robo-taxi on the way to pick up a passenger gets in an accident? How?
Yeah.
If I can chime in for just a
logistics,
moment,
the
I really think
brain.
that it's going to come all down to AI, with the cars being able to talk to each other, and they're going to be able to make those kind of decisions. And eventually that's going to be kind of the future. Obviously that's like years out.
Well,
Yeah,
and
that's
for sure.
like I think that what you're talking about though is that like point that phase where we're kind of overlapping with regular
Right.
human driving cars. And that honestly, like, to K10 point, that's going to be the hardest part, is like when the cars aren't all communicating with each other. How do we figure that out? Like today, the instance that you are referencing, the video that I posted, I was able to pull into a space.
Right.
Normally my car in other situations has done that, but the parameters haven't always been exactly the same. That was the tightest street that has happened on for me. And so I was actually grateful that happened, because that's some awesome data
For sure.
the team to get. But yeah, I mean, there's going to be a time when, I mean, I guess the answer is going to be, if you're the mail truck driver and there's an autonomous car facing you and it doesn't have anybody in the driver's seat, then you're going to be the one that moves, maybe.
Yeah, but what
If I
if
can add to that,
Jack's point, though, like Jack's point about like having a central location where they can potentially take over the car in situations where the car FSD can't handle a situation that it doesn't know about, or maybe it's special circumstances, would be super beneficial for Tesla in order to achieve robotaxi.
Right.
And the question is, has Elon commented on that before? I could have swore at Autonomy Day a couple years ago, he actually said that they're not going to do any kind of central sort of command center, if you will.
Waymo does that. And I mean, I haven't heard Elon say anything about it, but I bet if we were to ask Elon, and maybe we should ask him later tonight, he would say that that's pretty lame.
Well, he probably would, because what Waymo does is not really scalable, and so
right.
So, but it doesn't. What Elon really needs to address, and I mean, we're all probably investors here, and we're banking on FSD. He says robotaxis are going to be, late 2020 and now 2021, and that's great, and I'm a big believer. But he needs to talk about how does it work when. And Kim, to your point, yeah, the mail truck driver will have to back out. Well, what if it's a tree on just in the middle of the road, and the car's got to back up, but there's pedestrians? Like, what happens when the car gets stuck? Who comes to save the car? Is it Tesla? Are they going to have a bunch of Tesla-owned cars that are driving around with employees to bail out cars if necessary, or is it up to it? Like,
I mean, I think aspirationally the car will be as intelligent as a human as far as driving goes.
Right.
And if it gets to that point, then it would be able to figure it out.
I mean, both of those instances that you just mentioned, like, just put it in reverse and go back the way you came. Like, that's what a human would do. Like, I think that's exactly what they want, is for it to be a human-like reaction.
I thought so.
I think the idea is once these FSD beta rolls out to everyone and people start using it more, it'll eventually get to level 3, where Tesla's doing everything until it alerts you that it needs your help, which is what level 3 is. And when that happens, those edge cases that you're mentioning are going to be sent back to Tesla, and they're going to be able to solve that before it gets to level 4 or level 5. And I don't think that's going to happen this year. I hope I don't get crucified for this here, but I do think full FSD beta will get to everybody this year, but I don't know that necessarily robo-taxis being able to drive themselves with no one in it will happen this year. Yeah, that'd be great.
I also, does my mic sound okay, first of all? Because I was having mic problems earlier. Okay, but I just wanted to bring up that with the edge case situation, there could also be a combination of like the more permanent edge cases, like a tree in the middle of the road, and car-to-car communication, because something that not a lot of people know is that Mercedes already has car-to-car communication. So when another Mercedes sees a traffic jam ahead, it alerts all the Mercedes behind it, and all their traffic-aware cruise control systems start slowing down. So with stuff like trees in the road, one Tesla sees the tree, and it can alert all the other Teslas, don't go this way, and then all the other Teslas would route around it.
That's actually a really good point. It sort of changes the topic, but like I always think that a Waze-like feature in Tesla would be amazing. Like, why don't our cars talk?
I would love that.
Hey guys, so I had a question. Do you guys see FSD push to the whole fleet without the cars recognizing emergencies? And if so, how would that work? I mean, right now, if a police car comes behind me and I see the sirens, the lights, and the sound, I'll stop. Right? That's what everyone does. They stop.
So Elon did mention
that
he did mention that in Autonomy Day, that it would be fairly easy for the vehicles to recognize, cop cars and things like that, because it's pretty distinct. But initially, once this rolls out, obviously we're still in control of the vehicle until it does reach level 4 and level 5. And at that point, I'm sure it'd be no problem for it to just pull over.
Yeah, those kinds of things are not edge cases. Like, that's pretty standard. So I honestly think that's a easy thing for them to solve, and they just haven't gotten to it yet because there's a lot to do.
Then not only
Kim,
that, humans are really bad drivers, so they probably perform a lot better than us.
So Kim or anybody else with the with the beta, have you guys encountered emergency vehicles?
Hey guys.
Oh yeah.
Hey, this is Soph. How you guys doing? Thanks
Hey,
for inviting
Soph.
me to this. Hey, good to hear you guys. Yeah, I'm currently driving right now. I actually went down to Valencia today and met up with James Locke. So we did some testing with two FSD beta, like his car and my car together, just to see how they would interact together. And it's amazing. Actually, they're similar and different. But in terms of the question you guys were asking about the emergency vehicle, I did have an interaction with a cop car one time that was pulled over. The car did slow down, but it doesn't know that yet. I mean, it doesn't know what to do, but like, I agree that it is a standard thing. It will be thought of. So yeah, it's going to come. It's amazing, this latest build, how good it is. I am like severely impressed with just the positioning of the car. It's come so far from that very first build that I had. And
Mike?
yeah, just moving so quickly.
My question with emergency vehicles, though, is they not only have the flashing lights and they have the looks, but they also have the sirens. Do Teslas have the capability to like hear that, or do they need to hear that?
They would need to hear
Well,
it because
deaf people drive. Deaf people drive all the time.
I would think that would be a very simple thing to fix. Any emergency vehicle, just transmit on a certain frequency or whatever.
Yeah, 100% agree with that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
would think that's simple. It's not difficult.
The reason for horns and for sirens is because humans don't see 360 degrees at all times.
Yeah,
so it's to get your attention. So if you can see all around the vehicle, there's not necessarily a need for sound.
That's a great point.
But I think that eventually that the emergency vehicles would have like their own sort of like transmitter that would transmit like a signal to cars that are like in driving themselves to like let them know, from like a longer distance behind them. Like, you know what I'm talking about?
I mean, when
Something that
everything
can
is
send them a signal.
When everything is autonomous, everybody's going to be, all the vehicles are going to be talking to each other, and it's not going to be an issue. It's for sure just this overlapping in between time that it's going to be messy.
Yeah. Because there's all these other cars that are behind.
I don't have FSD beta, but I've had experiences where my Model S on Navigate on Autopilot has changed lanes to accommodate before like a few turns on the highway to accommodate for an emergency vehicle pulled over. And I was wondering why it was changing lanes, because usually it would stay in the faster lane, and it actually did change lanes. It's not FSD beta, but the neural network, and I think it was using either something that maybe information that either another Tesla has been there before, or it just somehow knew to get over. So that was really surprising.
That is super surprising. We have a few people in the room I'd like to hear from. If Vincent or Joy want to like speak up, like have your moment and let's hear from you.
Thank you. I'm actually having a bit of a connection issue. And, I also don't have FSD beta, so I don't have anything to chime in. But
I don't think it has to be about that. I think you can just give your thoughts on Tesla and other things. Like FSD is super cool, but there's lots of things to talk about as well.
Yeah, of course. I just didn't want to veer the topic away. Well, right now, I mean, I'm just really, I'm just trying to think or anticipate what Elon might talk about tonight. I don't know if he's going to share more information on the new Plaid S and the refreshed interior, any additional information that he is going to share. I was in a different chat room earlier today, and we were talking about the yoke. I think that's like the biggest thing that people are curious about.
Yeah, I love the yoke, but
yeah,
super futuristic.
Exactly. And then, from what I read, I could be wrong, that it's going to use AI to intelligently determine which direction you should be going based on the surrounding, whether you're supposed to back out of a parking spot or you're supposed to go forward. And I think that would be super interesting for everyone to experience. And I think that is what the future of transportation is going to be headed, as Tesla continues to push autonomous driving. So this is with that AI in the steering wheel, that is a step beyond what most people are used to right now. Like even with us, with the FSD or the standard autopilot, that is a step beyond that, in my opinion. And I think that's the direction that Tesla is kind of hurting everybody toward, with that redesign of the steering wheel to make it a yoke with the AI.
And I actually just thought about it, but this is I'm almost sure of it now. This is Tesla training something to determine whether it needs to drive forward or backwards out of spaces. Because he says you can override it on the touchscreen. So the Tesla will say, like, I'm gonna go and drive, but then you want to go in reverse, you override it. Tesla's probably taking that information and teaching whether to go into drive or reverse in certain situations.
Absolutely. I agree with that. And with how Tesla has been using us owners to help them enhance and perfect their technology, I think that's probably the intention behind it. It's just like, with the external speakers, right? When the external speakers came out with the late 2019 and now 2020 Teslas, initially people were disconnecting the speakers from their car, and then now all of a sudden Tesla said, well, let me put boombox in it. Now everyone's like, I want a speaker, right? So I think Tesla has a very brilliant way to get people to, I shouldn't say coerce, but to get people to accomplish what they're trying to do.
It
That's the
coaxed them
best way I
along.
could do it. That's the best way I could put it.
And if I can chime in this for a second, I'm actually wondering whether the new versions, the refresh versions of the S and the X, will have a new version of the hardware for FSD. It does come with a new MCU, as far as I understand. I don't know if they're ready to also push the new version of the FSD computer as well.
Are they refreshing the X? I thought I read that they were going to discontinue the X. Are they refreshing it? Do you guys know?
That was all a rumor. They are refreshing it. That was a rumor.
Yeah, that was just to piss off Earl.
Earl's in the room too.
Yeah,
He's in here.
where is he? Why
What's
is
up,
he
my
in
man?
that voice?
Yeah, why isn't he talking? Raise your hand, Earl.
Raise your hand, Earl.
It's just observing the peasants.
Did they give a date for X?
Don't make us beg.
There isn't a stage big enough for Earl.
I got puppy treats for you.
Speaking of Earl, guys, did you hear about the Frunk Puppy board? You guys did a really good job this last week, because everybody shared about a dog, and then the dog got adopted. And because everybody shared, they had like a line of people after 30 days of this dog not being able to get adopted. Like the day that we posted the photo using Earl's hashtag Frunk Puppy Friday, we were able to get this dog adopted. That was really exciting. Sorry, this is just kind of like a tidbit in the Tesla community, but
that's
nice.
Cool.
Share that. Really nice.
That's amazing.
So cool.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of pet lovers here in the Tesla community.
Oh yeah.
I named my dog after Elon. It's actually kind of funny.
What's his name?
His name is Elon.
Oh, I was.
And my dog, her name is Elon. Gender neutral name.
Love it. Love it.
I think Jonna, her cat is Tesla. That's her cat's name.
Yeah, I think it is.
She was here too for a little while. I think she jumped.
Just to
it's
go
so
just to
cool
go back to
hear everybody's
the
voice,
yoke
by the
for a
way.
sec. Just to go back for the yoke for a sec, I think that this is part of kind of Elon's plan to coax everybody. Just again, not us veteran Tesla people, but to people that are new to the brand. I think it kind of, when I saw it, when I read that they were going to use AI to choose park, reverse, and all that sort of thing, my mind immediately jumped to just the fact that we don't use a key like traditional cars, and just eliminating that entire step. So now he's eliminating another step, just to your driving experience. Getting in the car, all you'll simply do now is put your foot on the brake and steer. So I think that's just a clear sign of where things are headed.
And I think the other key point that people are remembering is the cars are already learning all of this. We're putting our cars into drive and reverse, and I guarantee you they're collecting that data already and learning from that fleet collective on how to do that.
So what about the new FSD computer? Do you guys think it's gonna come with? It's gonna be
I don't
installed
think
in the
so.
refreshed
No,
vehicles?
Not until the end.
Elon said in the earnings call that they're still working on hardware for, and they don't need it at this point.
Yeah, it would give a bad sign if they actually went ahead and to put that in the Model S. All the Model 3 and Y owners would be, I think, doubting that FSD would actually happen in their cars then. So I personally don't see it happening.
Also, I could see that they wouldn't want to do that. All the negative press that comes from that, because then people would be like, but I thought you said that hardware 3 was already capable. Why are you making a hardware 4? Are you saying our current cars aren't good enough? And so that would spawn a lot of negativity.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and I could be wrong, but I think if we're going to see hardware 4, the first vehicle we'll see it in is the Semi. Just from a safety standpoint, much larger vehicle and open environment. But I could be wrong.
I think the Semi
I think
would
it's
have
the
a whole
Cybertruck
different
as well.
sort of
Yeah.
hardware.
Sorry, go ahead.
I think the Semi will have like a hardware version that won't be used on the regular cars, because it'd have to be like a more like heavy duty system.
More robust,
I know it sounds,
I think, more redundancy.
No,
yeah,
but they already
has
said
to.
they're gonna use the same. They said it in the last conference call that they're gonna use the same hardware.
Yeah, I think Elon said that.
The
So
Semi
if you look at
Just
the
the software has
pictures,
to be different.
if
Oh,
you look at
okay.
the pictures of the Cybertruck, there's more cameras on there. There was a few in the I think there was 3 in the back, just by the license plate. But there's more cameras on the Cybertruck, so I'd have to imagine that's probably going to be the first one that has quote unquote hardware for.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if necessarily that means hardware changes. I mean, you can have extra cameras for hardware 3. It's a larger vehicle. Semi will probably have more than 8 cameras, most likely, if not already confirmed. I think the hardware can be the same, just software and equipment.
It's still gonna be same 3D video. So more cameras is just 3D video, and Elon made a joke about that with parallel parking, with the Semi. So yeah.
I think it was 10 cameras on the Semi.
I don't think there's going to be hardware 4. I think it's going to be more like a hardware 3.5 if there's anytime soon, if there's going to be any sort of upgrade for that. Similar to like what they did with hardware 2 and then hardware 2.5 and then hardware 3. Like in the Model S, we're already seeing hardware 3.2.
It sounds like the camera update, whenever they decide to go to higher resolution cameras, then that will kind of drive the need for a more powerful, full self-driving computer to kind of process all the data.
Yeah.
So I think the current system could probably handle more cameras at the current resolution, which I think is like 1280 by 760 or something like that. It's pretty small. So they could probably add a couple more feeds and be fine. But beyond that, and you start doing 4K cameras, it'd probably melt the current computer. I'm guessing if you did that by 8 cameras or whatever. So
yeah.
Elon was pretty quick to say at some point recently that the current hardware could handle it as it is.
Yeah,
I mean,
was
obviously there will be upgrades, like that's the way that it goes with tech, but that he says that it can handle it now, what we have.
Do you think when they offer FSD subscription that they'll do like complimentary board swaps if you don't have the right board? Or do you think there'll be a fee
they're going to
to
be
get the
losing
board
money.
changed?
They'd be losing money because people would pay if they did do that. They'd have to do some sort of like you'd have to pay for 6 months, and then you can get that chip, but nothing like a month, and then you can get like a whole new hardware because they're going to be losing money at that point. Because they're going to be paying more for upgrading hardware than what they're getting for the software cost.
It has to be some sort of a commitment.
They're going to have to make some sort of a commitment for a hardware swap.
I have a question. Anyone who's on the FSD beta, do you feel like the hardware in the cars is enough to support full self-driving? Or do you think there'll be changes along the way?
I think it's enough.
Yeah, I think it's just a software problem. And Elon made it really clear on the call. He said, put a lot of pressure on the autopilot team. He said, yeah, it's just a software problem at this point. So I'm sure they're feeling it right now.
Yeah, I got a question actually for the people with the FSD beta. I might go back to the ambulance emergency vehicle stuff, but at this point I just have the normal beta, and a lot of times the only time I need to disengage is when people have a blinker on and I look like a jerk because I'm not letting them in. Does the FSD beta recognize blinkers, or is that still something that's
not yet
in the works?
No, it
I think
does
it will.
not.
That's a great question.
Actually, Stoph and I were doing a test today, and I swear my car saw his blinker and yielded for him today.
It was super fun.
That's because your two cars are talking to each other.
I think that Karpathy actually like made it a point to say that they were not going to pay attention to turn signals, because often people have on their turn signals and they have no intention of doing what the turn signals say. So
it's a more realistic driver anyway.
Or some people don't even use turn signals.
Well, or that, but there are instances, like I have an intersection that I have beta tested that it's kind of an odd, weird intersection where the oncoming traffic signals to you left or right if they're going to cross in front of you or if they're going to continue straight, which means that you can go. And most of the people put on their turn signal because the sign in their direction tells them to go, but some people don't. And so what is the answer? If like the way that my car behaves now, it doesn't go at all until there are no cars coming. And that is not tenable because I've got 24 cars behind me waiting for me to go. So there are instances where turn signals are going to have to be recognized by the car.
Well, today when we were doing, sorry to interrupt you, Kim, but today we were doing some testing when we were at a four-way, and we were wanting to see what would happen if we both came up to the intersection. We both had our turn signals on to go left. So he was going left across me, and I was going left. And I think it did go simultaneously, didn't it, James? Or am I recalling correctly, or am I totally forgetting?
It should be whoever was to the right. Like whoever's to the right has the right of way. Like
is that how that works?
That
Besides
is
stopping first?
like well, if you both stop at the same time.
At the same time, right.
It's whoever is to the right has the right of way.
But if we're opposite each other, we're both to the right of each other, you know what I mean? So we were both going left, which was cool because it looked like we were going left at the same time. So I was going left and he was going across my path left in his direction.
Mm-hmm.
And so it allowed that. But then we did a few other tests. I've got to get home to do some editing, but I'll post that video tonight. I think that'll be interesting for people to watch that.
Yeah, sorry, I was out of the speaker group there. It did. So if we both made the left together, and it was really interesting when we approached to both turn the same direction down the same street, our cars took turns and accounted for the human drivers as well, which was really interesting to watch as the car allowed the other drivers to proceed in the right order based on the person to your right going first.
So this makes me think that it is actually looking at the turn signals in that instance then, because we did another test where we're going straight across and it allowed us to go simultaneously straight across through the intersection, passing each other.
Yeah.
So then that seems like it would be registering the signal.
I think it's registering the signal and path predicting the probability of the direction of the car travel as well. Because I had a unique situation I haven't posted yet where I was at a four-way stop and the car to my left had the right of way. He started going and pedestrians crossed his path, so he had to stop. And my car made the decision to wait out the situation. The pedestrian's car crossed, the car went, and then my car went without trying to do anything in the meantime, which was really interesting that it interpreted that situation and waited for the situation to resolve itself before it proceeded.
It's genius.
Awesome.
Kim, your videos make me have very high hopes that FSD is going to work, because I've never seen the streets and stuff so narrow, and almost everything seems like it's impossible for a human to figure out.
It is definitely different than the other, situations that beta testers are in, and that's kind of where I said it earlier, I think here, that I've kind of found myself trying to find difficult situations now for beta, because I feel like it can handle the regular roads just fine. So now I'm trying to, push it and freak it out and give the beta team like some real good data, because I do have crazy roads. And I was actually thinking, you know what, I should go over to New Bedford this week. Like New Bedford has some really crazy roads, like even worse than mine. Like, I'm like trying to make it like really, really work now, because I feel like that's where we are. It's so good on regular roads now. I got to make it crazy. I got to make it, like really work,
So it's getting progressively
I really
harder to
enjoy
find
your
those edge
videos,
cases.
Kim.
Thank
I want to throw something out there, because we talk about how advanced it is here, but it's telling that take rate is so low in China. So it feels like there are several obstacles to the China market that we don't currently have here, and we really have to play catch up there. Anybody with expert knowledge in China to say what FSD is like versus Neo versus Xpeng? Anybody want to take on that?
I'm not an expert in China, and I'm sure other people will weigh in here, but I think that my understanding, a lot of it is it's a cultural difference. Like people there want to drive, or they actually have drivers. Like it's just not the same. It's just a cultural difference completely right now. Maybe somebody else can weigh in.
Yeah, I have a question about that, because like living in Colorado, we obviously have the problem of snow, and it's a different rating for the car. So if you're being in Rhode Island, obviously you have some weather issues. I'm not really familiar with like if you guys get snow or what kind of snow you get or what, and have you tried your FSD through those conditions?
Speaking of China, sorry to interject, but Michael from Tesla Owners Taiwan is on.
Oh, good.
I don't know
good.
if he might be familiar with the Chinese. I don't know if Vincent is on. I don't see him, but otherwise Vincent would be another good person.
Vincent is eating right now. He's where's really Michael? Michael, raise your hand.
Tesla Taiwan had the best frunk puppy photo ever, by the way.
Yeah, it's Michael Hsu, HSU. It's too bad
I think
I've
interacted with him. Well, does he run the Tesla Owners Taiwan?
Yes, he's
Twitter?
the club president there.
Awesome. Okay. Yeah, they had a really good, they had an entire, in a showroom, they had, in a Tesla showroom, they had 20, 30, 40 different dogs. And it was a Shiba Inu bunch of those dogs and stuff, and it was super cute. It was one of the best ones. That was really, again, that's part of the Tesla community that really really enjoy and appreciate. So just wanted to give that a shout out. Yeah.
Dogecoin?
To the
You
moon.
think Elon's going to drop that tonight? Yeah, it's going to the moon. Okay, cool.
Joking, I think that's the whole reason for the session.
I need to buy some tomorrow morning. Hey there, everyone. This is Emiliano from Tesla Owners Club of Alberta. I want to continue on that conversation about the weather in Colorado, because here in Edmonton, Alberta, of course, everything's so white right now. How are you guys doing with the full self-driving in a snowy condition?
Well, my question too is on the cameras, does it, when it is faced with inclement weather, does it have some kind of functionality, or it doesn't? But do you incur problems when it can't see through things? Because I think that there's that, as well as the solar roof, that I kind of am seeing needs an enhancement to
I would say that's
I
think Omar just had a video on that. Flash floods.
think as a driver in Colorado who drives all the time up here, our biggest thing isn't really snow. I mean, yes, snow for the roads and like for full self-driving, but for the camera factor, our biggest problem is sun. Like the sun comes in and blinds the camera, so you get your warnings about like your left side camera can't work, but it's all about sun, and as your angle changes, it goes away.
So I believe that Elon has said, and I, as a beta tester, agree with this, that they think that the sun issue is solvable by software. When you think about it, it's like putting, a lens over the camera
to like sunglasses.
Be able to exactly. So I think that the sun is actually an easy issue. As for the snow, I have not driven my car in heavy snow. I won't drive my car in heavy snow anyway. So I don't think that I'm going to take out my car and beta test it in a condition that I wouldn't drive in as a human driver. That said, I don't think that we are. The last that I heard, that beta was not ready for snow. But my opinion on that is that, and so like we shouldn't expect it to work well in snow yet because it's not ready yet. But my opinion on that, I think I said it earlier, is that snow is not an edge case. Like this is, I'm sure, something that they have thought of, and I don't know what the solution is. I don't know, I don't know how it's going to go, but I just think that it's going to work. It's going to have to work because this is like a normal thing in a big chunk of the world, and Tesla wants to be autonomous everywhere. So
there's a good video on it.
I think it comes.
Dirty Tesla did a
Elon
video.
has addressed the snow issue, and he says this is why FSD doesn't rely on the lines on the road because it has to account for snowy conditions.
Yes.
But Emiliano, to answer your question, I think you were asking about whether or not the snow or winter conditions affect the cameras themselves. I live in Vancouver, BC, not as snowy as Edmonton by a country mile, but I can tell you I've got the Model 3, which I bought in early 2018, and I just got the Model Y. I left both cars outside the other day and woke up in the morning with a lot of frost. Model 3 covered in frost, including the cameras. But the Model Y, the cameras and the windshield and the B-pillar, there was a melted hole around the cameras. So it looks like, I don't know when this happened, but certainly within the last couple of years, it looks like they've installed like heaters around the cameras to make sure that it has clear view, even if there's snow and frost.
Yeah, I think it was 2020, Jack. 2020.
That seems to be
we
the
noticed
case in the UK as well.
I think I had that on my Model S actually, and it's a 2017 Model S.
On the front camera, you will have it on the S. Yes.
Yeah, and they started heating the radar too.
Recently, or kind of recently, he did a video with snow. And question for you with the S or the 3 versus the Y, did you have Sentry mode on both? Because Bjorn actually had a difference of an S and a 3, and the 3 had melted it. The S hasn't. Like he said, the difference was actually that Sentry mode was on the 3 and it was off on the S, and that's what the difference was.
I believe that's correct as well.
So I'd like to chime in as well a bit on the road conditions, and not only snow. I drive in Vegas, so we don't really get any water or snow on the streets or anything. With no rain or anything. However, I took my Model X 2017 to Utah last weekend, and there was a lot of snowing on the way, and the roads were clean of snow, but the cars in front were generating so much dirt water coming up that at some point my car was changing from navigate on autopilot to autopilot and back and forth continuously. And if I was using the wipers to clean up the window, the white it would come back to navigate on autopilot. So I'm not sure exactly how they plan to fix this, because there are lots of places where there's a lot of water on the streets, and then the cars in front will just throw dirty water at your car, and I've noticed that Navigate on autopilot can't really work on that.
I just think that all of this is, they think, going to be solved with software.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all, it's vision. It's eventually going to be all vision. And if your eyes can, whatever your eyes can see, the cameras can see, the car can see.
Exactly. Yeah. Sorry, I was just going to say, we just had a huge rain dump here in California, and I went out and did some beta testing with it in the heavy rain. And the funny thing is, so the Navon AP software stack is running in parallel with the FSD beta. And FSD beta was working in those conditions when I heard the Navon AP chime saying Navon AP no longer available, but beta was working. So that really highlights to me how the beta software stack is very different than what everyone else has on their Navon AP. And I noticed this pre-beta when I was driving in the winter conditions pre-COVID, when the wiper blades hit a certain speed, Navon AP would turn off, even though everything could see fine. It was just too heavy a precipitation for it. Beta does not have that same issue because it can see fine, and it's pushing through the problem. So I think that's really the key, is that vision problem is what they're trying to solve now with the beta, and that's where they're going to see, just like we would, how would we look through a situation if a big splash of rain or something goes across our windscreen and we need a moment for the blades to swipe.
That is
I
have to second what James had to. Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, I was just going to say, being in the Pacific Northwest, the rain is so hard that I have to second what James said with the FSD beta as well. The Navigate on autopilot will chime off, but the beta itself will plow through.
Yeah, the beta definitely keeps going when, because at first when I didn't understand what was happening, it was a little bit confusing because I would get the chimes that, like I would on Navon AP, that it was no longer available. My car would keep driving itself. And I was like, what's happening? But it's because the beta is able to handle it. But Navon AP is not.
Do you guys have your wiper settings set to auto? Just kind of curious on that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Because I know in Minnesota right now, it's horrible in the winter with non-FSD beta. I use manual and I have to kind of control it. But I'm kind of thinking maybe I should turn auto on and just kind of chime in and tell it to, clean the screen off so they can train it. Because I know they're paying attention to some of those things, but it's sometimes hard to trust it. Manual sometimes it's easier.
Yeah, so
I think
so into what James said, I did notice as well that if I would set it to manual and ask the wipers to clean faster, then Navon IP would disengage faster. If the wiper blades would not be as fast, so on setting 1, then it wouldn't disengage. So maybe it just disengages on the actual speed of the wiper blades and not really how much rain there is there.
Yeah, I remember a while ago they had actually mentioned about like hard limitations of if the wiper is on max speed, it would just kick it off no matter what. So I do remember someone mentioning that, but I also really quick just want to go back to the sunlight problem and just chime in with something really quick. The cameras of Teslas can see in the sun better than humans can, because a lot of people think of sunlight in cameras and they'll think of like their phone cameras, but it's a little different because phone cameras and actual cameras are trying to take the best picture they possibly can and still look good while accommodating for sunlight. Whereas Tesla's cameras actually don't care what it really looks like. They just need to see. So I don't know if you've noticed, but if you take a dash cam clip while there's sun straight at you, the entire image goes orange and green. But that's because the Tesla can kind of expose and adjust differently than what a phone will do, because it doesn't worry about the quality of the image itself. It's just trying to see.
So there is actually, I haven't done much FSD beta videos myself, but I actually did one where I'm literally driving into the horizon for quite a while. And my car itself didn't have any issue.
I had the same situation. It seems to handle the sun right into the front of the camera just fine.
So if there's one camera that needs to be improved, it would be the rear camera for aerodynamics of all the dirt and rain and everything that makes to the back of the car and gets stuck to it for the Model 3. That's the one that I have to wipe off the most as a Floridian, because I know the car moves it forward most of the time, but I do need to be able to see out of the rear view camera.
Yeah, as soon as you drive in the snow, that thing is immediately covered within 5 minutes.
Well, the problem we have here in Ontario is this salt brine that they put on the roads, and that comes up and cakes the entire car. It's significantly worse than any, snow or anything like that. I mean, it's like a thick, hard kind of casing almost. Even just to get it off the reverse cam or whatever, you almost have to wet your finger. It just won't come off very easily. So that's something they may want to address moving forward.
In Colorado, we have the mag chloride, so it's the same stuff.
Yeah, it's brutal.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Does anybody use hydrophobic stuff on that rear camera?
Yeah, anything hydrophobic will really help cameras. I mean, my autopilot, I've driven my 3 with coating on the windshield and cameras in rain before and after, and I have to say it did behave better. And navigate on autopilot when it says it's unavailable doesn't happen as frequently if the cameras can actually see as well. So if there's a coating for your windshield and the rear cameras and the side cameras, it might help it a little. No guarantees, but it's worth a shot.
Yeah, I was
Zach,
always
DM
curious
me
about
that stuff. I want it. Zach, DM me whatever that stuff is, please.
Okay, I'll send you a link.
For those of you that don't know, Zach is our Tesla cleaning expert.
The detail king. Don't
I
use
am a
Rain-X.
happy customer.
He has the best goods.
Okay, you just got a trip to Colorado, Zach, to teach me how to clean my Tesla.
Yeah, no one use Rain-X on the windshield. Sometimes it'll make your wipers like stagger. It'll skip itself. It just is not a good thing. There's different coatings specifically for windshields, or even just an actual ceramic coating on your windshield, which I do, and it makes the world of difference, and it doesn't fade, and the wipers still work flawlessly. And also, you won't use your wipers as much. I don't use my wipers on the highway really. The water just shoots off, and I think it lengthens the length of your wiper blade lifespan or whatever it is.
Zach, do you have a YouTube channel with like these kind of stuff going on?
Everyone asks me, and I'm gonna do it soon when I get around to it.
Do it, Zach, please, for
All right,
everybody.
well, at least like do a page where you like suggest cleaning products and how to use them and tips and tricks. Like do something. We'll all support you.
Do like a top 5 tips or top 5, top 10 things or something.
Yeah, that'd be a good YouTube video. Like
Zach, you could totally have a YouTube video, and the whole Tesla community on Twitter would support you, and you would get monetized. Like
100.
Yeah, for sure.
I wouldn't even do it for the monetization. I'd probably just leave it as is with whatever. I'm not in it for the money. It's just the time too.
But it would pay for your time.
And I think it would help other people learn too. You could teach people.
It will be pretty good. Do it. Hey, I just
don't think I would monetize it, honestly.
Just want to say I really think that software can overwrite the cameras, and I really hope that this is what we're gonna see in the winter conditions here in Alberta. And I can say, like, I was driving from Calgary to Edmonton this week, and I had some heavy snow, and there were some moments when I was overtaking a truck that I couldn't see at all. And I think my autopilot did the software did what it had to do to keep me in the lane. But for full self-driving, I think would be like a full-time thing, right? Like there are no lanes on the roads here, different from Ontario or maybe Colorado, where they really clean the roads on the streets. Here in Edmonton, like they're really white, and you can't see one lane at all. So yeah, do you guys think that this full-time software will be, like, the full self-driving, doing that full-time will be possible?
Yes. This is James Emiliano for sure. Basically, the car's already working on roads that I'm on here that have no lane markings and basically path predicting on that road. If COVID wasn't happening, man, I'd be up there in a heartbeat with my beta, and I'd go into the Northwest Territories with this thing just to prove the point, but I'm stuck in California. But I honestly believe that the way we path predict on a white road will be just as possible as when we're on a road with no lane markings and it goes into dirt. It's going to have to path predict that. Now, is it there yet? I don't know, because I can't test the theory, but I honestly believe that the software will be able to vision calculate based on the fact that when in Canadian roads, when we because our roads are slightly elevated and it slopes into a ditch for the snow to melt, the path prediction will base it off of that, and then also the ruts in the road and other factors to calculate where it has to be on that path to maintain its position on the highway. And of course, the other thing it will do is slow down, knowing that it doesn't have as much vision as it should, which sometimes humans don't do, and then that's when you see the car in the ditch because they think they can go 110 in snowy conditions. So I think that's why I honestly believe it'll be possible. And on the same note, with my trips north, the snow, I had 1.5 inches of snow on the back of the car. So I don't care what kind of heater they put on that car. They're not going to melt through that. But I found out that the two repeater cameras on the front quarter panels, they actually see behind the car. So now they won't see a car that's right on your tail, but they can see enough behind to know what's going on around the car and have some rear visibility. And of course, the 3 and the Y and the new S and the X have the interior camera, which you can see out the back of the car as well. So I think they're going to use all those different feeds to put together a 360-degree image in most weather conditions.
Jamie,
doesn't one of our beta testers have? Isn't somebody already driving on dirt roads quite a bit?
Yeah,
Is it
dirty Tesla.
Yeah, dirty Tesla.
Dirty
Yeah.
Tesla, I think, has some good snow videos with like he leaves his house and he's like practically in the woods. It seems like he leaves like on a dirt path that sometimes gets fully covered in snow with trees on both sides.
That stage, they should give me FSD.
I have a quick question to the FSD beta testers. Have you guys encountered ice on the roads, as in black ice, where the car...
No.
Well, usually humans can't really see much either, can't really recognize whether it's ice or not. But I was wondering if you've noticed anything about that, and whether the car is slowing down or it's just going again at 80 miles an hour.
I haven't encountered that.
Has anyone encountered like a flooded road? Just curious.
Yeah,
on
well,
FSD beta?
Omar did, right?
Yeah, Omar
just
had a video. So we have a lot of water that's downpoured up here to the point that you're going and it's like the truck next to you, you're blinded. If you're behind them or like right by the side of them, tons of water on the road. But my car actually recognized hydroplaning before I did, which is pretty amazing. And it took over like quickly, immediately.
No,
yeah,
actually,
that
there's
is
a
really
reason.
good.
No, actually,
I've experienced that before too, just with all-wheel drive. I mean, I don't have FSD beta. I mean, it's crazy. The wheels, they take over and they do what they're supposed to do when you hydroplane. It's insane.
No, if you actually look at the FSD time video, the first time on the autonomous driving, by the way, it's Nathan from Raleigh, North Carolina. So, but if you actually, I think Omar posted that video. There's like a year ago video which shows a drive-through of the car on a street and annotating the whole street. It actually shows an annotation on the street where it reflects the light and it assumes it's a puddle or it's a water on the street. So the technically system from a software point of view should be able to identify something is not right with the road because it's shining too much back to the camera.
I have driven through puddles that like maybe the car wouldn't know how deep the puddles were. I knew that they were okay because I knew the terrain. But I don't think the car can tell like if it's too deep or not yet.
Yeah, but I think that with all-wheel drive, it's like it's calculating, it's offsetting. So like if you start to spin out on water, the wheels correct. Like, have you guys ever experienced that before?
Right. I guess I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about like going through like a flooded road, like something deep.
Yeah, I was talking more from a black ice point of view or something, water on the street where the system can. But the last video which was posted there, I don't know what the software point of view they are taking in account of that value, but the annotation which they showed, like I think Omar was the one who found out, and he actually zoomed in that video at that time. It was pretty amazing. The annotation showed it as a wet road, even with a casual eye, you didn't see that, but the camera found that, or software found that. But I'm not sure whether that's been fed into deciding the driving factors yet.
I think I saw that video. And
may I ask a question about the FSD beta? To anybody who's got that. Yeah, to anybody who's got that. Well, I hear this, right? And I'm looking at this from like a sort of 35,000 feet view, right? I'm in the UK. And a lot of people here will not pay the money for full self-driving. Simply, people drive a lot less, the distances are shorter, etc., etc. And it's one thing watching the videos from particularly California. It's like straightforward. I get it. You know, all the roads are simple, they're clean, etc., right? And then you watch Kim's videos, which are more like Europe. And I've commented a few times on Twitter. It's like, this is good to see. This is inspiring. But has anybody? I haven't seen the Dirty Tesla channel, so this might actually cover it. Has anybody done any videos of roads like the ones we have in Europe? So I'm talking about no road markings. You've just got hedges and bushes and shrubs at the side. You know, it's uncharted territory almost. You know, there's like roads that are just not on maps. When we get to that point, that's the bit where I'm looking at. I'm trying to see, are we there yet?
Are you familiar with the YouTuber Tesla Driver? Because he's UK based and he does his regular autopilot tests. He doesn't have full self-driving, but he's been doing UK autopilot tests for like a year and a half now. And so he would be good to look at for that.
Oh, I have, and he does mostly motorway or what you call interstate driving, and like just like major roads. But I'm looking at from the FSD beta point of view.
Country road.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, I mean, I don't know.
And the country does exist in the United States too. Just so you know.
I mean,
I know.
So
I was being somewhat ironic.
So
Come to West Virginia.
So I don't know.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm in Virginia.
Yeah.
The
yeah,
western
like
part of Virginia, as a matter of fact.
Yeah. What's that, Kim? Just I think I know what you're talking about, Adam, with the like literal single lane country road where it's like you're driving through the pastoral, beautiful English countryside, and it's like room for one small car, and you know that's about it, and you know, but there isn't a lot of traffic, but it's like sort of winding, and
yeah, and if you meet another car, you've got to find somewhere to pull over to a park, or you've got to back up, that kind of thing.
So I don't think that we have anything like that here, but I have driven on country roads in Newport or on Quinnipiac Island where I live, that aren't quite that narrow, but that are narrower than two full cars, and that don't have any lane markings, and that it's like pretty rural and quiet. And I found that my car behaved as it did or as it does in a regular country set or regular city setting, which is that when it came upon a car and it needed to divert, that it would just sort of duck around or slow down or whatever. It always worked out. There was never anything where I got stuck and the car needed to back up. That said, I can go drive it. I can go drive those roads again this week and see what happens. But that is actually, I think, kind of easy, relatively speaking. It's when there's more traffic involved where it gets tricky. Like, so I think if you're going to be on a country road and driving along, you come along with another car, I think that my car would easily like pull over slightly to the side and probably let that other car go by is probably what would happen. Do you know what I mean?
I feel like I've seen some of your videos with a very similar example to that question.
Yeah, I mean, my car would handle that, I think. Totally.
Yeah.
Question to you, Kim.
Go, sorry.
So would you say that the car will drive in drivable space and leave the pavement and slow down, or will it stay on the pavement?
As of right now, I feel like it will stay on the pavement. The visualizations that we get, the red lines on the side are the boundaries, and the car will not cross that boundary. I don't think. I've never put it in that situation, but the boundary in the case that Adam is talking about would be, you know, the road to the grass. And I don't think that my car would go into the grass because it would not go outside the boundary.
One of the things that
I'll post a
Adam's
video. I'll post like a 30-second video of one that I've taken, for example,
Awesome.
from years ago. Like, and I'll give you an example and say, like, how would this deal with this? That would be interesting to see.
But one thing I will say is that is actually not an edge case, because where you live, that's normal. Like I am
exactly. That's my point.
Yeah, no, I don't think that this is going to be something that is difficult for them to overcome.
I agree with Kim. Everything that I've seen on the roads that I've done, when you give it a simple situation, I mean simple like a road with another car, no problem. It can handle it. It's when you give it 8 lanes of traffic with 50 cars, changing lanes, 3 left turn lanes, with an emergency vehicle. Yeah, okay, it's going to be like, I don't know what to do yet. But those simple cases, like I did a road on a back canyon road, and it nailed it first try. 0 interventions, handled the roads, oncoming cars, an emergency, like a snowplow, go figure, in California, a snowplow stuck on the side of the road with cones around it. It didn't even bat an eye. It just yielded, went around it, no problem. So those situations with a single obstacle, it handles well. It's those obstacles with like an enormous number of variables that it's still working through for edge cases to figure out.
And when you think about,
sorry, one thought that I had is Adam was mentioning how there's a lot of people taking up FSD in the UK, and I think somebody else mentioned it for China earlier. I wonder what the FSD take rate is, and what's interesting to think about is that the longer it takes Tesla to have FSD, there's a growing amount of pent up potential revenue that they could recognize once they actually obtain FSD, because a lot of people might be waiting until it's proven before they actually make the purchase. So let's say there's 2 million vehicles out there without FSD when they finally come out and say, okay, it's ready, and now it costs 15 grand, by the way. That's like $30 billion in potential revenue for Tesla. That's a thought that I hadn't had before, which is super interesting, and it's pure profit, right? Because 0 cost.
I wanted to acknowledge that actually for Tesla, and as most of us as owners, we're a little bit of Tesla ambassadors in a way, right? I think, the more that the more profit Tesla can make from this at this time is the money that they can put back into research and development and making it the system that much better, right? So, I heard some of you saying that in England, you guys don't have people that want to buy FSD as much, but I think something that we can think about is well, it's not just staying in a lane and driving on its own. We also have other things that are part of this suite as well. So, that's things like we have summon, and you can have smart summon. You can have the car find you in a parking lot. Those are all kind of other items that I think are really good for mentioning. Like, it's not just going to be the car driving itself on the road, because some people may not use it in a country road. If they live in a more of a dirt road or whatever. But if they can have the car find you in a parking lot as well, like, not only like somewhere out and on the road, but I don't know. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to say? Like, because right now we're trying to help Tesla.
I mean, just like now how like if you have FSD but you don't have full self-driving, but that means you have auto lane change on the highway. Like, that's something that you get if you have FSD. Like, I could totally see them like breaking it down in the future. And talking back to what Adam was saying about how people in the UK aren't going to necessarily want full self-driving, I actually agree with that. Like, there are instances where I'm, depending on the kind of driving that I do, if I was just strictly like living on the island, I live on an island, a Quidlick Island, and I barely leave this island unless I have to go to work. Like, I get that I actually don't need full self-driving, but you know what I would use it for is a robotaxi. So maybe I don't need full self-driving to get myself,
Hello,
to the grocery
Vincent.
store. But I will use it, to put my car on the network. And that's where I'm willing to spend the money for the FSD because I'm going to make money on the robotaxi network.
I think that the big hurdle though with robo taxis is, the big threshold that Tesla's got to cross is making Tesla owners feel comfortable watching their Tesla leave their garage and go off into the wilderness and pick somebody up and drop them off and come back, knowing that there is that possibility that that car could get in an accident, hit a pedestrian, whatever, and come back with damage on the car. And the question is, where did that damage come from? It hits another car, and chances are it's going to be the other car's fault, obviously, because Tesla's going to be a very smart full FSD robotaxi. But that other driver is going to say, no, it was the Tesla's fault. And so
Well, there's cameras on the
there's
all around the car.
Well, and that's what brings me to my point is that, and it would be nice to have Elon address this, is when the robo taxi's going without anyone in the car and it's going to pick somebody up, is Sentry effectively on the whole time, so that if something were to happen, you could go back and say, okay.
Well, that's dash cam now.
Yeah, it's dash cam. It's always. I think
it's always on.
But dash cam doesn't just turn on when there's a bump, when there's a collision.
Yeah, it's the honk.
No,
usually
it's
a
on
honk.
all the time.
Right. It's the honk, but
The
that's
honk
what I'm saying
that takes
is that
it. But
I think it records during a collision too, doesn't it?
No, yeah. If there's a collision, it's recording for sure.
But I think
there was the instance where it didn't for I think Kim Java just had this issue. She was in an accident and she I think it didn't save, and for some reason she had to contact Tesla to get that footage because she was so distraught in the situation where she forgot to honk or whatever or save the dash cam footage, and then she was not able to get it right away. But I think there's got to be more upgrades to that in the next coming like Model S and X refresh, and then the technology that'll flow down through that.
It
I
seems
would
like
say
when
that
when
with
it's
robotaxi-
they're doing a
the other day.
robotaxi though, it's going to be Tesla's liability, and I suspect Tesla is going to have all cameras recording during robotaxi times and potentially then sending that back to Tesla.
This is what I was actually wanting this feature. I wanted Tesla. I actually tweeted at Elon the other day if he could add a 24/7 recording off to like so you know how there's two USB ports. Having one towards a larger hard drive, and then having the only like the only events on like Sentry mode and stuff onto like the regular thumb drive. I want like a 24/7, even when the car is like off and is at home. I want it a 24/7 like surveillance system going around, and I really think that a lot of people can find that useful. And also, more just like what Marge said about adding more things to the sensitivity of triggering like an event, like a hard braking. I always thought that was included. Like when you press the brake hard, I thought that it saved the footage. Apparently not, but obviously the car can sense that it's braking hard and it can save the footage or something like that. You know what I mean? Or like when it detects that the car, lost stability, and it can save that just in case if someone crashed it from the side, it'd be able to get all that onto the thumb drive.
That would be the hope, and it would be great if it could just, whenever it was in robotaxi mode, that it could just record all the footage, and even ideally that you as the owner could monitor it real time from your phone. But I think that Elon Musk had addressed that at some point where he said the bandwidth is too constrained where you could just get real time video to your phone, maybe the occasional snapshot to your phone, like a bridge cam, traffic cam. But I don't think real-time video. I mean, who knows? Maybe with 5G,
I think 5G will fix it.
Dojo.
I believe Grindy only actually found something in the software that will show that Tesla will be able to stream directly to the phone. and that's almost there. I think.
I
don't know.
think Elon will tell us that
Yeah.
with the 5G in the new cars.
Regarding the question about having the cars record 24/7, I don't drive my cars that much. However, I've noticed that if I have Sentry mode on, my battery goes down quite steep. So I'm not
Exactly.
extremely sure how useful this is, because if your battery gets depleted in 5 days because you've only used Sentry, you're gonna have so many recharge cycles on your
Yeah.
battery that you'll basically ruin your
Well,
battery just by
But
having
why
your
aren't
car.
you?
yeah,
Why are you
because
plugging your car in for 5 days? Like, if you know, honestly, for me, I actually had somebody walk into my back door last month of my house and steal my purse,
oh
and my
no.
Sentry was not on.
Exactly.
And,
Yeah.
and I was like, you know what? Why wasn't my freaking Sentry on? So now my Sentry is on all the time, and you know what it means? I have to
And
plug in my car like, you know, a day earlier than I normally would
yeah,
have.
and this is why the problem is with Sentry is that it's looking for motion. It's always active and looking for motion, and that's what's draining the battery. It's not recording that's draining, because that doesn't really use that much power. What uses as much power is looking for any sort of things that move around the car. So I think by having the
Maybe
24/7
even the
camera on,
cameras
it's a
being
lot
on.
more efficient.
Maybe even the cameras being on do consume battery. I don't know.
Well,
So
or if you have a lot of activity where it's on, that will trigger it
Yeah.
more and it will drain your battery. But
Yeah, that's the
like
thing. Go ahead.
I mean, so like where I live, like it's usually me or my next door neighbor setting it off, and that doesn't happen very often. But if I park it in, say on a busy street, then it's going to have a lot more activations, and that's going to drain the battery a lot faster.
Yeah.
So if it's just parked at your house, you probably don't have to worry about it. But really, in the end, like, how much electricity are we talking about, and is it worth it just to leave it on? For me,
it's not about the
it's worth
electricity.
it.
It's about the drainage on the battery and recharging the battery and the battery cycles.
So,
How
do
many
you not
battery
have
cycles?
charging at home?
I do charge it at home, but
Well, so then plug it in. That's
If
it.
you
I
Yeah,
if
I
you
just
plug
leave
it in,
mine
it
plugged
doesn't use
in.
any. If you plug it in, it uses the mobile connector's power instead of using the 12-volt.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I think it's
That's
in
a good tip.
general. I think it's better for your battery.
When I'm home,
isn't it? Just
plugged
leave your
in.
car plugged in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A plugged-in battery is a happy battery.
Yep.
Yeah, and so to stay
That's
charged to
exactly
like
right.
50%, that's the best way to take care of the battery if you're going to be home for a while and whatever. Just stay a charge limit to 50%. So.
Yeah,
Yeah,
batteries don't like sitting at high percentages. So as long as it's not sitting at like 90, 100%, then it's fine. But don't leave it sitting at too high, because then the batteries don't like that.
I should mention, just remember the battery chemistries are all changing, and the batteries coming out of China now, they actually like being charged at a high state of charge. So we're gonna have to watch and make sure you track based on where your car is and where you live and what chemistry you have on those rules. Just as food for thought for everybody.
I just
Yeah,
want to say
every-
shout out to
Those
Omar.
are excellent questions to ask Elon too.
Yeah, Omar, your timing's good. We're talking about leaving Sentry on. We assume you got to leave Sentry on your car at all times because you never know when Greenspan's going to show up with a crowbar, right?
Well,
Boom.
I used to put Sentry on while I was parking on the street, but then I just got a parking garage spot, and honestly, part of the reason was like the whole battery thing. It's like, fuck, I'm gonna be, draining my battery all the time. I gotta go somewhere. Maybe Sentry took off just a little, a couple percent that I needed to get there, something, so put in the garage, they lock it at night, so then I can turn Sentry off. I feel like Sentry is just kind of like, I'm going to grab food, or like I'm in some kind of temporary situation where it's like, all right, just watch my car, and it leaves the car on. Normally you want the car to turn off, but in certain situations for a little bit, makes sense. Or if you're somewhere sketchy.
I mean, I
Or
kind
just
of
in a
live in
parking
a
lot.
city town-ish situation. You know, it's not like suburbia where I live. So I don't know. I mean, just the fact that somebody walked in right past my car into my back door and stole my purse. But also, you know, I have to parallel park a lot on the street where I live, like depending on where I'm going. But what really made me turn it on was the fact that I came in from just the grocery store. I came out to my car and there was a shopping cart in the back of my car. And I was like, oh, I wish I'd had Sentry on to see what happened. So now I just leave it on all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So
Does anybody
I keep my
live in a
Sentry on.
condo? Like, what do you guys do?
I live in a condo.
How do you charge? Like, I charge once a week. Like, I park my car right in front of my condo and I plug in the wire through my kitchen outside. And it's funny, but that's how I can't always go to the supercharger.
Yeah, unfortunately I can't do that. That would be a violation of HOA rule. So I rely on supercharging. I do.
Yeah, I do it at
supercharge
Saturday
about
night,
once a
so
week.
it's
Yeah.
okay. So far, so good.
We live in a newer condo where right now California is requiring some newer construction to actually have electric vehicle charging infrastructure in the garages themselves, and our building has that, so we're able to charge. It's not a Tesla charger, but I think it's called Juice Box, and there's at least 2 of them in our building, and then we just use the adapter to charge the Model S every night.
That's wonderful. Yeah, my neighbor also got a Model 3 a year ago, and I've been here for 10 years, and I've had my Model 3 for 2.5 years. And he actually went and talked to the HOA board, and now it's on the board agenda to look into possibly installing a public charger here in the community. We don't have that many Teslas here yet. It's a huge community. We have like 530 units. And I think I've only seen maybe single digit EVs around here. So I don't know how well that's going to go. But yeah, to answer your question, I live in a condo. My parking spot is outdoors away from my unit where I cannot even install a charger, even though they do allow you to install a charger, because I'm so far away from the meter. So I rely strictly on supercharging.
You guys, can I change the subject just real quick, because we're a little over an hour away from Elon talking, and I was curious, what are the things that you guys want to know in tonight's talk with Elon? Like, what are the burning questions? For we know so much because of all the sort of various different talks and the quarterly report that just happened, and of course the Model S and X refresh that just happened. But what are the things that you still want to know about?
I think one thing too about how Srini generally operates his stages, there's very few people on stage, and I think it's not scripted, but it's definitely structured, right? So it's going to meander in different ways, and I'm not even sure. It'll be interesting to see if they even take Q&A at the end.
By the way, I mean, even if they don't take Q&A, I'm just kind of curious what this group thinks. Like, what are you here for? To hear Elon talk about? Is it
I have no idea. It's probably going to be something
or
just here for
Elon.
Bitcoin, or
I'd love to hear like a long form discussion on FSD. Like basically,
that's what I want as an FSD beta tester.
I don't think it's going to happen.
Autonomy Day 2.0.
He can't say anything though because
I
there's
think
investment disclosure rules. But I don't know, maybe because
nothing
the market's
new.
closed.
Nothing new, but just drilling down on stuff like the Tesla, the robo-taxi app. How's it going to work? Map it out for us. How does it, like all the little things. How do you get paid? And it's just the ins and outs of.
Sounds like we need to get him in a different room and talk about this.
yeah.
Exactly. I wish he joined this room, because I think whatever room he's going to, it's not going to be any of these us hardcore, Tesla owners, investors.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's going to be like,
look at like it's like
what's your
Mark
favorite
Mason is one of the hosts. I think it's pretty interesting to hear them talk.
I'm curious if 2021.4 is version 11.
I mean, you look at the third row, like Omar. I mean, you got him during that third row podcast, and Kirsten, you got him to wax about stuff that, I'm sure the lawyers at Tesla were like, "Oh shit, this is some serious disclosure that's going down right now."
I feel like lawyers at Tesla are always saying, "Oh shit."
I'm sure
yeah, it was fucked up because we had like no idea what to expect. Like it was literally just Viv, who tweeted at him, and he like replied like, "Okay, sure."
Okay.
And then we had to track him down. Like literally, he like blew the time like 3 times. Like first it was like we were in the Bay Area, and then he's like, fuck, I forgot what it was. Like I gotta go to China or something like that.
Yeah,
and then
it was
like
a Gigafactory China was grand oopening. And
but still, at the end of the day,
at
the end of the day,
so he made up for all of that.
You guys had an easier time pinning him down than like Lex Friedman or Kathy Wood. I mean, you got him to give some serious, way better than any earnings call, and it would be great just to
and at his house.
And at his house, yeah.
So
well, first he invited us to SpaceX, and then he missed that meeting too. Like, wasn't his plane in like the Joshua Tree or some shit like that?
It was like in Baja, Mexico, I think.
Yeah. So and then he missed that, and we were like all there, and then he's like, "All right, fuck it, just come to my house tomorrow." We're like Willy Wonka's house, and it had a solar roof on it. But like we didn't know what to expect. We thought it was just going to be like, biographical or something. We didn't expect like we could just ask him about like FSD and batteries, and he would actually just like answer those questions. If we had actually known, like we could have thought of a lot better questions.
Well,
I
mean, we did have a list of questions, but the whole point to me, the underlying premise of the whole meeting was for him to clarify the misconceptions about himself, right? That's why what he said to Viv on Twitter. He's like, "Yeah, my Wikipedia is a war zone," right? So Viv.
No,
we thought it was
exactly.
You guys,
that was the whole premise.
You guys nailed
so
it
we
with the
just
approach.
Like,
make him comfortable, get him to talk about his life.
It was. I wanted to make it his platform so he could feel like he could come back, which he did with Sandy Monroe, which was like pretty crazy as well. I mean, Sandy sort of steals Tesla's secrets to make money, and so but he felt comfortable enough to do that with us. So I don't think it'll be the last time. And what I really want to do is do an episode and get like lots of questions from the community and just really get everybody's questions answered. So it's really like, for you guys, because
that would be awesome.
That's what it's all about.
Thank you guys. You guys do a great job with Third Row Podcast. That was really awesome.
Yeah, there'll be more in the future. We just had a lot of
YouTube.
We need to do one on FSD software.
Yeah, we're gonna do one on FSD. So that's already talked to Omar about it.
That'll be awesome.
And I think the new
Look forward to
batteries should be which car will get the new batteries and when. That would be a very good question, because I understand the Plaid Plus.
There's some you can kind of figure out which cars are going to have it now, because the Plaid Plus has to have the new batteries. The Cybertruck 500 mile range has to have the new batteries. There's a couple of cars that have to have it. This Tesla Semi has to have it. Other than those 3, I don't think anything else has to have it. So I think they're going to go with the sort of lower powered batteries as a result.
Because he was saying he's going to use a mixture of all kinds of whatever.
I think I have a pretty good idea about which cars are getting which batteries. Like, you literally have to figure it out like a puzzle,
It's based on
like,
definitely.
Yeah, but wouldn't they have to completely like make a different car? Like Plaid will have I assume, with
Plaid
a 360-mile
Plus.
range or whatever. We'll have the regular ones, while Plaid Plus with a 520-plus mile range must have the new batteries.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's obvious. Yeah,
correct. And that's why Plaid Plus is
Roadster has to
available
have the
until
new
the end of
batteries.
this year.
What about the Model X?
That's not having a Plaid Plus. They're conserving
based on
batteries.
range. No,
don't need it. Unless they come out with a 500-mile Model X, which is what I want. That would be amazing.
I'm sorry, break up the party. I'm going to chime in here. I think we're all getting ready for like the big hurrah at like 10 p.m. So we should probably like say what we need to say, wrap this up, and get ready for our awesome stuff.
Well, you guys did a great job hosting.
Yes, thank you so much.
Much appreciated.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you guys for doing this. It's cool.
Yeah.
Amy, thanks, Kristen.
Yeah, thanks everyone for coming. We really loved doing this. It's a great idea, Amy.
Thanks,
Shout out
Case.
to the Third Row.
That's
yeah,
a great
all
room.
hail the Third Row.
Yeah.
Maybe just invite Elon here.
Best shit ever.
Also,
Thank
shout
you.
out to Omar. You the man.
Yeah, shout out to Shout out
to all
to
you guys in
Carson.
the
Yeah,
audience.
great stuff.
And
Shout out to Marge. Shout out to Kim.
And a huge shout out to Plum.
Thanks, you too, James.
Let's give it all out there, and then let's get back on this in like a few minutes. Give everybody like 15-minute refresh.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks all. Love you guys.
Thanks.
And we'll
Love
see
you
you on the
guys
next
all.
chat.
See you soon.
We should definitely do this again.
See ya.
Stay safe, everybody.
All right. Bye, family.
Isn't Elon's talk starting in 1 hour and 15 minutes?
Yes. 15 minutes.
1 hour 15.
1 hour and 15.
1 hour. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Colorado time. Oops. Let's all have like dinner and like a drink or whatever.
There's still
so we can continue
to chat.
All right. Take care.
Bye. Great. It's a fascinating discussion.
Yeah.
All the heavy hitters were there.
Yeah, it's crazy. I just started a room with me and Kate.
Allow the next 5.
Nash, but does your premium go up as well when the price goes up? Because I know some people are also doing that with their insurance.
Yes, the premium does go up, but it's not by much.
Okay.
Mercifully not by much. But that is me. I'm less than 50 years old. I have a clean track record. If it is a 20-year-old or lesser, or if it's 25-year-old, then its premium is going to go sky high. They hate all the under 30s anyways. So their premiums are going to be terrible.
So how would you all feel if they took away full self-driving as a purchasable option and it's only a subscription?
I wouldn't like it.
Yeah, I wouldn't like
I
it.
wouldn't like it at all. No.
Well, but are you saying that you would not like it because you guys are full purchase owners right now? So if you go subscription, I think that's cool, that's fine. But what
for the
happens
new car?
because yeah, for the people who paid outright for it, because the subscription model will go with me wherever I go, right? I just keep paying the subscription. Well, what about those that already purchased it?
Raj, I think you bring up an interesting point because I think it's going to depend on the type of driver, right? If you're a long-term car holder, then that matters for you to purchase it outright. But if you switch your cars every 2 to 3 years, and that might be the case now as technology is changing, then I would rather have a subscription depending on what the monthly cost is, right? Because you have to do a cost weigh.
Yeah. It depends on what the subscription frequency is. If it's like a month, that would be great. If it's like 6 months or a year, do it a year at a time. I don't know if I would do that.
You know, I have a Model 3 that I bought in 2018
out there though.
It's a long range rear wheel drive, and I paid it off, and it has FSD, and it has the FSD beta, and it's so great. It's like, wow, I just have this self-driving car. I don't need to pay anything. I don't need to pay any car payment. I don't need to pay any subscription. I just have this car, and it has FSD on it, and I think that's pretty good. You know, like if your car can actually go make money, like obviously there's still a lot of laws and technology that needs to change before this can happen, but if you just assume that, then you know you might be able to sell your car for say $35,000 today, but it may be able to make $30,000 to $60,000 in gross profit a year. So why would you sell it if it can make, you know, $30,000 to $60,000 of gross profit a year? So the whole kind of trade-in question then becomes, you know, different. But I think it's good to have both options. But clearly they're raising the price because they want to encourage people to do subscriptions. It's a better model for them.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of pent-up frustration out there as well with those people who have, you know, purchased FSD and, you know, thinking that they would have a self-driving car in a couple years, and they waited and waited and, you know, are still waiting. You know, I think that's going to be a difficult thing to, you know, for Tesla to overcome as well.
I just know I would not. How do I say this? There's no way. I mean, I guess financially, I don't have to let somebody pay me money to drive our car, but like, there's no way I'm letting people get inside our car and drive it around. That's just me. Like, I know a lot of people though that have a business, it's a fleet, it's totally different. But if our car is our daily driver and it's at work and somebody wants to rent it out for the day or whatever, like, I don't know, like, you know, use it like
I can speak to that a little bit. When I got my Nissan Leaf, in 2011, I rented my Honda CRV through Getaround, which was before Turo. And this was a 1997 CRV, and we're talking 2011. So this is a 14-year-old car with 100,000 miles on it. I made more renting that CRV out every year for 3 years than the car was worth. And I finally sold it only because Getaround changed their model and forced me over to Relay Rides, which became Turo, and they wouldn't take a car that old. So I was making $3,500 a year renting out a car that I eventually had to sell for $2,700. Then I moved to Relay Rides and I started renting out my minivan. And I was doing pretty good with the minivan. It was a 2004 Odyssey. Eventually, it also got too old for Turo, and so I actually sold that to the same girl that I sold my Honda CRV to. It was a daughter of a friend, and she had a bakery that needed the car. And then I bought I intentionally purchased a 2014 Odyssey with 8 seats and 8 seat belts, so that because I was getting a lot of requests. I was getting a lot of requests. Do you hold 8 seat belts? So I was renting that car, and when I got my Model 3 almost 3 years ago, my plan was to rent both cars and drive whichever one wasn't rented. So I figured, I'll rent the Model 3 and I'll rent the Odyssey. And then around that time, I was making enough money renting the Odyssey to pay for both payments. And I said, well, screw that. I'm not going to rent the Model 3 because I don't have to. I think in the time since then, there were just living in the Bay Area, there were so many people who jumped on that bandwagon that I didn't want to give away my car for, an ungodly low amount of money just to try to compete in that space. So I let other people rent their cars out. I've actually, with COVID, I stopped renting my Odyssey as well. But I decided not to rent the Model 3. But I bought it initially. I'm like, maybe it doesn't matter so much. The only reason I would say it doesn't work right now, or that people should think twice about it, I'm on a lot of Turo owner groups on Facebook, and I think that things have gotten very slanted against the owners. Turo's has their own goals to make a business and do what they're doing. And as an owner in many of these different companies over the last 9 years, I don't like where things are going for the owners, and I don't think they have your back if something actually happens.
On that same note, do you think the cameras inside the Model 3 or Model Y or whatever for robo-taxi, like if somebody ruins the inside of your car, do you think there'll be a way to access, if there's multiple rides, somebody, I don't know, did whatever, threw up or something.
That's a very interesting question.
Gets in.
So that's ostensibly why they put the camera in the car. It's it's a very wide angle, and it's supposed to kind of give you an idea what's going on in the car. I think it remains to be seen because it's it's still out there in terms of what they're going to do with it and what the liability is, and we don't really know if it's still going to be the case as they positioned a long time ago, that I'm going to wake up one morning and there's a switch in my app where my car is now suddenly in the robotaxi network. But I'll tell you, as a long time, I was on VRBO renting a condo in Hawaii too, so I totally get the person-to-person sharing thing. I do vacation rental stuff. I rented my car, and people are like, "Oh, I can't believe you let other people drive your car." And I said, "You know what? It's an investment. It's not my prized possession, and it's working for me, and it's making money." And I think that's where the whole Tesla thing comes down. By the time my car could be in the robotaxi network, my car will probably be close to paid off. And if I can turn on a switch that, as somebody was saying earlier, allows me to generate $30,000 or whatever the number is in income a year, then I would not only happily do that, I would try to buy a couple of more and sit back and collect that revenue. Then I don't care what people do to the car because it's a business expense. The main issue is the concern of liability. And if you address, and that's why Tesla's getting into insurance, because they will likely end up being the liability holder for people that are on the network. And if that's the case, and they can prove that they got my back better than Turo does, then I would do that all day long.
Yeah, and they'll have currently video evidence for
I think
any wrongdoing.
Listening to Turo people, it sounds like a total disaster. like a nightmare.
It's not a disaster until something happens, and I got lucky. I never had a single incident. The only thing that ever happened is a girl took my CRV to San Francisco and left her backpack in the back, and somebody busted a window. And
yeah,
that was on Getaround. It wasn't on Turo, but Getaround took the car and got it fixed. And even there, I was not happy with it. They took it to, I don't even know where they took it. The people that replaced the window did a lousy job, and the tint didn't match, and the trim was all messed up. But again, I didn't care, right? The car was worth $3,000, and it was making more than that every year.
Yeah, I feel like it's a little bit different with Teslas too, though, because number one, they're electric, and a lot of people are not, especially someone who's renting a Tesla, might not know how to.
They don't even know how to open the doors.
Right, open the doors. They might just scratch up your doors just poking at it. They might run your battery to zero. Like, I mean, I've heard.
You know what the number one problem is? It's curb rash. So, I drove my car for 2 years. I rashed 3 of the 4 wheels, and I got them all fixed. And now I am super careful with it. There's no way that anybody else is going to drive it.
So what's interesting is I've been touring my Tesla for a couple months now. Out of the 8 people who've rented it, 7 have bought Teslas using my link.
So that's exactly.
So like anyone who has a Tesla, like as far as like spreading the word, people have such uncertainty, and to Omar's point, it's a radically new thing. You don't even know how to open the doors. So giving a person like a weekend, 4 or 5 days to go take the kids, go run errands and stuff, and to live with it, plugged in at home, see it charge up. Most of the people who rent mine they just plug it into 110-volt outlets at home, and they recover 20-30 miles a day. They realize it's totally doable, and it kind of works out for them.
And see, I noticed that with Turo. When I was doing Turo, almost all of the people that would rent my minivan, half of them came in as SFO, to the area and wanted to rent a car for a lot of people. Others were local, but all of them ended up being things where I was doing a super amount of hand-holding to somebody that had never done Turo before. And you're doing the same thing with people that have never driven a Tesla before, and your reward for that is the referral program, good or bad. It used to be a lot better, obviously, but it's really about butts in seats. It's an extended test drive and a chance for people to learn about the car, and depending on how free you are with your time to tell them everything, they learn a lot from that, and everybody wins, right? They end up going and buying a car.
They do learn a lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I actually have 2 currently on the program, and I sent them videos prior to rentals, and they really thank me for the information. But I've had no issues so far with Turo, and this is my 3rd Model 3 I've got on the program, and about every 7 months I actually sell when the miles get up, and then just buy another one and rotate through.
So I think the one thing that's really important to do with that is, it's a liability and it's a safety thing, and provided that they're not being totally crazy. I'll tell you, the reason that I switched off of Getaround is Getaround dropped their advanced reservation program, and they wanted to go to an instant rental where any user could pick up a car like a zip car with no personal contact to me. And I didn't go for that because I want to know who's taking my car, right? And
the video sending somebody a video prior to renting it is brilliant. It'd be nice if they could add a feature inside the Model 3
to play it on the screen.
So as soon as it's a new driver, they can play a quick 30-second thing. Hey, dude, this is what you do here. This is what you do there. And
you could set a favorite in the browser, and then you could just have a little note in the car that says, tap here, 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 and here, and play this video if you didn't get a chance to watch it yet.
Yeah, that's
right.
Not a bad
that
idea,
would be great.
But here in Australia, we have some similar feature like Turo. It's called ev.com.au. So I have 2 of my cars, my Model 3 and my Model X on hire there. And of course, I try to drive more traffic to my YouTube channel, cheap ass that I am.
Nice.
So I send out links of what they can do in the car through my channel. So that gives me a little bit more, the hits on the channel. But it's really good.
I got to do that with
Steve
the
was saying,
Cybertruck.
Yes. I would love to have the Cybertruck, and the Australian Outback is probably waiting for the Cybertruck to come, because we can really put it through its paces and see if the car is ready for Mars. We have nearly Mars-like terrain in many spots, so it'll be good to drive the Cybertruck here in Australia. We're looking forward to it.
Will 500 miles of range be enough for it?
in Australia?
Yeah, 540 is about 900 kilometers. So we have reasonable amount of DC fast chargers, and more importantly, we have a widespread caravan park architecture. So all the caravan parks have at least 2 to 4 three-phase chargers. So that's pretty good. So for an overnight charge, it's more than sufficient. Even now, right now, I know 2 Melburnians, Victorians as we call them, and they are going around Australia just charging on caravan parks. So they're trying to test the infrastructure too. So it would be reasonably possible to go across the length and breadth of the country. It'll be interesting, really.
Just saw that
Matt, do
Ryan
you
at the
have
Kilowatts joined. Love to hear his input on Turo.
Say that again?
Just saw that Ryan at the Kilowatts just joined the group here and would love to cars on Turo.
To speak. Let's see if Ryan.
Yeah, can you
So,
hear me?
I think that I haven't Turo'd my car because I Turo'd my BMW when I had to get my Model 3 before my lease ended. And, I haven't Turo'd out the Model 3, but I think that if the car was autonomous, it would be a dramatically different situation. Number one, you don't necessarily have to rent it out for a day or even do like an Uber thing. You could, move food around or packages or just go somewhere and collect data, like take a picture of something or, collect weather data or like use other sensors on the car. So there's like a ton of things you could do besides giving, people a ride, and you could limit it to like your friends or, so like, would I let my sister borrow my car? No, but.
Well, I felt bad jumping in, but I didn't want to interrupt that room and what they were talking about.
Well, I started that room because I didn't know what I was doing, and I thought, okay, cool, I'll just randomly name it something, and Illuminati popped up. So.
Oh, that's too funny. That's too funny. So you actually started that room. Did you just end that room as well?
Yeah, I started that room, and I somehow found myself in here.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming on over here.
Jonna, your room was really popping. I know. It's still, well, Al just texted me. He's like the head admin now because I left. I didn't mean to leave.
Too funny. Well, yeah, this is just meant to be like a chance for us all to chat prior to the call. I mean, I know a lot of people have been going back and forth about what they're expecting from the call. Yeah, just wanted to see what people were thinking about it and get early thoughts. I mean, I don't think this is going to be a big like Tesla call, and obviously, my channel is primarily focused on electric vehicles, but I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are. Who's done research? I
personally feel like it's almost Super Bowl. I'm really I'm curious to hear what Elon is going to say and what kind of questions are going to be asked. I've been in all these chat rooms for the last few hours, but I would imagine the chat room that he's going to be in, there will be a lot non-Tesla people. That's what I'm hoping, or people that are curious about Tesla, who are not expert Tesla users like we are. So I'm really interested to hear what those other people are going to be asking.
I'd like to hear those questions too. I wonder if Elon will feel that he can speak freely, a little bit less restricted than Twitter.
Yes.
I'm sure that a lot of it will be.
Can I be a moderator?
Neuralink as well, especially given that Elon just tweeted asking for people to join Neuralink and get a job there. So maybe that's going to be a big part of it. We'll see.
Hey, can I shoot in? I see that this evening there's a lot of focus on the autopilot and the pricing and everything, and I think it would be really nice if somebody could prepare like a little bit more about that. So since this is the first time Elon comes on this app, that it's not just like a huge full self-driving, bring the price down.
Wait,
Focus.
so high level, who's done research on this show? Are they normally talking about car stuff at all, or I'd like to first cover.
No, there aren't.
Yeah, so like we all seem
It's
to
probably
think
going to be about Bitcoin.
Is
going to be about crypto, most likely.
I think most of the questions will be about his recent Twitter profile change.
Okay, so that we were almost expecting he's going to make a Bitcoin announcement.
I don't know about announcement.
Maybe he's going to announce he's going to use the Dojo computer to mine Bitcoin.
Yep. Okay, let's go. Sorry.
What's up?
Dogecoin is probably going to explode tomorrow.
Sorry.
Maybe Dogecoin as well. It's been on a wild ride over the past 2 to 3 days.
Hey, can somebody promote Dan or make me an admin so I can promote Dan?
All right, so who here has actually listened to this show before? Has anyone, or is this all of our first time because of Elon's presence?
I've listened to I've listened to it before. There was a Reddit, the Reddit CEO was on it like a few days ago. Kind of in the midst of all the GameStop frenzy, talking about Wall Street bets. So the way the show is kind of formatted is there's 4 co-hosts, who basically just have a live interview with the guest. And they don't take audience questions. Maybe they'll change that this time since there's probably going to be world records set on the Clubhouse audience. But yeah, it's just like a free-flowing conversation. It's pretty interesting.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
I know previously too they had said
about Bitcoin then.
Or add their crypto, which is likely.
Crypto, yes.
Yeah, also don't be surprised if a lot of us aren't able to get into the actual hosting itself. We might have to watch from a different channel or etc. Because I think they put a 5,000 cap.
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
Yeah. Hey,
Ryan.
y'all. There will be echo rooms. People with 2 devices are able to get into the main room. Will be echoing it into other rooms. So try to get in the main room, but if not, there'll be
Sounds like it's going to be great quality.
Yeah, how do you find out about the other rooms? They'll just show up in
They'll
your
pop
feed?
up all through the hallway. Don't worry, everyone will be able to listen in. You might not be able to get in the main room because of the 5,000 cap, but there will be other rooms that will be rebroadcasting it.
There's my latest retweet actually has the YouTube link where you can watch it.
Just a heads up that is against like Clubhouse's policies. Obviously, you do what you wish, but that is against their policies to like record these or present them on like separately. I mean, obviously,
I'm not doing it, so it's someone else.
I'm just giving a heads up on that one. But yeah, definitely like echo rooms and whatnot. Also, by the way, this is something I wanted to highlight on this call. If you guys have a chance, if you have invites, please go to your Twitter or go to like someone else that's already posted. Like Whole Mars blog posted and I posted earlier, like offering to give like a few invites just to my friends. And I've got 4 invites that, if someone here knows someone that needs one, I'm happy to share one of my 4. But like, if you've got extra invites, go ahead and share so that way people can get into the app and follow through traditional means.
Which is an awesome offer, but the reminder, people do not need invites to get onto Clubhouse. Anyone can download the app, get on the wait list, and anyone on Clubhouse who knows them will probably get a notification ping that allows you to wave them in off the wait list without an invite. So if you're out of invite, just have people download the app and create an account, get on the wait list, and odds are you probably will get them in on time.
Yeah,
we have
Sam
Rob
Chorus
Mallon
here from ARC.
Tesla Daily is here. Hold on, let me invite Sam in here as well. This
is
Anwar Beck.
Here.
Yeah, 1 second.
Wonder what Kathy's been up to.
Dude, I'm pretty sure he can't say much.
Paper.
Shout out Kathy.
Elon to get in here.
Shout out Kathy.
He's representing for the ARC crew. Rob, hold on. I made Rob a speaker. What happened here? Invite to speak.
Hey, while we wait for
Rob, can you hear us?
How's that 5,000 cap work? Like, is it first come, first serve? How do we know about this 5,000 limit on that room?
It is first come, first serve, and they will overshoot it slightly because they can't stop it. So they'll probably get about 5,400 people in the room.
Hey, Sam, and then in terms of say what's up for the ARC crew, if you can. I think I made you a speaker. Hold on. Sam, are you there?
How's it going? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Ark Invest
we
in
can
the
hear you.
house.
Arg in the house.
Where's Tasha, man?
Where's Steve Mark Ryan?
I'm probably on Yahoo Finance trying not to punch someone in the face. I'm just here listening in.
Okay.
Hey, Ark, we're all on the edge of our seats waiting for the refresh on your price target. When's that coming out? No pressure.
No comment. Hey, listen, guys. Sam can't talk about any of this. He's just
Sam left the room.
fanboying like all of us.
Nah, I'm just messing with you. We love Kathy. Love to Kathy.
Shout out, Kathy.
Kathy said in the next month or so it'll come out.
Oh
Hey
shit!
everyone.
Sam is
Did
the
Raj
man.
leave?
No, I'm right here.
Oh, well,
Raj, what's up?
Raj who?
Is Tesla Raj in the house?
Tesla Raj. What's going on, guys?
Buddy.
Oh, there he is.
Bringing some floss to Clubhouse.
Hey, Raj fixed his name, so he's not just Tesla anymore.
Yes.
Unfortunately, mine is still Tesla.
I'm not
So
sure
Joy,
what
you can
I'm
add.
I think
not a
mine
bad
is
thing.
too.
Nash is fine. Nash is fine.
So you have to create a creator name, and then you can change it. You can fix it.
Yeah, this
So
group is
somebody in
awesome.
another room was saying that if you put the notification on for the room, that like holds it. So maybe that's not the case. Do you guys know?
I think you can change your name once, so be careful. I think there's only one time you can change your name.
Yeah, I used
Yeah, but I'm
that.
talking about.
So my name is forever Tesla on in Clubhouse now.
Thank you very much, Omar.
But you're talking about the 5,000 person cap, and yeah, I believe that by putting down you're interested, you are reserved. But I definitely think we'll probably this call.
There's no reserves. It's just first come first serve to get in the room.
Okay, so we actually probably consider closing this room well before 10 then.
Sweet.
Because I'd hate for us all to miss it, or this could become an echo room.
Right? Possibly.
Hey,
Illuminati.
Omar, can you just invite Elon in here so we can have our own little shindig before his? Because I definitely want to talk Tesla.
Yes. The pre show, it's going to be called.
The Tesla 14th row.
There should really be a skill testing question to get into Elon's room. You know, like what define orders of magnitude or something.
Last row Tesla.
Good, actually.
What is
I've heard some bad questions this evening. Like I've been in so many rooms where like they're like, hey, if you could ask Elon any question, and I think a bunch of you guys have already been in rooms with me, but like somebody asked, we were on a call and some guy was like, oh, if I could ask Elon a question, I'd ask him if he would put balloons over Africa to provide internet to everybody in the world, and if he would consider internet via balloons. And man, it just
isn't that what
crazy
Google just shut
like
down?
Project Loon.
Yeah, right.
Probably because of Starlink.
But like Starlink, like the guy just had no clue about Starlink, and it was a big talking head in one of these rooms, and somebody else was like
Rookie
talking about how he's testing Neuralink on humans already, and just all kinds of crazy stuff that people are just saying. It's crazy the stuff that people say.
They just don't read or research at all.
Yeah.
Holy shit, guys! Dude, Gally is here. Oh my god.
Oh, Gally.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Yo, what up, Hyper Chain?
Hyper Galley.
Followed.
What's
up?
Change?
What up, Clubhouse?
What's up,
Yo.
What up?
I want to
Gally,
hear.
did
I
you
want to
go on
hear a
CNBC,
Clubhouse where
by
Rob
the way?
Maurer and Gally just go at it, like pound for pound. Like this is duke it out. Just the two of
That'd
them.
be nice. Right now.
But
And
actually,
Stephen McRyan's probably passed out.
on the real though, I would like to hear both Rob and Gally's thoughts on, there's a lot of speculation that there'll be some kind of Bitcoin announcement, or at least talk about Bitcoin. I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are.
Well, so what Elon was going on a different talk show tonight? Is that like what's going on?
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah. In about an hour, Elon's going on the show Good Time, which a lot of us here have never heard of before. And just separately, it's kind of spun up into a conversation, obviously with his recent bio change to basically suggest it'll be about either Dogecoin or Bitcoin.
God, I hope it's just about
The
Dogecoin.
Dogecoin.
It's almost certain not going to be about
those things,
Dogecoin.
I hope it's about Dogecoin. I'm getting wrecked.
That's because there's an infinite supply of Dogecoin, and Dogecoin is not real, man.
Hey, he fooled me, man.
Don't
It's all
crush
right.
dreams like that.
I wonder if there'll be
Can we
time to
get
ask some
Dan from
technical
What's Inside back
questions.
as a
Yeah. Hey, Dan is just
talker?
in listen. Dan is
Hey,
on
he's
listen
Dan
mode
said. Hey,
only,
Dan said he can't talk right now. He can only listen.
but
Oh,
he's
okay.
listening. So if you guys want to give him a shout out, he can hear you.
Yeah, you can hear it. Yeah, he can't talk.
What up, Dan?
What up, homie?
Yeah,
What
yeah,
up?
just
What's
sit.
inside?
Agree with most of what he's saying, but Rob, I'm curious your thoughts on like basically should Tesla be any part invested in Bitcoin?
Yeah, I mean, I'm open to it. Honestly, I wouldn't mind if Tesla converted some of the balance sheet over. I think Galley's talked about that a lot on his channel too, and I think he's made some good points. Plus, I think if Elon and Tesla bought in, I think Bitcoin immediately is going to increase probably at least 50%,
You've
and
already seen
probably
it.
well beyond that. Yeah, and we've already seen some of that. So,
So here's a
it
question.
kind of locks up some of the currency. But
Dude, the
to me,
power
it's
of like
worth it.
Elon's Twitter is just insane. Like he just changes his
Completely.
bio to Bitcoin. It just jumps 20%. He says, "I'm
Phenomenal.
going on Clubhouse." Everyone's like, "What the? Like, give me an invite."
If Tesla did convert some percentage of their balance sheet to Bitcoin, would they have to disclose it?
I'm sure they would.
Yeah, it'd be an
That's a good
asset.
question.
Yeah.
They have
They
to,
have
of
to
course.
disclose it to Gary Black.
Vincent, can you talk now? I just made you a speaker, I think.
They would definitely have to disclose it. It would be an asset on the
Because
balance sheet.
what would the timeline be? But when they'd have to disclose it, the quarterly, like the 10Q, or
Probably the
Yearly.
quarterly earnings report.
Yeah, the 10Q hasn't come out yet, has it?
well,
I don't think so.
and I don't think they've actually made any big. I mean, it's possible they have, but I'm guessing that knowing Elon, it wouldn't have happened until a later point in time, or until roughly now, if it does happen.
And then Gordon Johnson will call Bitcoin a busted growth story.
What do you guys think of Neo stock?
What? Neopets?
No. What do you guys think of Neo stock?
Bro.
At
Neopets.
Autonomy Day,
Neo
record
is
just
like
scratched.
I don't know.
Zoom
about
in
Neo,
an iPod world. I don't know.
about Neo at Autonomy Day, I asked Elon Musk who he thought some of the competitors would be, because the traditional car makers are definitely not competitors, and he said he's not sure, but the most likely candidates would come from China. And I said, you mean like Neo? And he said, no, definitely not Neo. I guarantee 100% Neo is going bankrupt. But that was 2 years ago.
Wow.
And the stock has like.
Well, he was right
gone.
though. They got really close. They spend money on a lot of stupid things.
Oh my God. We need Hindenburg.
Yeah, without the bailout,
They have these
the
like
government,
huge
they would have
stores.
bankrupt.
The battery swap. Elon tried that. I don't know what they're
Yeah.
thinking.
And they're
But
still losing a shitload of money every quarter. So I don't know
Neo
how
is
they're.
Neo is just an automotive company. They're not an energy company. They don't have the growth potential of the energy side, the software as a service side, or any of the other aspects that Tesla adds value.
And no tequila, no flamethrower.
What other company? What other company has the software?
Nikola.
No, the software.
For sure,
No.
Nikola.
Nobody
Yeah,
has a
yeah,
software.
Nobody.
So the
Xpeng.
software is the difference. Like,
I think Xpeng has a
who
part
has-
of the Tesla software.
There are companies
I
that
think
make
Lucid.
software and there are companies that make cars.
You guys are such fanboys and fangirls. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, don't apologize.
And you're not.
Evil's
Yeah,
guilty
you're
as
in the fucking
charged.
Roadster video screaming.
Hey, we have UK in the house. Will, what time is it? Is it like Feb 1st?
Like
I'm
6
barely
a.m.
awake. Hello, everybody. It's 5 a.m.
Oh
So,
my
morning. Good morning.
That's
morning,
Will. 4:15
So,
p.m.
I thought
Will
I'd
is
jump
Feb.
in, and I think the one thing you guys are forgetting is there's a company called Mobileye, right? And yes, they're just software, and they were bought out by Intel. But Like some of that stuff they've been doing for the last, I don't know, 4 years, 5 years.
But that's the thing. Mobileye is the biggest competitor, but their parent company, Intel, is just getting fucked from all ends. On the server side, Apple's making their own processors now. Like,
oh yeah,
their business might collapse, right? Like, they're expecting everyone to keep buying these Intel processors. What if they just start running
Honestly,
ARM?
Mobileye will be the first thing they sell to stay alive. So
Exactly. But when it's like rocky stewardship, that doesn't help their chances. And they're like focusing on Israel.
Who remembers the MP3 player wars? Expanded. I think they just expanded into Berlin, and they were talking about how, because we're all saying, well, HD maps, it's not scalable. Look at Waymo, you can't just go into another town and then map it out. It takes time, it's expensive. Mobileye is talking about they went into Berlin and they mapped that entire city in 2 days, and now and vision only, no LiDAR. They got cars on the roads there after 2 days of mapping the entire city, just using the existing cars on the road. I think
that's incredible.
And the other thing is they're already in. I mean, BMW, Audi, Volkswagen, Nissan, Honda, General Motors. They all use their equipment.
Yeah, they've got
software,
data. They've got data.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like 40 million cars.
That's their key thing.
Yeah, it's pretty.
So here's a question I want to transition this a little bit. What does everyone think about the Apple car? What does that look like? What is that project? Where are we on that?
I think the joke.
There is no Apple car.
I think that's a joke.
How many adapters does it have?
I think it'll be more than 100,000.
No, we
Yeah,
haven't
the
heard of
dongles
Project
do more
Titan
than the
for a very
car.
long time.
We'll have to
They've
get
been working on the Apple car almost as long as they've been
Hey
working
guys,
on Waymo.
less people talking at once. We're all talking at the same time.
Believe it when I was just going to say, the Project Titan has been in works for a very long time. They've been hiring and then firing, hiring and firing. I don't see it happening within the next 10 years for sure.
My thing is,
I think it's air power number 2.
My thing is, whenever Elon was talking about how he almost went bankrupt on the Model 3, he said that he called Tim Cook, and all of a sudden, like, Tim Apple answers the phone to fucking Hyundai? That doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, that's what's shocking me the most. These rumors that they're working with Hyundai don't make any sense to me. And the only other reason why I brought it up recently is because when I was out there looking for spy photos of the Plaid car, I actually saw more of the their early Lexus prototypes with the massive deck of sensors on top. I saw a couple recently. Actually, I was with Arash out driving on recently. We saw more of them, and I've not seen them in over a year. And so the conversation about Hyundai and then specifically seeing them back out there testing again, it brings up interesting questions because I thought they've given up enough times by now. The money's in EVs.
Yeah, my issue
Maybe
is
they're gonna buy Hyundai.
But I think the biggest issue for me is why would Apple team up with Hyundai? Hyundai is the brand is just a polar opposite from Apple. That's what's why I don't even think it's
I think Hyundai's desperately trying to
Apple doesn't make large acquisitions like that. The biggest is
Hyundai's trying
Beats.
to pivot.
Actually,
That's just the
Hyundai-
manufacturing
Hyundai
contracts.
has an innovation and robotics venturing
Right.
lab up in Silicon Valley called Hyundai Cradle.
I
And
think we're gonna
at
see
CES last year, their entire booth had no cars but a Uber Elevate helicopter. So Hyundai is actually doing a lot of cool things.
Dude, hold on.
Didn't they just buy Boston Dynamics?
Did Praveen just join? 1 second.
Yeah, they bought Boston Dynamics also.
Eli, do you see him on here?
Hyundai did?
Gally, what's up, bud? It's Dan Dill. When are we going to get some opportunity to invest in SpaceX through HyperGuap?
HyperGuap.
Praveen, bro, can you hear me?
Hey, actually, go ahead, Gally. Do you have a second on that? Would you like to just give us your thoughts on HyperGuap, and if you can, say anything about SpaceX and HyperGuap?
He's staying mum.
No comment.
Are you
He's
there?
sipping his coffee.
No comment.
I just want to say, I think Apple, what are you going to see software? I don't think we're going to see a car at all. I think it's going to be like Google is doing with Volvo. I don't think we're going to see a car. I think we're going to see a software, like a whole operation system in a car. I think that will be it.
Hey, Praveen, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
What's up, dude? I think people on this call don't know who you are. I can't make an intro, I don't think. But guys, this guy's pretty critical to Tesla and what it is today. I'll just leave it at that.
Made the brand.
Yeah, ex-head of Tesla. We know him. Forbes. I've read what you on Forbes as well. Welcome, Nate. Welcome to the group.
Anwar Beck's little brother is his main title, actually.
Oh, is it right?
Praveen, did we meet you in San Jose after Autonomy Day? In a hotel room downtown San Jose?
That does not sound good.
No. You did not. Praveen was not there.
All right.
Hey guys, Rafael here. I just want to say hi to everybody, all my brothers from the Tesla community. Thank you for inviting me.
What's up,
What's
man?
up, Rafael? How's it going?
Up?
Hey,
Good
Rafael.
guys.
Teslatino in their house.
Right now, Twitter is super empty.
My favorite Tesla Tino. What up?
There we go.
Yeah, I think this is a
And
new
Mark
platform
Benton
for
is
all
here.
of us to
What up,
waste
Mark?
our time on.
Yeah, this
got
platform's
Sean, can you
great.
just tweet
K10.
Elon and ask him to join the group, please?
Who's on Twitter right now? I don't think anybody's there unless
It's
I think
empty.
K10 is probably doing both. She's
We can do
a
both.
good multitasker.
You can do both.
Is Twitter the new Robin Hood?
Ow.
There's still some people on Twitter that are asking for invites, but that's all.
Yeah, if you got an invite, go give them one.
I posted, if anyone needs an invite, let me know. I got 50 DMs within 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, people are fiending. Elon just boosted Clubhouse's valuation by like double.
That and Etsy.
Easily, maybe
Oh
more.
shit! I didn't know
thinking
what
that today
Clubhouse
earlier.
was.
And
So.
Signal.
Fuck Etsy.
Now I'm
I
here.
still remember when they got into the S&P 500 instead of Tesla.
Yeah, that was fucking annoying as shit.
Can you invest in Clubhouse?
It's not a publicly traded company.
I don't think so. No, they're private.
Yeah. Backed by Andreessen Horowitz.
Hey, hold on,
Holy
guys.
shit, we got 451
beef.
people in this room.
I got beef with Mark Benton that I want to go ahead and just like get it out of the way right now.
Nice, do it.
Join the club, man.
Hey, Benton.
Take the gloves off.
Hi.
Let's go.
Unmute yourself.
What's up?
Why are you
What's
always
up?
behind the curve? You don't like the steering wheel. You didn't like Cybertruck. I always feel like if you don't like something, it's gonna be awesome. I'm just gonna leave it at that.
And the tires on the Cybertruck.
Leading indicator.
I like.
You just exposed his brand.
Troll level.
Hey.
Are we gonna get a chance to ask Elon any questions tonight? And should
Probably
we
not.
collaborate? One
No one knows how this is
question at
gonna work.
least. If we get one question, maybe we should agree on one question we could together ask him.
That's a great idea.
We can
Omar
try.
told me
gonna respond to that diss?
Omar told me that he invited Elon to this thing, so I don't know. Maybe you guys can ask him personally.
No, I can't invite Elon. I think he has to be following you to invite him.
Oh.
We could cap out the room with you all tweet.
All you need is his phone number. What's Elon supposed to talk about tonight? Does anyone know?
Investing in
Bitcoin.
Clubhouse.
Crypto.
Bitcoin.
Apparently, the
Good time.
Dogecoin.
Omar,
In
good
short,
times yours.
nobody
No one
knows.
knows.
To the
No
moon.
one knows.
Elon has
It's
an
just going to be
alt.
a live acoustic version of "Don't Doubt Your Vibe."
Although he did say,
I thought he was going to talk about the Model S and X refresh, like a deeper
exactly.
dive.
He said he was going to talk about the Model S X refresh in a week.
He said that?
on the
earnings call.
Earnings call. No, I
He
thought that was
said
going to be
that
like a
bad.
Tesla
I
call.
thought he said
But
Like a
why would he
Tesla
do it on this
call.
platform, though?
He said this week.
That was the
or
only
next.
hint he made. That's all we're saying.
Yeah,
What about the
that's all.
carbon capture thing?
Ooh, that's a good point.
Oh, yeah. Or maybe all of the above.
What do you guys think about the
all
Yoke
about
series?
carbon
never came
capture,
back
though.
on the carbon capture thing. Yeah, that would probably be a
Or
good
maybe
topic.
we're getting Joe Rogan.
Or what if he just
Elon
announces
Musk.
he's gay?
Do y'all remember the World AI Conference?
Look, let's
Y'all
He's
remember
had
the
like
World
5
AI
what he would
wives.
ask himself.
Jonah, what'd you say?
I was saying, do y'all remember when he spoke at the AI conference in Shanghai?
he mentioned the vector space in your head or in your mind. I'd like to know more about that, like what he meant. Is he talking about AI or is he talking about meditation? That's just like been on my mind since I heard it back in.
Was that the talk with Jack Ma? Because like that lowered
No,
my view of Jack
one.
Ma like so many levels.
Oh my God!
First
That
off,
was
where is
crazy.
Jack Ma right now?
2021, where he talked about level 5 autonomy, where he said he was confident that we would reach it soon, and they cut him off when he started talking about the vector space in your mind. They cut him off, like they cut his audio.
Nobody can cut.
I think
Elon
he's just
Musk's
talking
audio.
about.
I remember this.
Like the representation of objects you have in your mind based on what you see. You see the world, and then you build a internal representation. So, like, even though you're not looking back, you remember, like, there's a couch behind me.
FSD, baby.
That's fascinating.
So there seems to be a lot of people interested in the chat room, Good Times, about that type of subject, particularly Jonna. I was in there for about an hour earlier on, and people were really interested they were actually mentioning the transcendental meditation and what that means for Neuralink. And
he did just tweet today that he wanted people to apply to work at Neuralink, so it could be correlated.
I do have a Neuralink question. If I don't get it, don't get into the group. If anybody does, it would be lovely to know. What is the state of imaging with regards to these Neuralink devices? Because I'm an imaging specialist, and I would love to know what it does to imaging. Because if we have metal in the brain, we can't do MRI for our patients. And I would love to know if these are MR compatible, or because they are so fine and so thin, they do tend to produce eddy currents as well. We don't want that to happen. It's a very technical question, but I would love to know this. If it is MRI compatible, and I can always apply it to my patients going forward.
I believe he stated before it was going to be safe for pretty much all medical practice.
Even if it didn't
great.
do eddy currents, wouldn't it still vibrate and cause heat inside?
Exactly, and that is what I was worried about. Say any
I'm sure that you could
vibrations.
temporarily turn it off. And also, I'm sure you might not even need an MRI for a lot of things if you could just pull the information directly out of the device in some cases.
Well, I'm
that was
I'm
my
sure
second
that
question
Neuralink
as well.
can't really detect a lot of things. Like I've gotten like a few dozen MRIs before for my migraines. I'm not sure if I've asked. I want to know if Neuralink will be able to help with migraines. But it'd be awesome if it could.
Yes,
but I'm not sure.
Yes.
So I asked this question of Elon on Twitter, and he did answer this. He said it'll be able to rebuild both peripheral and central nervous system pathways. So I was more interested in congenital disorders where we have brains which are not connected properly. So Neuralink will be able to rewire the brain in the right way that normal humans are wired. So the neurons are firing at the right at the right pathway. And so he did answer that both for peripheral and for central nerves. With regards to migraine, it's a bit of a difficult proposition because we have not completely pinpointed as to what the physical anatomical problem is there with regards to the brain, and that is one of the reasons why we're not able to treat migraine as well as it can be. But this will probably help in the research of migraine and point us to the right pathway that we should be following in the brain to get to the bottom of this causality of migraine, which is one thing which we've not been able to find out at all. Just a quick background. I am a
somebody needs to mute themselves.
Can you mute?
Sorry, guys. I just want to give a quick background about myself. I'm an imaging specialist with neuroradiology as my specialty interest. So I really.
Sorry, go ahead. I don't know who was playing that audio.
Dude, isn't it crazy? Guys, this is Anwar Beck. This is the first time I'm hearing some of y'all speak, and I follow a bunch of you guys on Twitter. This is pretty wild. Like, I recognize some of y'all's names and faces. This app is pretty sick.
I was just thinking the same. It's historic.
Sawyer Merritt, I follow him.
Twin Birch.
It's low latency.
Alex.
It's historic that we gathered the whole
also just
community.
tells you how small this community really is too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good
This
point.
is gonna be a lot.
Danielle.
There's
I'm
like
so surprised there's
somebody
another.
hit mute.
Whoa, what's going
What
on?
is that?
Is that Jonathan?
17-year-old.
Oh my god.
Hey guys, just as a general reminder, be sure to be on mute if you are not the one speaking.
It's great to put some voices to names.
I have a general question. I'm trying to invite a couple people, but I put them in my contact list on my iPhone, but it's not updating in Clubhouse. Is there a way to do that?
Yeah, just
Close
try
the app
closing out
and
the
re-up it.
Clubhouse. Yeah, close out Clubhouse.
Okay, thanks.
I have a question with regards to Neuralink. I have a brother who is going blind, and he doesn't know very much about tech. But I told him about Neuralink, and for him it's very hard to, lose his sight, and he can't move his body anymore. So he's like really curious about this technology and what kind of timeline there is, and if there's anybody who has any information. And
that is exactly the question that I asked Elon, and he said yes, it will work with rewiring the neurons, so including optic nerves.
I think
he did ask that question.
I think the question was timeline.
Yeah,
Yes,
timeline,
that's
and also
timeline.
Oh, timeline. Sorry.
And also early adopter, because he's like, oh, my life is so bad now. I would like. He would like to be like a guinea pig, and.
I think the intent for Neuralink is to roll out first to the handicapped for exactly that kind of situation, whether it be visual impairments, physical impairments. That is one of the early objectives of Neuralink.
Yeah.
Just start bugging them. Start emailing them and being like, "Hey."
No, Will, just send me a message with that on WhatsApp, and I'll get it across. It's Anwar Beck.
Okay, I'll do that. Thanks.
Not to be gloomy, but I wouldn't expect it for 4 years, because not only does the technology, as far as like the actual hardware, have to be developed, but also AI. And I'm not sure if a lot of people understand this, but we don't even understand how we sleep or why we sleep. There's so many things about the brain, especially the connections that go in between, that we don't understand. And we're going to have to learn a lot in order to be able to reprogram the brain, and also be able to rewrite it. So
yeah, we're about to figure some shit out.
Yeah, I wonder if this type of stuff would.
So this is a good reminder too for anybody that knows people that work in this space. I think the sooner that we can get more people working on Neuralink, the sooner that all these problems can be solved. So I think, what did Elon mention? That anybody that's worked on wearables, advanced wearables, phones, and robots. So if you guys know anybody like on your LinkedIn or whatever, and just maybe get them to apply, that'd be helpful.
Yeah, I'll quickly continue that plug. I worked at Tesla for several years on the recruiting operations division, and it's amazing how many people just don't either think they have the chance, the potential, and then they actually can do it. So anyone who's either in the audience or just across the board, it really is amazing how much just applying works, but also apply somewhat often. Apply to a few positions. I'm not saying apply to 10 positions, but as someone that helped with recruiting efforts before, it would matter to me if I could see the different roles that they applied to. If they applied to 10 roles across the company that didn't make any sense together, it was hard for me to see how they fit, versus if they applied to 3 positions that were all kind of in the same area, maybe computer vision, maybe it looked like they wanted an autopilot position, but we actually had a computer vision, a role that they were more qualified for within the Fremont factory. And so I was just kind of, generally speaking, for any company, but obviously primarily for Elon companies, first things first, apply. Second, apply to multiple roles. And third, apply every couple months. Even if there's not a position that you see available right now, check often. If you're a college student, if you're a recent grad, or even if you're later in your career, it's hard to know what you can do if you're not looking. So definitely go ahead and look at those job sites.
So what's our focus tonight? What's our focus tonight? When speaking to Elon tonight, what are we narrowing in on? What type of topics?
I don't think we're talking to him. I think we're just listening.
Yeah, we're going to be muted.
So what
Can you imagine if they just let everyone in a room with Elon?
What do we expect to narrow in on, and what do you think is top of mind?
I think first, how long is this broadcast supposed to be?
How
does everyone expect to get in the group? Because there's only 5,000 people allowed in the group.
It's scheduled for an hour.
It's going to be a rave.
I think that is going to determine exactly how many topics we're going to be able to cover, and we'll.
So given that time frame, what do you like? If everybody in this group wanted to narrow in on one thing, like what would you want to talk about? Out of curiosity.
Dogecoin.
Cryptocurrency.
Dogecoin.
Battery.
I think the whole thing's going to be on Dogecoin.
How do you buy Dogecoin?
Doggy.com.
Version 11.
It's
Just
not
talk
on
to your dog
Coinbase.
about it. He'll sell you some.
I
I think it's safe to say that
that's
everyone should buy some before.
That's honestly too open-ended of a question for this situation because we all have our own.
Dogecoin to $1.
He's been tweeting a lot about Neuralink.
Mm-hmm.
If Dogecoin gets to $1, I'd be able to buy a Plaid Model S.
Oh wow! Dogecoin gets to $1, I'm gonna buy an SVJ Roadster.
Dude,
I'll upgrade to
if
a
you
Plaid
invest
X then.
$10 in
I
Dogecoin
think the
and it
thing
goes
with
to $100,
Dogecoin,
you'll be able to
the
buy 10 Model S's.
the thing with Dogecoin is it's not fixed.
I
Like
love
you
it.
guys you guys understand with Dogecoin, like Bitcoin, there's like a limited number of coins, but with Dogecoin, they can just like keep creating them. So Dogecoin
I
will
only own
never really be
I only
legitimate.
own 3 Bitcoin. That's it.
All the benefits of
I wish I would have bought
cryptocurrency
more.
and all the downsides of fiat.
It's
Yeah,
not.
like
It's
pretty
capped.
much.
There's a small fraction at the top.
Do we know if
What
this
do you
Good Time
what do you think,
channel has a general
Elon?
theme, or is it just gonna be just open
If
to any type of topic?
Elon
I
says
think they
anything about
said
Doge,
like
this thing's going to 10 cents.
Hey guys, can we
my
drop?
understanding is that the group
Honestly,
that
it's like I have
he's
no Dogecoin, but
Guys,
yet I own a
All right, guys.
Tesla
We've talked enough
and
about fucking Dogecoin.
Yeah, come on.
thank you. I'm tired of
Hey,
it.
what's with the hate?
so for the
It's a
question
little
It's an
around what
selfish.
the
hour.
room
No
is
room
going to
for
be
crypto
in.
pumping.
The room
Dogecoin's
that
like
he's going to
Neo.
be in is apparently crypto, though. So I think that's, I mean, it's sort of applicable. But apparently, they talk a lot about crypto and that sort of thing. Is my understanding.
Yeah, it's
So
in
I
the
mean,
bio
who's
of the
listened
show.
to? Yeah. So is anybody on the call like listened to the Good Time show before? That wants to talk about like what goes down?
It's
Or are you
Joe
guys all
Rogan
brand
for
new like
tech
me?
geeks.
I've popped in like a few times. I've seen it. Like the hosts are like Mark and Drayson, who fucking runs, and Drayson Horowitz, one of the like biggest and best known VCs on Sandhill Road. So it's like Silicon Valley people, talking about Silicon Valley things.
Hey, what's the hate, man?
Yeah, hey, this is Randy Silver. I'll second what Omar says. They do basically a weekly recap, a daily recap every night on the news of the day, but mainly on Silicon Valley. So I assume then, based off of everything, if there's a Silicon Valley chat, they might be talking about things of that nature. So that kind of helps guide the conversation.
Is it a
Yeah,
podcast?
one
Is it a
question.
channel?
So Elon's coming on in 20 minutes. So where are we? Is he coming in here or are we going?
This room
Good
is separate.
time.
This room is separate. In about 10 minutes, I'll be shutting this room down so we can all head over there.
Yeah, it's they do take question and answer sometimes, but mainly it's just 4 or 5 people on stage talking, and then they usually do an after show where they do more engagement with people.
But how is everyone
So
going to get
there
in
could
there? They limit it at 5,000 people. Like no one's going to be able
They
to buy.
must have gotten rid of the limit for
and they're
this.
like a
If
ton of
Clubhouse
free
has
rooms.
any sense, this is like a huge moment for their app. They don't want people.
I think that there's still the limit though. Like I think it's just the way the app is set up.
Yeah, I think
I was
so
in the
too.
chat.
That's what I've heard.
I was in a
But
chat earlier with the CEO or whoever runs this app, and they basically said they had no plans to remove the cap for tonight.
That
So
seems super
unless
dope.
that
I heard this
changed,
too.
unless that changed in the past hour, it's going to be a shit show.
I don't think they would.
So it's going to be a mad dash.
I don't think they would risk having the app crash during the chat.
Someone suggested echo rooms, and I'll probably make this into an echo room then.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Are you able to listen in from a different room?
Perfect.
Also, on Twitter at Week in Clubhouse will be live streaming it,
Yo, I think
and
someone
they'll
just
be
said Neuralink already.
Kyle, you're having
I
fun
need
in
that.
Timmy
I
issues
need
again.
to.
He's already on
doing that
encrypted, dude. He's been
Let the robot in.
It's from
I just
Amazon.
dropped
Is
it.
that Neuralink
Is
beta?
this
Guys, one
better?
voice at a time. One voice.
Dude,
your phone is high.
The Neuralink.
Is my mic better now? I was wearing
Your
AirPods
Neuralink got a
before.
little close to the microwave.
I thought that was Starflake.
Oh, it was the AirPods.
Yeah, you're better now, Kyle. It
Hey,
sounds
by
better.
the way,
Who's gonna buy a
we
Tesla
have
Plaid?
Okay, so no,
we have
do not wear
a
AirPods.
ton of very high up Tesla employees in here. They're like stealth mode. I see you guys.
All right,
I'm
Omar.
not gonna name names. I'm not.
Does
gonna
anyone
name
have
names.
two
really gonna
phones
have
so they
1,000
can?
I think we
horsepower?
have
Please
Daniel from
answer.
What's Inside in here too. If you want to add
I
more
have
speakers.
two phones, but I don't know how helpful I can be.
I
Yeah,
got
Yeah, so that way
iPads
we can
work.
maybe listen
Phones,
in
all
on
for
here,
all.
like if you put on speaker, you know.
I'll make this an echo room. I'll do it. I'll take care of that. I've got a friend here with a phone.
Also, one of my phones is iPhone, the other one's Android, so I wouldn't be able
I
to.
mean, it doesn't matter if you're not able to get in there and ask them the questions, you know?
Do you want to keep this room the way it is, or do you going to start like an echo room so people know?
Maybe start it as an echo room, and maybe Elon will stop by after his show.
No.
It's
Like I
important.
said,
It's
against the
important.
Maybe not.
Clubhouse rules to
Not
echo.
other
Just be careful about that,
moderators.
guys.
It's important to remember that our questions are probably not that important. Like Elon's only going to answer questions that he really thinks are pertinent to the conversation, and I think we should be more concerned about being an audience member than some participating person that has some clever question to ask.
Yeah, I agree.
Yep, 100%. This it seems to be as if a mostly listening conversation, but sure, everyone who wants to raise your hand. But my guess is it's just not that kind of space.
If LiDAR was free, would you put it on your car?
Can of worms.
Oh my god.
No.
No.
Can I ask?
Somebody asked that in one of the calls, and it was terrible.
Jonas.
That's
LiDAR is for
Jonas.
spaceships.
$10 price tag, dude.
Mr. $10. What was the one before that? Would you consider putting Starlink on the car? This guy's completely useless.
That's Adam Jonas.
Jonas is like, yeah, it's gonna be between $10 and like $500.
500, yeah, just
like, what kind of fucking price target is that? 10 to 500, and then he's still wrong. It's at 4,000. It's like, wow, that's just a legendarily bad prediction.
The bipolar price target.
Can I
Seeing as we're on the topic of investing here, do anybody have an idea why Elon spoke about the company's valuation in the last earning call when he hasn't really brought up valuation in the past?
Because it's fucking $800 billion now.
Yeah.
And people are like, what the fuck?
That was a flex.
Well, also, he has mentioned it before, but my question is, maybe I missed this because I had to jump out. There's been so much Neuralink stuff recently. Do you think that's a continuation tonight, or no?
What do you guys think about Tesla India?
It's happening.
I think it's going to be massive.
It's
a scam.
I think Tesla India is going to
They
be
need
massive.
the $25,000
no
car.
demand at all.
I think
I have some Indian background and I can talk about this. I think if Raj is there, he's probably done a good bit of
India's a
research
pain in
himself.
the ass.
It is true, but I think it's not going to be a car. I think it's going to be batteries first.
Energy for sure.
Energy, energy. Because I know because I'm from Australia and we have a group called Adani who's digging up our coal, but they are building the largest solar power plant in Western India, and they'd scoop up any and every battery that Tesla is able to produce for their solar plant. I think energy is going to be their market in India and not cars. Everybody seems to think it's cars, but I don't think it's cars.
I think
I think
that's
it's going to be
smart.
energy.
Yeah,
What
it's gonna
about-
be energy. And what's
what
funny
about
is that solar in India is super cheap right now. So you'd be surprised that actually the amount of people that have solar in India is really, really high. So paired up with a battery. Now, that still doesn't mean that everyone will grab it. The price of the battery pack still needs to come down, or maybe a smaller pack. But you do that and it'll do really, really well in India.
I think
That's
so
a great
too.
insight.
I think it's energy.
I think that
that's
underrated.
Can I add one more point about solar, please? So one more point about India. So in the southern state, in Tamil Nadu, it's one of the southern states, and which is a neighboring state of Karnataka, which is where the Tesla office spaces have been hired right now. So the Tamil Nadu has two factories already. The Ford and the Hyundai factory are in Tamil Nadu, and they have a premier engineering college called IIT as well. It's a massive base, and it is well connected to rest of India as well. So if a factory has to come in, it'll either be in Karnataka or in Tamil Nadu. Both of them are southern states.
I think one thing that's definitely underrated for Tesla India is full self-driving. If or even autopilot itself.
Yeah, right.
because I think that once we get a lot of the cars on India, because obviously traffic in India is a problem, and once we get a majority of the cars that are on the road in the whole world that are talking to each other and driving themselves, traffic will not be a problem. And traffic is, it's hell, everywhere, and
But
it's
isn't
gonna
it the
solve problems
roads in
everywhere.
India that are the issue? Like, aren't the
Yeah,
roads
and
not
there's too
very
many
good in
They
some
need
people.
areas?
We're
FSD
They are
driving.
a bit
data.
crazy.
They need FSD data.
No, but
That's level
having said
7.
that, not
Yes,
no,
level
don't.
7.
They need Kim to go over there.
Now,
Yes.
now, with regards to India, don't think of just the FSD. Think of the per
Damn.
capita income. There are lots
Ha
and lots
ha
of rich
ha.
people in India, and they'll be more than happy to buy these cars. Don't think of FSD. No, FSD won't work in India. There's no way it'll
Yeah,
work.
guys, what do you think of a
But the number of
what do you think of a different vehicle like a motorbike in India?
yeah, a motorbike or a Model 2, if you're going to call the small car that.
Elon doesn't like motorcycles because he
No,
hurt
he won't
himself
do
on
it.
one.
The Cybershaw, an electric
Guys,
rickshaw.
cows in India already are on
Hey,
autopilot.
we got
Ross
Ross
Gerber
on.
is here.
Ross is
Hold on,
here.
let me invite him.
Hey.
He got blocked by
Gerber
Robinhood, so
Kawasaki
he
in the
had to come
house.
over
Ross,
to us.
hello.
I don't How want to many be seen terabytes in do a you need boat. if you're gonna save the century
Hello?
model honk?
Bro,
Oh,
India
Hey,
has
Ross.
Ross, can we
Ross.
make Ross
Hey.
the
Ross
moderator, or are we
Gerber.
gonna talk too
When's
much?
the
So
420
Ross.
party? When are we
As
doing
soon
that
as
420
as
party?
everybody gets vaccines, I guess.
I got my first
When they
dose.
split the stock back into
It's never
420.
gonna happen.
I
No, it's
gotta
gonna
make Ross a
happen. It's
moderator. I gotta make Ross a moderator.
Tesla.
With
gonna be on, and I wanted to see if Clubhouse was just gonna completely explode because of Elon.
Of course.
Ross, what's your 2021 Bitcoin prediction?
Oh, I just was listening to this podcast I did to see if I said anything dumb, and I was talking about Bitcoin a little bit, and I just think it has to go higher.
What are your thoughts about
Smart man.
Dogecoin?
I think that's garbage. I think Bitcoin is such an obvious investment. I'm an institution, and nobody in the institutional world cares about that. We care about Bitcoin. Bitcoin is the one. It's the absolute one. I've owned those crap coins the first time around, and I'm telling you, it's all about all the testing, all the challenges that Bitcoin's been through to get to where it is.
I'm
All
buying
the
right now.
integrations.
It's
dude,
like it's
seriously,
made it this far. It's
who's on
made it
Twitter?
so
Who's
far.
on Twitter? We got Ross, John,
Okay, yeah. Quick
Omar,
question.
fucking
So, how are we going
Jacob.
to get to be in the first 5,000?
Yeah, so it's not open yet, but when it is, you'll hear it here first. But also, I definitely recommend starting to look. Honestly, at this point, for most of you, if you prioritize that, I would probably consider leaving this room sooner rather than later to start listening. Again, it's not yet open, but I will try to make this effectively an echo room when it is available.
Is it 5,000 maximum? That's how Clubhouse works.
Correct. Yes.
Hey guys, if
Yes.
you don't exit out of this room, but if you just like explore the other rooms, for me it shows up at the top. There's the timer.
I think you have a better chance like getting the golden ticket than getting the first
Yeah.
5,000.
I don't
But
think
you
that's
can
a
J,
keep
big
trying
problem. I
to
mean,
get in. Like if you don't get in,
J
you keep trying.
It's
Filchi.
going to go in 1 second.
The
Does
app
anybody
is
have the
look
golden
around.
ticket?
It's certainly
Look
1
around, and
second.
there are about 8 to 10,000 people in pre-showrooms
Yeah.
about Elon.
so
So
it's
it
probably
might
gonna
not be such a
crash
big.
this whole
Guys, in
They
other
server.
really
news,
got
It
to
could
make
be
that limit a
crash
little bit
It's
bigger.
actually.
going to
That's what I'm
crash.
thinking
I
too.
think it's
That's
going to
gonna
crash.
crash.
This is also interesting because it's such a new app. Everything's so beta that we all have this expectation that it just won't work. And I really hope it does.
guys, in other
Elon,
news,
Their
Dogecoin
fucking
is up.
engineering
Well,
team
it's
is going
not
to put
it's
to the
not
test
that. It's
tonight.
not that. It's Elon
Let's see
is
what you
so
got.
big.
Move
Elon,
fast,
Yeah.
break.
Elon's a couple thousand
Even
away
if I
from
don't get in, I just
69,000
want to
followers.
say I love you guys. We love you too.
I heard.
We
Oh,
love
me
you
too.
too.
It's
Oh,
Doji.
I
I
love
heard
it.
Greg
Oh, that's
Webster
awesome.
wrote the code for the app, so it should be good.
Hey
Yeah.
Ross, how does
Teachers rip it.
GameStop end?
GameStop ends the same way it always ends. It's.
Yep,
I
being
was
put
just
on
watching
hold.
the I was watching the Tiger Woods documentary just now,
Can you hear me,
and
guys?
there's the rise and there's the fall, and you just got to be smart enough to understand that happens.
So is
So
Gordon Johnson on the rise or the fall?
I think he's in this
Oh my
chat.
god.
He's not even on
I've
this
got a movie.
planet.
I've got a Gordon movie coming out. I swear. I've got this.
Who's going to play Gordon, Ross?
Gordon's going to play Gordon, and it's me and Gally, and it's just beautiful, and
Who's
and it's
paying
coming
Gordon?
soon.
Who's
No,
why is
what you did,
Gordon
Ross,
always
was awesome.
on these shows?
Guys, I
Why
highly
does anybody ever
recommend
interview him?
Okay,
Chamath's.
I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this
It's a
just
great
because I've been
question.
on every channel and show that I think there's such corruption in the system, and that's what's happening right now. Is this like revolution, not in a violent way, but just in a way of like enough of this crap, and like give us the truth, you know?
Guys,
And
listen to Chamath's podcast. He explains this eloquently, what happened with hedge funds and GameStop.
Is
Yeah.
Chamath on Clubhouse?
All in, it's called All In Podcast. I'm sure everybody knows about it. He just nailed it.
I
So
love him. I've been following him for a while, but I was wondering if he's actually on Clubhouse.
hey Ross,
Yeah, he
who
is on Clubhouse. You can add him, but I don't think he started it.
He also bought calls.
Yeah, he donated everything to Barstool. So he
Ross,
yeah,
didn't
how high will
buy to
Jimmy
make
go
money.
until it crashes?
I don't know, you know, like this is this is
It's
what's
unprecedented.
crazy. So
I
what
bought in at 80.
Do-
a lot of it is that there's so many people doing the same thing at the same time that it does kind of break the system. It's like everybody betting on the Buccaneers, like everybody.
Right,
And
but hedge
so
funds did that. The average time hedge funds were holding stock was 42 seconds. So they are the corrupt ones.
it's not about corruption. Let's just get the corruption out of it. The game has always been the same. What
Right.
people are figuring out is that
Don't
the
hate the
game
player,
isn't
hate the
fair.
game.
It's not fair. I've been
Right,
doing this my whole life. Like I have
of
multiple
course.
brokers, and there's stocks I can't buy, and there's all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, but
I'm
People,
we
telling
knew
you, I
that
hate it.
from
I made
2008.
3K on Dogecoin. I have no idea what Dogecoin is. Someone said there's pumping it. I
Hey,
put 5K. I sold it, made 3K in like 3 hours, right? So I don't know where this is gonna end.
Hey guys, I was just on another club and everyone was recommending that you should leave and be out of a room. I just want to make sure everyone heard that.
yes.
It's 5 minutes out.
all right.
So how do we join Elon's?
So Elon's is not yet live. Again, I'm refreshing it, and at this point, yes, I would
Okay,
suggest watching it there. I would
Lauren.
probably suggest.
so,
Yeah,
somebody should just go into who gets in the room should just tell everybody else
I
on
will.
another clubhouse what he's saying.
I'm just gonna stream the feed. I've got two phones here, and I'll be trying to make this effectively an echo room.
Yeah, thanks.
Great. Yeah, because
Thanks.
apparently they confirmed it's a 5K limit too.
There's
Okay, peace
yeah.
out.
Hey guys, I think I
Thanks,
just got
guys.
in the room.
Yeah, I just
So
got into the room.
yeah, it just became live.
Goes to the moon.
Really? It's not live for me yet.
Okay, keep
Bye
refreshing me
everyone. This
because
has
mine
been
is live.
fun.
Yep. Good time is live.
I think the servers are already crashing. Everything
Yeah.
just slowed down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just went to go join, and it is locked.
Yeah.
I did not even see it.
Yeah.
Me the same.
Notifications are frozen too.
Yeah, I'm amazed that this room is still functioning.
I know. I figured I'd just stay here because I figured this would happen. I was really curious.
If anyone is out there with two phones,
So, Elon, again, welcome. This is really fun. We've been waiting all day. This is the longest wait to 10 p.m. because we just couldn't wait to get this going. I hope this is as much fun by the end of it for you as it is for us. First question from me is when are we going to get to Mars?
Well, I think we'll get to, when will we get the first people to Mars? I think we have a decent shot of doing that in about, I'd say I call it 5 years, something like that. So Earth and Mars sync up every 26 months. That's when we're in it's roughly the same quadrant of the solar system, and where we can do interplanetary transfer. And so we had one about 6 months ago, so about a year and a half, there'll be another one. So figure, I don't know, 5.5 years.
5.5 years. So what does it take from here to that point? Like, what are the milestones you think for us to get to, 5 years out, we are landing on Mars?
Well, we've got to make Starship fly, get to go to orbit and back repeatedly. The essential elements are you need a fully reusable, you need a fully and rapidly reusable rocket. Flights. It needs to be much like aircraft, where the cost of an air flight is the biggest component of that is fuel. You can't just be throwing rockets away every time. Right. And then you need to have orbital refilling, so where you can send the ship up to orbit, then send another ship up, dock with a transfer propellant, so that you can load up to being almost full with propellant, and then go to Mars. If you've got a large, fully rapidly reusable rocket with orbital refilling that uses high efficiency, low cost propellant, then you can go to Mars. And then one last thing is, on Mars, you need local propellant production. So you take CO2 out of the atmosphere, combine it with the water ice, H2O, to create CH4, methane, and oxygen. And if you have those elements, life can become multiplanetary, and we can have a self-sustaining city on Mars, which I think is one of the most important things we could possibly do for ensuring the long-term existence of consciousness.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Sorry, Shyam, go for it.
Yeah, Elon, you've spoken about this often, which is expanding the scope of consciousness and how it is tied to multiplanetary life. Could you explain what that means for you and why that matters to you? Sure. Well, so originally I had sort of kind of an existential crisis when I was a kid, trying to figure out what's the meaning of life, why are we here, what's the point of it all, is it all meaningless? I got quite depressed, actually, and sad about it. And then the thing that kind of broke me out of it was reading Douglas Adams's Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, where he essentially pointed out that the universe is the answer, and really the hard part is figuring out what questions to ask about the answer that is the universe. Yeah, exactly. He was trying to make fun of the fact that the answer is the easy part, but the questions are the hard part. So in order for us to gain a better understanding of what questions to ask or to understand what it's all about, we have to increase the scope and scale of consciousness so that we're better able to figure out which questions to ask and answer them. So the longer, the broader in scope, larger in scale that consciousness is, the more likely we are to be able to answer these questions and figure out what the heck's going on. Why are we here? To answer the fundamental questions. And I think there's arguably a great filter that we face with, will we become a multi-planet species or not? We'd be surprised if out there in our galaxy and others that there are a whole bunch of dead one-planet civilizations that prospered for a while. They might have prospered for millions of years, but then gradually the civilization collapsed for reasons external or internal. and that was that. All civilizations go through an arc where they go up in technology complexity, but then they don't keep going up. Over time they decline, they fall. And this has happened, obviously, if you're a student of history, with many civilizations in the past. You can look at ancient Egypt. 5,000 years ago, there was the Great Pyramid of Giza, but then the people living there forgot how to build pyramids after a while, and then they forgot how to read hieroglyphics. There's obviously, Given's famous book about the decline and fall of the Roman Empire, and how they had advanced technology in terms of roads, aqueducts, plumbing, and so forth, and then they basically people forgot about it. The ancient Sumerians, Babylonians, all these things they've all gone through a similar arc, which suggests that most likely we will go through such an arc ourselves, and we'll be arguably less resilient to recovery because of globalization. So I think for the first time in the 4.5 billion year history of Earth, it's been possible to extend life beyond Earth and make life multiplanetary. And this window of opportunity may be open for a long time. I hope it is, or it may be open for a short time. And I think it would be wise for us to assume that it's open for a short time. I'm an optimist, not a pessimist, but you have to say, there's some chance it's only open for a short time, and we should take advantage of this brief window of opening where we can transport life to make life multiplanetary, and humanity is essentially the agent of life in this process. And I think we almost have an obligation to ensure that the creatures of Earth continue, even if there is a calamity on Earth, which, as I said, could be man-made or it could be some natural calamity. As if you look at the fossil record, there are many mass extinctions.
Yeah, I think all of that makes sense, and I think we've talked about this before. I think one other question I have is, when we get there, we have to set up the whole society. We have to set up civilization there. How will the whole thing work in your mind? Everything from what does it mean to have internet connection in Mars, all the way to governments and rules and laws and everything.
Yeah, I think all those things need to happen, just as they happen in the U.S. and happen in every country. And I would not presume to prescribe what should happen there. I think the important part is just that we get people there and we get the equipment necessary to establish a self-sustaining civilization, at least one self-sustaining city. And I think the key threshold of when we would pass the great filter, or this particular great filter, is Mars sufficiently self-sustaining such that if the ships stop coming from Earth for any reason, it could be something massive or something banal. I mean, civilization on Earth could end with a bang or a whimper. But either way, if the ships stop coming from Mars, does Mars die out or not? And Mars only has to be missing one little ingredient, like the equivalent of vitamin C, and it will survive for a while, but it will not. But it will eventually die out. So it's kind of getting a city on Mars to pass that critical threshold where it is self-sustaining. And are we able to do that before some calamity or a gradual decline in civilization occurs that prevents the ships from going there? That's the key threshold. In a more pithy way, is does the city on Mars become self-sustaining? Which comes first, a self-sustaining city on Mars or World War III?
Yeah.
If you kind of let yourself dream out over the next few decades, what would you consider success? Let's say they get through the first 5 years, even the first 10 years. What do you think is possible to build on Mars 10 years in, 20 years in, 30 years in after first arrival?
Well, I think Mars will start off being very, very tiny, just like a tiny little outpost. And by the way, it's going to be very dangerous. Sometimes people think, is this like some escape hatch for rich people? I'm like, no, it will be dangerous, hard work. It's going to be, you're out there on the frontier. There are far more ways to die there than there are on Earth. And it's tremendous amount of hard work. But it will be I think, fun and a great adventure. But it will not be a luxurious thing. That is for sure. Not for quite some time to go. But we've got to build the propellant plant. We've got to build, get the solar power going, get the the food production going, start creating the necessities. We need an iron ore refinery. We need all of the sort of fundamentals of industry in order to make ensure that Mars is a self-sustaining planet. I mean, over time, like this would take a while, but you can terraform the planet and make it Earth-like, mostly by just warming it up. So yeah.
So, as you talk about this, I mean, honestly, what comes to mind is sort of the idea that a Martian civilization, although obviously imported from Earth, it will quickly evolve to be quite a bit tougher by necessity. And just the mental images leaping in my mind is the Spartans in ancient Greece. Do you think the sort of vector of civilization will unfold differently as a consequence of how difficult it's going to be to get it going?
Yeah, it probably will. I think so.
So then maybe we don't just have a backup, right? Maybe we actually have an alternative, like and the ability to actually see two fundamentally different civilizations flourish.
Yeah, absolutely. The fact that you can only go to Mars every 2 years and that it's a 6 month journey, although I think we can over time get that potentially as low as 1 month, but still, you can't go to Mars when Earth is on the other side of the sun from Mars. Like times where Mars is literally on the other side of the sun. You can't get no matter what you do. So that time gap would mean that there'd be essentially a new group of people arriving roughly every 2 years. I don't know. I think it'd be interesting. People would probably trace their I came on this particular sun, Earth Mars synchronization event. I don't know, but like I said, the important thing is that we've established Mars as a self-sustaining civilization, and that we have done whatever we can to ensure the long-term continuance of consciousness as we know it. Because so as far as we can tell, we're the only the light of consciousness, which is a delicate little candle in the dark. It's only here on Earth. I mean, it might be other places, and there's arguments that it's likely to be other places, but honestly, we have seen no sign of it. And I'm pretty sure that I would have known about it, and I have seen nothing to indicate that there's any alien civilization whatsoever. I'd be the first to jump on that in a second, but I've seen no such evidence.
Elon, that's actually something we wanted to ask you about, because in the last year, there has been multiple reported UFO sightings. There was the mysterious object that flew past our solar system. I think you just described that you haven't seen any evidence of aliens, but A, do you think we'll ever run into them? And B, if we do, have you heard of dark forest theory from the three-body problem? How do you think we should think about aliens?
Yeah, I'm trying to be strict in the scientific sense of the word, of saying I've seen not a single piece of conclusive evidence. So that doesn't mean there aren't aliens. I'm just literally saying I've seen nothing that could not be explained by other means, and where the probable explanation by other means is much more likely than this alien technology. So, and for people that say there are sightings of aliens, I'm like, listen, man, the resolution of the picture needs to be at least 7-Eleven ATM good, okay? We can't have that fuzzy Loch Ness Monster bullshit, It's like, come on. We've got is that a 500 megapixel camera? What are you talking about? Where do you find that thing? It's gonna be at least iPhone 6 level, isn't it? I don't know.
Can I ask one more Mars question? Sure. If that's okay for you. So Elon, you famously have a pile of really beautiful kids. and I know you care about them a great deal, as all parents do. What would your response be if they start coming to you when they turn 18 or 22, and they say, Dad, we're now that you've landed us on Mars, and there's colony forming, like I really want to go.
Yeah, I think if we're talking about, say, the third or fourth set of landings on Mars, I think that'd probably be, I'd be okay with that. Although I've followed them so far, and none of them say they want to go, so they may change their minds, but currently they're not chomping at the bit to go to Mars.
Okay, interesting. Elon, okay. So I think for folks who may not know this, I think we originally met over Twitter, and it's just safe to say, and I want to move on from Mars to memes. It is safe to say that you might be the master of the memes, and in fact, you had a quote, "Who controls the memes controls the universe." Could you just explain what you meant by that and how you became this person?
Well, it's a play on words from Dune. Who controls the spice controls the universe. And if memes are spice, then it's memes. There's a little bit of truth to it in that, like how do you what is it that influences the zeitgeist? Like how do things become interesting to people? And memes like actually kind of a complex form of communication that's that like a picture says 1,000 words and maybe a meme says 10,000 words. It's a complex picture with a bunch of meaning in it, and it can be it's aspirationally funny. So it's I don't know. I love memes. That I think they can be very insightful. Throughout history, I think the symbolism in general has powerfully affected people. So, yeah.
How did you get so good at them? I remember following you many years ago. Going from that to your sea shanties meme or any one of the memes, and some of it may not be safe for work here. How did you get so
We're
good?
told that
Why do we have to be safe for work?
We don't have to be safe for work.
Doesn't work. I know. Yeah. I don't know. I guess probably. If you go back to my very early tweets, or technically I was on Twitter. I think in the very early days when there were only like maybe 10,000, less than 10,000 users. But then people were just tweeting what kind of latte they had at the University Street Starbucks, and I was like, I don't need to know this. So then I deleted my Twitter account, and then a fake person who got my Twitter account had tweeted for a few years, and then my friend Billy said, "Hey, you really should be on Twitter so you can speak directly to people." So I was like, "Okay, I'll do." My friend Billy convinced me to regain my Twitter account, and my early tweets are pretty racy, pretty because I was reading this biography of Captain the Great, so it's sort of things went crazy from there.
By the way, I like how you say that your early tweets were racy and not right now. I just like that.
Look at your
profile.
Other
people think he's gone crazy on Twitter. I'm like, no, I started crazy on Twitter.
What's your favorite set of new memes, Elon? What are the new things that you're following now with respect to memes or creating?
Sorry, what was that again?
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, what are the new memes that you're following or creating right now? What are the ones that are interesting to you right now?
I don't really follow memes.
You just make them?
I make some of them, and then some of them are sent to me. I have some pretty kick-ass meme dealers.
Yeah.
Who's a meme dealer? Is this somebody who's in the back over the signal?
Memes going at a good price.
Are there meme dealers on Mars? Wait.
You gotta have a good meme dealer.
There will be.
My friend Mike is a good meme dealer, and Claire as well, and Jake L, and quite a few others actually. I fortunately am the lucky recipient of very interesting memes.
That's great. Today you're slightly changing subjects a bit. Just on Twitter, today you posted about Neuralink and why people should be working there. For folks who don't know about it, I thought it was really cool. Like, just the possibility of it is just really fantastic. Tell us more about it. There are a lot of engineers listening on this Clubhouse. What is Neuralink? Why should we care? What is possible with it?
Sure. So, the long term. Okay, so Neuralink stems from a concern I had, where I was trying to figure out, even in a benign AI scenario, how do we at least go along for the ride? So, if for those that are following AI closely, it's obviously improving dramatically. If you see, look, say GPT-1 versus GPT-2 versus GPT-3, and just how radically that's improved. And just as deep minds, and I think they've run out of games to win at, basically. And there's just, and look, I say at Tesla, an important thing to note I should make is Tesla actually has, I think, one of the strongest AI teams in the world, but it's an AI team focused on real world usability. So just really solving vision, perception, and control with AI. But even in a benign scenario for AI, where let's say the AI is just really wants to be super nice to us and make us happy. Well, how do we stay relevant and still have meaning and at least go along for the ride? That's in the good scenario, and then in terms of avoiding the bad scenario, to the degree we can couple collective human will to the outcome of artificial intelligence and what's developed in that way, I think that'll probably be a better scenario than if we're unable to effectively couple collective human will to that outcome. So, the final. Now, sorry, but this is getting kind of esoteric, but we love it, keep going. Okay, so people are already a cyborg, in that you already have a tertiary digital layer. You've got your sort of limbic system, which is your primitive drives and desires and responses, and then you've got your cortex, which is long-term planning and thinking. Those are two biological layers, and then there's a tertiary layer, a third layer, which is digital, and you already have that in the form of your phones and computers and all your applications. You're far more powerful than a human would be without those cognitive enhancements. But the bandwidth between your cortex and your digital tertiary layer is very slow, and in fact, with the advent of phones, it got even slower. So if you're thumbing, say, what's the bit rate of a pair of thumbs on a phone? It's very low. Let's be super generous and say it's 100 bits per second. Well, computers can communicate at trillions of bits per second. So it's, at a certain point, the computer gets smart enough. It's like the computer's just trying to talk to a tree. Trees do sort of talk, but they talk so slow that we don't notice. So we need to improve the bandwidth, and with a direct neural interface, we can improve the bandwidth between your cortex and your digital tertiary layer by many orders of magnitude. I'd say probably at least 1,000, or maybe 10,000 or more. And we could also spend a lot more time thinking about interesting things, as opposed to taking complex thought structures, compressing them down into words, which also, again, a very low bit rate, and then having someone else receive those words, decompress them, and then send words back at you. So a huge amount of our brain power is spent in compression, decompression, and we could be instead spending it on deeper concepts. And so if you had a Neuralink, if two people had a Neuralink, you could do conceptual telepathy, where you have a complex series of concepts, and you could just transfer them directly, uncompressed, to the person. This would massively improve the quality of communication and the speed of it. So, and there are other sort of pretty wild things that could be done. Like you could probably save state in the brain, and so if you were to die, your state could be returned either in the form of another human body or a robot body. I mean, this is getting like really, into weird sci-fi stuff here. This is great. This is basically altered carbon, right? Like this makes a plot line from altered carbon. Go on, love it. Yeah, it's kind of like altered carbon. Yeah, exactly. But I think you could decide you want to be a robot or a person or whatever. And you wouldn't be exactly the same. So there'd be a little lost in transfer. But you could also say it's also arguably true that when you wake up in the morning, you're not exactly the same as yesterday. Or the you of a month ago is not the same as the you of today. A bunch of brain cells have died, and some memories have faded, some have strengthened, there are new memories. So anyway, the point is, like, you wouldn't be, there could be something analogous to a video game, like a saved game situation where you are able to resume, upload your last state. Yeah, kind of like altered carbon. Maybe lose a few memories, but mostly be you. So now that's the long-term stuff. In the short term, for Neuralink, the idea would really just be to address brain injuries or spinal injuries, and make up for whatever lost capacity somebody has with an implanted chip. So the first thing that we're going after is a wireless implanted chip that would enable someone who's a quadriplegic or tetraplegic to control a computer or mouse or their phone or really any device just by thinking. And this obviously would be a massive enabler, make life way easier for them. There have been sort of primitive versions of this device, one done with wires sticking out of your head, but it doesn't work all the time, and you can't take it home with you. So just having, basically, you think, like, in simplistic terms, I'd say it's sort of like a Fitbit in your skull with tiny wires that go to your brain. So Fitbit in your skull with tiny wires. So if somebody who's listening is good at designing, like, Fitbits, Apple Watches, phones, computers of various kinds, then actually they would be a great fit for Neuralink. Mm-hmm. So yeah, we'll probably be releasing some new videos showing progress maybe in a month or so, and because we already got like a monkey with a wireless implant in their skull and the tiny wires, who can play video games using his mind. And he's totally normal. He looks totally normal and happy. So it does not look like an unhappy monkey. And you can't even see where the neural implant was put in. Except for that, he's got like a slight, like, dark mohawk. But other than that, it's small. Yeah, he's not uncomfortable and he doesn't look weird. So we're and I was like, when the USDA person came through and inspected our facilities, our monkey facilities, she said it was like the nicest monkey facilities she's ever seen in her entire career. Just FYI. We went the extra mile for the monkeys. But as long as you didn't make them play Cyberpunk. that would be a hell of a trip for a monkey. But one of the things we're trying to figure out is like, can we have the monkeys play mind pong with each other? Yeah, that would be pretty cool.
I have to say the pig demo was really fantastic. That was really cool.
Thanks. Yeah. Well, it's great seeing Neuralink and making good progress. And like I said, I want to be clear. Like, the early applications will really just be for people who've had a serious brain injury, like where it's like the value of the implant would be enormous, because obviously the early implants will come with some non-trivial risk, and so it's going to be like, okay, does the good far outweigh the bad, and then that would be a candidate for some of the initial surgeries with full disclosure of like these little risks and everything. and one of the things we're really paying close attention to is the ability to remove the implant. So it's not like, if somebody doesn't want it or it's not working, we can take it out and then we can reimplant another one. So we've tested implantation, removal, and reimplantation, and it works great.
Sorry, Mark. Switching topic. Yeah. So switching topics. So Elon, as I mentioned kids earlier. As it turns out, I have a very bright and inquisitive 5-year-old who is crawling all over everything and trying to figure everything out and learning as much as he can as fast as he can. Like, what, with everything that we know now and kind of all the modern tools that we have, like, what's the best way to think about educating a 5-year-old in today's world?
Sorry, the best way to educate a 5-year-old?
Yeah, educate a 5-year-old and then think about kind of his education over the course of the next, 5 or 10 years. Like, what kind of program ideally should you think a kid should be on?
Well, my observation is my kids were mostly educated by YouTube and Reddit, and then and their, I guess, classmates and I guess there were lessons as well. But judging by the amount of time they spent online, it seemed like most of their education is actually coming from online. I think generally with education, you want to make it as interesting and exciting as possible. I've said, like, what are some of the, like, if you see, like what are all the things, like, say, a good video game does to keep someone engaged and interested? If kids can be super engaged in video games, I think there's a way for them to be super engaged in education as well. Like, one of the things that's, I think, very fundamental is to explain the why of things. Like, so we're teaching you this, but we're going to explain why we're teaching you this and why it is relevant. We've evolved to forget things that are irrelevant or have low relevance probability. It makes sense. Like, otherwise we'd remember all sorts of nonsense things that weren't very important to our future. So unless relevance is established clearly, then people will have a hard time remembering it by its nature, because it appears to be irrelevant. It might be relevant, but if it's not explained to them, they won't know. And then if you want to have some sort of if you're trying to say problem solving, some sort of engaging narrative for the problem solving, like, it's like far better to say, okay, we're going to teach you how an engine works by taking apart an engine and then putting it back together, and then let's find out what tools are needed in order to take this engine apart and put it back together. It's like, okay, we need screwdrivers and wrenches and Allen keys, and we need a winch, and a bunch of other things, and then you understand the relevance, and it's much more of an interesting problem. This is much better than having, say, a course on wrenches or a course on screwdrivers. You just, like, start with a problem and say, what tools I need to solve this problem. That establishes relevance and gives a compelling narrative thread.
Yeah, it seems like you could kind of, if you had sort of elaborate enough projects, you could roll a huge number of topics into that ultimately kind of combine into a single project with some really actually interesting form of output. For example, building literally building a vehicle or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. You have a narrative thread, or like, why is it all established relevance, and there's a story to it, and then you say, like, well, if, you can't turn that bolt without the wrench. And then, like, let's see, how can we make this engine better? What do we need to do? Okay, well, let's calculate, if it's a gasoline engine, how do you get to a higher RPM or a better compression ratio? I'm using, like, outdated analogy of engines, but you could say for an electric motor, what steps would you need to take to get higher torque, and pull higher power out of this electric motor? And then you can explain. It's obvious why things like Maxwell's equations become necessary in that situation. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be amazing.
Yeah.
Elon, you would not believe the number of parents and people with kids who have asked us about tonight. And I think there are two questions that are connected. One is, how do kids, if you're having a kid and you want teacher to become a polymath like you have become, what advice you have for parents? And the next one is, here you are with, so many companies that you've created that I can't even list them off the top of my head. Why doesn't the world have, and this doesn't mean to sound, psychopathic, but why doesn't the world have more Elon Musks?
Well, I don't know. I might be getting too much credit here. For me, these things I've done have been because I felt a strong compulsion to do them. So it's not like nobody was pushing me to do it, but they're just like I felt a strong compulsion to do them. I wouldn't say there are pretty long sections of my life that have been very painful and difficult, and I'm not sure people would want to do that. If somebody wants to be me or do the things I've done, I would say most probably you're mistaken. You do not want to do that. You'd have to have some kind of like rage demon in your skull that you just got to get it done. It's like when people ask me like, what encouraging words do you have for entrepreneurs who want to do a startup? And my response is, if you need encouraging words, don't do a startup. Quote my friend Bully, doing a startup is like eating glass and staring into the abyss. For a long time.
Yeah. Okay. We're going to switch topics just a second, but I think for everyone in the audience who just caught up and managed to squeeze in, just a quick reset/recap. This is the one and only Elon Musk for his first time on Clubhouse, and this is a show that we do every single day. I know a lot of you are trying to get in the room. There are a bunch of overflow rooms. See if we can get in there. But we're just having an amazing conversation with Elon. Elon, okay. This is something you joked about, but I'm kind of curious to get your, maybe serious answer to this, which is all things cryptocurrency and Bitcoin. You famously just changed your Twitter bio to just the Bitcoin logo and the word Bitcoin this week. What do you think of cryptocurrency? What do you think of Bitcoin? What do you think of other cryptocurrencies? We'd love to get your take on the entire thing.
Well, I gotta watch what I say here because some of these things can really move the market. First of all, I should say many friends of mine have tried to convince me to get involved in Bitcoin for a long time, like from where it first just popped, it popped out there. My friend, my bully, he actually had Bitcoin cake, a cake that was had a big sort of Bitcoin symbol on it, and he fed me a slice of Bitcoin cake in 2013. So, clearly I should have at least bought some Bitcoin 8 years ago. What more do people need to do? Jesus, talk about being late. Talk about being late to the party. So I was a little slow on the uptake there. My apologies. But I think about it a fair bit. But I do at this point think Bitcoin is a good thing. So I am a supporter of Bitcoin. Like I said, I'm late to the party, but I'm a supporter of Bitcoin. And I think Bitcoin is really on the verge of getting broad acceptance by sort of the conventional finance people. So I think so. I don't have a strong opinion on other cryptocurrencies. Occasionally I make jokes about Dogecoin. But they are really just meant to be jokes. But Dogecoin was made as a joke to make fun of cryptocurrencies, obviously. But fate loves irony, and often, as a friend of mine says, the most ironic outcome is most likely, or as I like to say, the most entertaining outcome is often most likely, and arguably the most entertaining outcome and the most ironic outcome would be that Dogecoin becomes the currency of Earth in the future.
Oh my God. Elon, when you tweeted me this afternoon, I will say my tweet replies have been overwhelmed by probably like a zillion different like cryptocurrency coins. But yeah, and by the way, you might remember the infamous time when your replies were filled with cryptocurrency bots on Twitter. Oh my God, it was insane. Yeah. That was actually how Elon and I actually wound up meeting, because that was a very painful time. Okay. Yeah. In fact, and then I made a joke about Bitcoin, and my account got locked. Yeah. I had to actually try and convince some folks that was actually the real Elon Musk, and try and get his account unblocked. Yeah. Okay. So I want to bring us back to one of your companies. We actually have a Tesla Model S sitting outside our house right now. It carries us and our 2-year-old baby around, and we love it. Would love to just get your take on, where you see, you just have a refresh of the Model S coming out. I just saw the review for it. Where do you just see, the future for Tesla, and especially when it comes to all things battery technology and self-driving? Those two topics I think a lot of people are very interested in. Okay, so you're asking me about the future of batteries and self-driving? More like, actually, where do you see Tesla over the next few years? Well, yeah, I mean, I think that, the goal with Tesla is to, and has been from the beginning, is to accelerate the advent of sustainable energy. So in order to do that, we've got to make a lot of cars. We've got to make them increasingly affordable. And our rough target is we want to be able to eventually make 20 million cars a year. And the reason for that is there's 2 billion active cars and trucks on the road, and figure if you're not really moving the needle unless you're changing 1% of the existing fleet. And so that's roughly how we came up with 20 million cars and trucks per year. That's very important to accelerate the advent of sustainable energy. And then, of course, we've got stationary battery packs and solar, which was making a lot of progress on that front. So yeah, we're going to try to grow car production as fast as possible, and that the primary limiting factor there is battery cell production. So we're getting as much as possible from suppliers, and then but even that is not enough. So we're actually going to be building battery cells ourselves. But it's important to emphasize that to our suppliers who are great, we've got great suppliers, that we're not trying to put them out of business. We want them to increase their rate as well. So Panasonic, LG, and CATL, and then to add, to increase to accelerate sustainable energy further, we're making our own cells, and pretty excited about that. And then so I think you expect possibly an acceleration of compounding annual growth. Well, at least aspirationally, that's our goal. And then combine that with autonomy, and it's a very powerful story because once you have autonomy with self-driving cars, you massively increase the utility of any given car. A typical car is driven about 12 hours a week. You think of maybe depending on the situation where you live, it's like maybe an hour and a half a day or something like that. Or in LA, it might be 2 hours a day. So roughly 12 hours a week, and there's 168 hours in a week, in a 7-day week. So most likely cars that are autonomous could maybe do a third of the hours in the week or something like that. So maybe they do, 60 hours a week of usage instead of 12. So you got basically a 5x.
I'm sorry for the interruption. It looks like we may have lost Soft temporarily, so I'm going to try to get him back in. But if anyone else is able to host as a broadcaster, oh, there's Soft. He's back.
brand new. We took those tweets seriously. I confess. First of all, I'm not like fundamentally against LiDAR in all things because for the SpaceX Dragon that docks with the space station, we actually developed and built our own LiDAR for docking with the space station. So obviously, if I hated LiDAR, we would not have done that. And this is well before. This is like 10 years ago we started doing that. So I'm not like I don't have some sort of weird like antagonism to LiDAR. However, for driving on real world roads, you have to solve vision. You have to solve vision, basically understanding objects with passive optical photons, and then making sense of those objects. So like vision, perception. What do those objects mean? What are they going to do? What is the likely path of travel? And then control, and all of that really is AI. The way we're doing it is by running a bunch of neural nets in our head. So we're going to run a bunch of neural nets, do the same thing in the car. And the point at which you solve passive optical, and this is better passive optical than a human has, because you've got 8 cameras, 3 of which point directly forward, 2 that are diagonally forward, and 2 that are diagonally rear, and 1 rear. So the way we do it right now is we have all 8 cameras synchronized with, so you've got 8 frames collected simultaneously, and we're moving towards, and have in fact mostly moved towards video training. So you've got 8 surround cameras. It's like kind of a surreal thing to see, because people look, really, people have 2 eyes, but kind of like really more like 1 eye, because the 2 eyes kind of combine. But anyway, the neural net is basically, it needs to move to full video training, video inference, surround video training, surround video inference, and then it will be superhuman, no question about it. There's just because people don't have eyes in the back of their head, like you basically have effectively a human, for all intents and purposes, it's like having 1 camera on a slow gimbal, and that is often distracted. Maybe sort of drunk, or change the radio, or there's all sorts of things that go wrong. There's no question that you can be superhuman with just cameras. I think if one is going to go with sort of active photon generation, I would recommend something in the occlusion penetrating wavelengths. So like radar, sort of roughly 4 millimeter radar or something like that would be better if you're going to really delve into the arena of active photon generation. Wow. Okay. That's amazing. Okay. Also, I love how DP garden. That was super, super fun. All right, I'm going to switch topics just a bit. I would say it's safe to say a lot of people are very interested in how you work. And you often, for example, describe yourself as an engineer. So walk us through, it's Monday morning, you wake up. What does a typical work day in the life of Elon look like? I guess I wake up and see if there are any emergencies on text or email. And often there are. A ton of what I deal with is not actually fun or interesting. It's like chores. So I've tried really hard not to do my chores, but then if I don't do my chores, things go to hell. So, oh man, you have to do your chores. Basically.
I'm a bit relieved that Elon Musk basically has the same schedule as the rest of us. We all do show, and you do too. And it's kind of, there's something just really relieving just hearing you say that.
Yeah. That's pretty much how it goes these days. I do enjoy the in-person meetings more than email. In fact, I think I'm getting a slight negative limbic reaction to email. It's killing me.
texts are way better to deal with, and then in-person meetings are much better. Even Zoom meetings or whatever, they're still better than email. Anything's better than email, frankly. So anyway, I'll have a bunch of meetings. I'll write email, write text, especially if it's like an email to the group, like saying, hey, I think we need to change direction, do the following things, and let me know if you think otherwise, but otherwise we're going to do these things and get our act together in this area or that area. And then, a bunch of meetings. Most of my meetings are engineering and design. But of course, we have to deal with finance and, sales and other things. And, the things that are necessary for a company to function. And then there's quite a lot of context switching. So he sent me the meme of like, fear is not the mind killer, context switching is the mind killer, which I totally agree with. Context switching is a real bear. So just try to do less context switching. So maybe focus on one thing for an hour and then another thing for another hour. It's really hard to context switch between SpaceX and Tesla and all the things that are going on at SpaceX and Tesla, and then Neuralink, Boring Company, which fortunately pretty low bandwidth. They don't take a high level of CPU load because they were smaller, and there's their personal stuff and of course memes. I get that's important. How to get them in? They're like, where's my meme? We're expecting a meme by now. You're calling up your meme dealer for your hit of memes, I love it. Exactly. Elon, earlier last year, I talked to Mark about how he spent his time, and Mark talked about, when he was younger, he used to have large blocks of open time on his calendar, and I think a lot of, well-known founders have large blocks of open time or scheduled time. Now, you are unique because you have multiple companies you're running. You're also much more of an engineer than traditional CEOs. What does your calendar look like? You have this, are you allocated 30 minutes back to back? You have a lot of open space. How do you handle it? I do not have a lot of open space. It's generally back-to-back meetings, and it's insane. I mean, my days are like insane torrents of information. I mean, so sometimes people like if you want to like audit what I do for a day, it's insane. I don't recommend it. I mean, yeah. I was thinking, like, man, how long can I keep this up? I don't want my brain to explode. And it's like the meetings that are scheduled are not like nice to have meetings. They're like, this meeting is essential. Like, okay, it's pretty intense. I was thinking, like, maybe I should like at some point like take a week off or something. Clear my mind. Or like, I know there's like a bunch of people like writing books on Tesla and SpaceX, for example. Like, it's pretty hard for them to get it right because they just weren't there. And maybe I should like write some like book of my experiences that has like all the foolish mistakes I've done and like some advice for others that might be helpful. I think so. A book, a documentary. I think, I remember once hearing about how do you still sleep on the floor of your factory? I really used to at one point in time. I did. I only if there's like a crisis situation. And I actually, it's like basically when the team is being asked to really work super hard, I got to be right there with them. And they gotta see it. Seeing is believing. And so if I'm just sleeping in the middle of the factory floor, and sort of go to sleep at 4 a.m, like waking up like 4 hours later, and, like they literally see me. They walk past me. It's not like hidden or anything. And it's like, okay, casinos willing to fucking take that level of pain, then they'll do it too.
I was going to say, when you first said you slept in the factory, I figured, there must be like an executive floor or something. You must have like the couch, and it must be like a nice setup. And then When I came over to see you that one time, it's like you have your conference room is literally in the middle of the factory, and like the giant. Sure, I'm pardon my swearing, but I have to. The giant fucking robots are like 15 feet away. Yeah. And they're pounding metal, and it's like ear splitting. And your factory is like literally, your room is like literally right in the middle of it. And then I saw your like sleeping bag in the conference room, so I assume that's where you're sleeping. I didn't see any of the rooms. Like it's not sleeping in the factory. It's like that's intense.
Most of the time, I did not sleep in the conference room because people could not see me in the conference room. So I slept on the floor outside the conference room. Because otherwise, how do people know? You know, I don't know. Seeing's believing. So I mostly just sleep on the floor outside the conference room so they could see that I was there.
Yep, that's an even more advanced level.
Yeah, that's more than hurt. And I always wake up and smell like oil and iron filings. It was rough. Yeah, but I was asking people to really go all out, you know, and I can't expect them to go all out if I'm not doing the same thing.
That's super interesting because when people think, again, I'm not saying this is a fact, when people think, how does the richest person in the world live? They don't think uncomfortably sleeping outside a conference room with like a lot of loud banging going on right next door.
They probably don't, but the people at the factory do. They saw it themselves. I love it. That's what's important, you know.
Okay, I love it. Okay, switching topic just a little bit. I think a lot of people, you have your hands full with SpaceX and Tesla, and the Boring Company and Neuralink. If you had to start, if you somehow magically found an extra 5 hours in a day, and you had to start another company or another effort, what would you start?
Well, I have no plans to start yet another thing.
You have all the free time. Did you?
Yeah, my head will definitely explode.
It's like the gladiator meme. Are you not entertained enough? Have you not created enough companies?
Indeed. I think there are still tremendous opportunities in tunneling. For 5 years, people asked me what I see opportunities, and I'd say tunneling, and then nobody did anything. So then, actually, initially as a joke, created the Boring Company. We did like a test tunnel in LA, and then still people don't believe us. And then so we just did our first operational tunnel in Vegas. But the world really needs tunnels because all major cities have traffic, and tunnels can massively improve people's quality of life by making it easier to travel from one place to another in a city. And then that can be further expanded to long distance travel, where if you just throw a vacuum on the tunnel, then you can go extremely fast, faster than a plane, and faster than a plane or a high-speed rail. So I really still recommend, can someone else say, please start a tunneling company, that'll be great. Then there's RNA or mRNA, basically synthetic viruses, which is we've seen put to good effect with BioNTech and Moderna. But I think people don't quite appreciate that what's actually going on is the digitization of medicine. So it's where you can just literally, create an RNA or DNA sequence like a computer program, and then encapsulate that in a you have to multiply it many billions of times, and encapsulate that in a lipid shell, so it looks like a tasty treat for your cells, and you can literally do anything. This is absolutely the future of medicine. You could probably figure out how to turn someone into a literal butterfly. Okay, your cells are biological computers. They execute just like sort of an old school computer where you feed it like if you feed it a tape, or a punch card. That's you feed your cells, which are tiny biological computers, this punch card, and they will do whatever that punch card says. So that was probably a big eye opener for 2020 of like just the understanding the potential of RNA, and then just super randomly, Tesla actually is making a fairly advanced RNA sort of micro fab or something where currently for CureVac, but we're open to making it for other companies as well. Wait a minute. I don't think I'm not sure I understand this. Why is Tesla making RNA fab? It's super random. So, like about a little over 4 years ago, we acquired a company in Germany, primarily for they're very good at automation. They're called Groman, and they're in southern Germany near basically city of Rome. And at the time of the acquisition, they said like, look, we're willing to be acquired, but there's like just a couple of projects that we think, even though they're not related to automotive, we really like to continue if you don't mind. The two projects were one is this like tiny chip analyzer, or like a thing with tiny wires for analyzing chips that Intel needs from making CPUs, and then another one was this biotech thing for it's basically there's three parts to it. There's a DNA multiplier, an RNA multiplier, and something which puts then the lipid shell on the RNA sequence. We're on like version 3 of it now, and they said they keep going. So if you keep it under 10% of resources, no problem, you can keep going. And then I don't know, it turns out it may actually be useful. I just love that you accidentally found yourself with an RNA fab. By the way, you've been talking a lot about how mRNA obviously has been key to the Moderna vaccines and all the COVID-19 vaccines, which brings me to COVID. Let us say somehow magically tomorrow you were running the vaccine effort, the distribution effort right now. What would you do to get the vaccines out?
Specifically around the delivery of the logistics side, which we just don't seem to be doing a really good job across the world. So what would you do differently there?
Well, I don't have good insight into the situation as it stands, but I think relaxing the requirements on it, there's like seems to be there are too many requirements of who can get the vaccine. The vaccine really is important for anyone with that's elderly or has a compromised immune system, or is otherwise at risk for the virus. And I think really just saying like, you know, first come first serve, show up here, like use CVS and Walgreens, which give out the flu vaccine every year, and say, okay, just show up here, and you know, especially for the Moderna and BioNTech vaccines, which are quite temperature sensitive, they can only be sort of defrosted from the deep freeze briefly, and then they must be used or they lose their effectiveness. This is because my understanding is the RNA, because the RNA sequences they use are not stable. Those sequences want to revert to something else. Because they're not stable, they must be frozen at a very low temperature, or they will simply want to revert to a lower energy state RNA sequence. That's my understanding of it. So just like, instead of worrying about like this, is the exact right person going to get the vaccine, like just accept that maybe some people who shouldn't get the vaccine will get it, but we'll still get a whole lot more vaccines out there, and let's not worry about the details here. Let's just get it to as many people as possible, as quickly as possible. And for sure, we should not worry about the second dose quite yet. Just give everyone the first dose. I suspect that the immunity granted by the first dose is very significant. And we've got, you know, that second dose is like 3 or 4 weeks later. So we've got plenty of time to think about the second dose. Just worry about the first dose and first come, first served, and don't worry about like accidentally giving the damn thing to someone who maybe doesn't deserve it. That will happen a little bit. So that's my recommendation on that front. We are going to be there is going to be an avalanche of vaccine coming. I think US may have ordered something like 900 million doses sent by, and the combination of there's going to be we were going to have so much COVID vaccine. I guarantee you it will be thrown away later this year, more than we could possibly ever need or want. the Johnson & Johnson vaccine just got approved, which is that's good because it's a more conventional vaccine, but it's a single shot, room temperature. And there are more and more vaccines that are going to get approved. Hopefully, the CureVac will be approved soon. I know because I know the Tesla machine, it can make a bazillion doses super fast. So I think there's definitely for those who are concerned about the vaccine, you should expect an exponential increase in vaccine availability, and then combined with that, we are, I think, starting to approach some degree of herd immunity with people who contract the virus and recovered. So, which is actually better than getting a vaccine. The antibody reaction is better than if you got the vaccine. So, could go on about it, but overall, I think optimistic message that there will be lots of vaccines, and I would really encourage people to take the vaccine. I am not an anti-vaxxer. I want to be clear. I'm a pro-vaxxer.
So, speaking of the vaccine, California has been sort of bouncing between kind of 45th and 50th in the country, by states in terms of the speed of the rollout. And it for me, it sort of, it re-raises this question that's been coming up more and more, which is, you and I and a lot of people, here listening have built our companies, primarily in California up until now. What's your view on the future of California from here?
Well, first of all, I should say I love California, and I've lived more than half my life in California. Just I am, Californian. So much of my. I built my companies here. I came here as a summer. Came to Silicon Valley as a summer intern to work on energy storage technology for electric vehicles. Way back in 92, I think it was 92 or 93. There's a little company called Pinnacle Research in Los Gatos. I got to Silicon Valley as soon as I could. And then at Stanford, I was going to be working on sort of advanced capacitors for use in electric vehicles, stress studies, and ended up putting that on hold for the internet. Trying to get a job at Netscape, by the way.
So I have heard that story indirectly. I would actually like for you to tell it so that I can learn what mistake I made.
Okay, well, first of all, I wouldn't say I did a very good job of trying to get a job at Netscape, but I was convinced that the internet would be the future. Essentially, the humanity communicated by osmosis until then, but with the internet, it would be like humanity acquiring a nervous system and becoming much more of a superorganism. And so I was like, okay, well, I could do a PhD at Stanford on sort of advanced capacitors for use in electric vehicles, which may or may not be successful. I could get the PhD, but would it be useful or not? Uncertain. Or I could be part of building the internet, which was so it's either do a PhD and watch the internet get built right in front of me, or put grad studies on hold and try to help build the internet in some way. And you're basically the only internet company. So I sent my resume, and I was then thinking of feedback, and then I tried hanging out in the lobby, but I was too shy to speak to anyone. And I was like, man, what a charlatan I am sitting in this lobby.
Wow.
And then I just started writing stuff for myself because I was like, okay, well, I'll just write stuff for myself. And I actually wrote the first maps and directions on the internet. I'm not sure how many people are aware of that, but the first maps, directions, yellow pages, and white pages, I wrote it personally. It's just me on my computer. And when we started our first company, we only had one computer. So the website only worked during the day because I was coding at night, and the server ran during the day. That was quite an adventure, that's for sure. Yeah.
So I just want to let you know that the next time you show up at one of my companies and hang out in the lobby for an internship, you're going to get an internship.
Wow, thanks, man.
Yeah. But only if you get the stuff running 24/7, you can't slack off at night.
No sleeping outside the controls. That's not okay.
Yeah. We will provide you with not just one but two computers. computers.
Nice. Okay, I want to wrap up with some light questions for you, which I think a lot of people are curious in. What are you watching on TV? What are you reading right now? Well, I just finished watching The Last Kingdom, which I think is a great piece of mostly accurate historical drama. There's Cobra Kai, which is if you grew up in. It's so good. It's so good. It's such a sick burn, that show. My goodness. They just like turn the knife constantly. Let's see, what else have we been watching?
What do you think of The Expanse?
Maybe I should start watching that. I think there's like some sort of like things about like having a shortage of water or something. There's something like it didn't make any scientific sense at first, so I was like, come on, this is dumb. So then I stopped watching it, but it sounds like maybe I should keep watching it. I need to be on the treadmill, otherwise I won't work out because I hate working out.
Yeah, I think you'll find, I think season 4 now, I think you'll find, it's apparently, I think, you'll know more than I will, but the sort of most accurate representation of what, actual like interplanetary travel would be like, once it's sort of made routine. And by the way, the politics that flow, right? And so it sort of sets up a three-way battle between, basically Earth and Mars and then the asteroid belt, and kind of gets into all that.
It's a time of in the future. I would say that would be a good outcome because it means that humanity's actually made it out there. As long as they're not annihilate each other. Besides the Expanse, what do you recommend?
I've got one for you. I just got to bring one up. Devs, spelled D-E-V-S.
Yes.
If you have not seen Devs, Dev is definitely the show for you. And I will not say any more, but you will enjoy it.
All right, Devs. A game that's pretty good is Mythic Quest.
Yes.
Amazing.
Oh my God, my favorite.
Best after TV show. Yeah, that's a good one.
Did you see the Ravens Banquet, the most recent one?
Yeah, it's great.
So good.
Have you seen Tenet yet? The new Christopher Nolan movie? Yes, it's pretty good. Wow. Okay. And did you understand Tenet? Well, I think if you think too hard about Tenet, it's not going to make maybe complete sense. But I enjoyed the movie.
It's funny because that's kind of what Nolan said too in one of the interviews. He said, just don't go deep into it. Just enjoy it for the movie. And 4 hours later, I emerged from Reddit being like, I still don't entirely get it. So I should have just just skim through it and just watched it for the fun of it.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, Elon. I think you don't want to take up too much of your time. This has been amazing. You've pretty much broken Clubhouse. There are probably about over a dozen, maybe more overflow rooms, and I see so many Twitter threads right now. You've been so generous. For all your listeners here and on Twitter, you've been asking for people to join Neuralink. You've been asking people to join Tesla. Do you have any final thoughts for everybody who's listening to you right now? Well, do you want to hear the real story from Vlad from Robinhood about what happened this week with GameStop? Sure, go for it. Okay, you need to let him somehow click on a button so you can talk. All right, let me figure this out.
While we're figuring it out, Elon, why don't you talk to us about Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, since you mentioned that right at the beginning?
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy by Douglas Adams is in fact a book of philosophy disguised as a silly humor book. And if you read it from the standpoint of, wow, this is an interesting book of philosophy, it's quite insightful. As I mentioned, he really hits to the point of the answer is easy once you can properly formulate the question. I like the fact that the ship is powered by infinite improbability. It's called the Heart of Gold.
Yeah.
It's he makes fun of bureaucracy. In fact, Earth essentially gets destroyed by
a sort of clerical error or seriously, we're not going to clerical error. They basically decided that they need to have an interstellar highway and that Earth's in the way, and so they post the fact that Earth needs to get destroyed for this interstellar highway. But of course, it's posted on an alien bulletin board that no one on Earth can access. And so then they're surprised when people on Earth are unhappy about this. It's like, who's posted on the board? What do you mean? Like, what board? Some of the things in Doug Sauer's book, like the Babelfish, where you put the fish in your ear that automatically translates, we kind of have that already. So, yeah, I mean, the future's coming back.
Elon, okay. Vlad, can you hear us?
Vlad the Stock Impaler.
Hey guys, thanks for inviting me up. It's good to hang with all of you.
All right, Vlad, what really happened? Give us the inside scoop.
All right, well, I was actually hoping that you would invite me up for the Fermi paradox part, because this has been a very surreal weekend and week for me. One of the really great things is all the people coming out of the woodwork to offer support for the company, offer advice. So I got introduced today, and actually I should say I just randomly downloaded Clubhouse a couple of days ago just to see what it was all about. So this is my first time literally using the app. But yeah, I got introduced to your friend Antonio, Elon, who had some good advice for me, and then introduced me to you. You had some great advice, and then I figured, I heard about this Clubhouse, and this has got to be part of the simulation. So I just thought, why not? So here I am. So I'm actually an adherent to the simulation hypothesis.
All right. Well, spill the beans, man. What happened last week? Why do you stop people? Why couldn't people buy the GameStop shares? The people demand an answer, and they want to know the details of the truth.
Yep. Okay, so let me start by giving a little bit of background. So I'm the chief executive of Robinhood. Robinhood is actually
just go on.
I'll go through this quickly. Don't worry. This is important. It's actually a couple of companies. So there's an introducing broker dealer called Robinhood Financial, and that basically is the app that you know and love. It processes trades. You're a customer of Robinhood Financial. Then there's a clearing broker dealer, Robinhood Securities, that clears and settles the trades. And then we have Robinhood Crypto, which is our crypto business. All of these are kind of different entities that are differently operated. So basically Wednesday of last week, we just had, unprecedented volume, unprecedented load on the system. A lot of these, so-called meme stocks were, going viral on social media, and people were joining Robinhood, and there was a lot of net buy activity on them, as you guys all know. And Robinhood at this time, I think, was number one on the iOS App Store, and pretty close, if not number one, on Google Play as well. So just unprecedented activity. And so Thursday morning, right? So I'm sleeping, but at 3:30 a.m. Pacific, our operations team receives a file from the NSCC, which is the National Securities Clearing Corporation. So basically, as a clearing broker, and this is where Robinhood Securities comes in, we have to put up money to the NSCC based on some factors, including things like the volatility of the trading activity, concentration into certain securities, and this is the equities business, so it's based on stock trading and not options trading or anything else. So they gave us a file with a deposit, and the request was around $3 billion, which is, about an order of magnitude more than what it typically is, right? So
no, why was that so high? Like this seems like it sounds like this is an unprecedented increase in demand for capital. What formula did they use to calculate that?
Well, yeah, and just to give context, Robinhood up until that point has raised, a little bit, around $2 billion in total venture capital up until now. So it's a big number. Like $3 billion is a large number, right? So basically, the details are, we don't have the full details. It's a little bit of an opaque formula, but there's a component called the VAR of it, which is value at risk, and that's based on kind of some fairly quantitative things, although it's not fully transparent. So there are ways to reverse engineer it, but it's not kind of publicly shared. And then there's a special component, which is discretionary. So that kind of acts as a multiplier, and basically
discretionary meaning like it's just their opinion.
Yeah, it's a little bit. I mean, I'm sure there's definitely more than just their opinion, but basically,
well, I guess like
it's based on growth.
What everyone wants to know is like, did something maybe shady go down here? Like it's like seems weird that you get a sudden $10 billion demand. $3 billion. More. Sorry, how much?
Yeah, it was $3 billion US.
$3 billion. Okay, so it's $3 billion
around.
Just suddenly out of nowhere. And what percent?
I wouldn't impute shadiness to it or anything like that. And actually, the NSCC was reasonable subsequent to this, and they worked with us to actually lower it. So it was unprecedented activity. I don't have the full context about what's going on in the NSCC to make these calculations, but essentially
is
anyone
holding you hostage right now?
No, I'm okay. Yeah. Thanks for asking. But anyway, so this was obviously nerve-wracking, and I actually was asleep at this point. The operations team was fielding this at 3:00, and then we got back, we put our heads together. Our chief operating officer basically said, "Look, let's call up the higher ups at the NSCC and kind of figure out what's going on. Maybe there's some way we can work with them." And basically, there was another call, and they lowered it to something like $1.4 billion from 3. Okay. So we were making some progress, right? And then, but it's still a high number. And then we basically proposed, well, let's explain how we plan to, let's explain how we'll manage risk in these symbols throughout the day. We proposed marking these volatile stocks that were kind of driving the activity, position closing only, and then at about an hour before market open, so 5:30 or 5 in the morning, they came back and they said, okay, the charge is, or the deposit's $700 million, which we then deposited and paid promptly, and then everything was fine. So that essentially explains why we had to mark these symbols position closing only, and also why we knew this was a bad outcome for customers. Part of what's been really difficult is Robinhood stands for democratizing access to stocks, and
yes,
we want to give people the access. So that's been very, very challenging. But we had no choice in this case. We had to conform to our regulatory capital requirements, and so the team did what they could to make sure we were available for customers.
Who controls this organization, this clearinghouse?
It's a consortium. It's not quite a government agency. I don't really know the details of all of that. Okay. But and to be fair, like we were I think there was legitimate sort of turmoil in the markets. Like these are unprecedented events with these meme stocks, and there was a lot of activity. So there probably is some amount of extra risk in the system that warrants higher requirements. So it's not entirely unreasonable. But we did operational processes to make sure that customers that had positions could sell their open positions, because obviously restricting someone, we got a lot of questions about, okay, you had to restrict buying, why didn't you also restrict selling? And the fact of the matter is, people get really pissed off if they're holding stock and they want to sell it and they can't, right? So I think that's categorically worse. So and lots of other brokers, I think, were in the same situation. Robinhood was in the news, but you sort of heard this industry-wide, right? Other brokers basically restricted the same exact activity.
All right, so it sounds like this organization, it calls you up and they basically have a gun to your head, either hand over this money or else. And so, because I mean, like basically what people are wondering is like, did you sell your clients down the river, or did you have no choice? And if you had no choice, that's understandable. But then, we got to find out why you had no choice, and who are these people that are saying you have no choice?
Yeah, I think that's fair. We have to comply with these requirements. Financial institutions have requirements. The formula behind these requirements, I think it would obviously be ideal if there was a little bit more transparency so we could plan better around that. But to be fair, we were able to open and serve our customers, and 24 hours later, our team raised over $1 billion in capital, so that when we did open, when we do open tomorrow morning, we'll be able to kind of relax the stringent position limits that we put on these securities on Friday.
Will there be any limits?
Well, I think there's always going to be some theoretical limit. Like we don't have infinite capital, right? And on Friday there were limits. So there's always going to have to be some limit. I think the question is, will the limits be high enough to the point where, they won't impact, 99.9+% of customers. So, if someone were to deposit $100 billion and decide to trade in one stock like that, that wouldn't be possible, All
right. All right. Well, I guess people really just want to know, if you had no choice, then you had no choice. It's a gun-fed situation, and then that's understandable. But then whoever put that gun to your head should, be willing to answer the public.
Yeah, listen, and I know there's processes. This is unprecedented times, and to be fair to those guys, they've been reasonable. So I think the one thing that is maybe not clear to people is Robin is a participant in the financial system, so we have to work with all of these counterparties. So we do get a lot of questions about, why do you work with market makers? Why do you work with clearing houses? Vertically integrating and getting, it's hard enough to build introducing a clearing broker-dealer. Not too many people have done that. But the financial system that allows customers to trade shares is sort of a complex web of multiple parties. And, it's hard to, everyone says, it could be better, it could be improved. It's just the necessity of trading equities in the U.S. that you have to do all these things.
To what degree are you beholden to Citadel? I mean, basically, if Citadel's unhappy, then what happens?
Yeah, so that, there was a rumor that Citadel or other market makers kind of pressured us into doing this, and now that's just false, right? Market makers execute our trades. They execute trades of every broker dealer. This was a clearinghouse. This was a clearinghouse decision, and it was just based on the capital requirements. So, from our perspective, Citadel and other market makers weren't involved in that. But wouldn't they have a strong say in who got put in charge of that organization, since it's an industry consortium, not a government consortium, or not a government regulatory agency? I don't have any reason to believe that. I think that's just like, then you're getting into kind of the conspiracy theories a little bit. So I just have no reason to believe that that's the case, Okay. All right. Well, I guess we'll see what happens with future actions. Hopefully that was insightful and at least a little bit entertaining. Are you not entertained? Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't know what to say. First of all, Vlad, thank you so much for jumping on. I know it's pretty late, and thank you so much. Deeply, I appreciate it, and I'm sure everyone in the audience here and watching elsewhere deeply appreciate it. So thank you so much. Really appreciate this. I'm going to wrap this up. Elon, what can I say? Thank you so much. I hope you had a fun time for your first time on Clubhouse. Did you have fun? Yeah, it's great. This is awesome. I didn't even know it existed a week ago, so it seems cool. Awesome. So, would you come back? Yeah. All right. Okay. Well, thank you so much, and also thank you everyone for listening in. I know we went way over, Elon. Elon, every time we do this show, we try and pick a song that fits the person we're interviewing. So I'm going to play us out of the show with a song that I think you might like. Gary, hit it. There we go. Elon, great song. Great song. Thank you so much. This was a true break internet moment. Thank you, everyone. Thanks, guys. Good night, everyone. Thank you. Good night. Thanks, bye. Thank you.
All right, Ross, you have the floor. Jesus.
That was amazing. Holy fuck, everyone.
Wow, dude. Elon should have interviewed himself.
No kidding.
That was crazy.
Dude would be a killer podcast host. He's like a fucking investigative journalist.
I had no idea he was going to take Vlad to task like that.
That was sweet.
I tried so hard not to laugh.
Oh my god! I predicted that.
I was laughing, but I couldn't laugh out loud.
And he did it so well. He was like nice about his questions, and then we just listened to like Vlad fumble and talk about details that he admits that he doesn't know. Like that was stunning.
How did
it's
Vlad
not necessarily
walk into
admitting.
this?
He's just saying he doesn't know. I mean, that could be complete bullshit.
Right, but like
He's lying.
Bad. Lying is bullshit, and being CEO of a company during a crisis and not knowing those key details, like how is that believable? And if it is true, that's horrifying.
Yeah.
He had no clue, and Elon was not impressed.
Elon was laughing at him at the end.
If you guys have money with Robinhood, I'd start moving it out if you haven't already.
Yeah. By the way, we are happy to help you do that on Monday morning.
Sounds good, Ross.
Ross, what's the
I've been retweeting you all weekend, Ross.
Listen,
Gally, Rob Mauer, what'd you guys think?
Ross, real question: what's it like shipping through your platform? I've never worked with it.
It's honestly like it's the same as everybody's platform, other than it works.
Fair enough. Savage. So,
Hey,
Ross,
just want to say, sorry, thanks to Joy for picking up the slack when I lost connection there. The
My
app just
pleasure.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was so
awesome.
awesome.
I was
Yeah,
amazed that
thank
it
you.
worked for so long, honestly.
Thank you so much, Soph. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I'm glad I
No worries.
stayed here.
Nothing
Yeah, me
stops
too. Thank
Tesla, people. Nothing will stop us.
Nope, we tag team.
Exactly.
Damn, that was crazy. I can't believe he brought on the Robinhood dude and he didn't fucking.
Dude, that was crazy.
Well, he mentioned that he asked in the beginning. I thought it was a joke. He's like, "Is Vlad on?" But
I know. I
I'm
thought it was
curious.
too.
Judge Dredd Elon.
Well, dude, it seemed pre-planned. Like Elon already knew what the
Yeah, totally.
shit was in the background, you know. And then when he started questioning him, he was just fumbling over himself.
He seems so
Yeah, I mean,
nervous.
it was probably planned
That-
like today just to beat the markets on Monday. Like this all sounds like it was just very last minute. And then it seemed like something Elon almost wanted to do. Like he was like, "Hey, let's hijack this." Like I've never seen anything like this.
Dude,
Elon,
yeah.
Look at me, I'm the captain now.
Yeah, that was fucking awesome. I was like, oh shit, is he actually gonna get on? Damn.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
love when
totally thought it was a joke
You just
for him.
Elon Musk. You can just summon
Mhm.
people. Get the CEO of Robinhood in here.
he asked him if he was currently being held hostage. Like that's how unbelievable Elon felt his answers were.
Yeah, I thought that the interview went well, and I'm glad that they asked a variety of questions. A lot of these we already know, being in the Tesla community, but I think it was also interesting to learn some new things. Like, what if he had more time, what other startups he would want to go for. So I thought they interviewed pretty well. What do you guys think?
I loved hearing about like when they asked him about the kids. Like, what would you? It made me feel less guilty about letting my son watch YouTube all the time. You know, it's like, yeah, that's how kids learn these days. I mean, I didn't have that when I was a kid.
No, that's true. I learned everything I do for my career on the internet, programming.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Hey,
Yeah,
Ross.
and go ahead.
Sorry, I was gonna say, hey Ross, I think I need to move all my shit off Robinhood. At first, I felt like, okay, he's gonna answer something, I'm gonna feel a lot more comfortable. But at the end of that, I felt probably less comfortable than I did before it.
Yeah, I've unfortunately seen these kind of things happen before, and it's really hard to run a financial institution and be responsible, and they've just well over their heads, and so yeah, it can be a real nightmare for people. It's your money, and for a lot of people, it's all their money. So you want it to be safe, and you want to have access to it, and you want to be able to do what you want to do with it. So it's a big problem.
So Ross,
Yeah, Ross, they're not
I
a
love
fiduciary though, right?
No, they're not, and
So they're taking bets against you on the other end of this thing.
right, that's why they're in trouble.
So Ross, what just high level? What separates you from someone like Robinhood in this situation?
If you come to my firm with $2,000 and no job and you're 23, I'm not giving you options and margin to trade on.
You're responsible, basically.
They won't even, like our broker, would be like, "Are you guys like stoned? Like what do you guys? What's wrong with you?" So as much as I'm all for people trading, there's a reason, they have rules, and Robinhood just doesn't follow them. And so they created like this big monster.
So they don't ask the standard question of how many years have you been trading? What do you know about options and that sort of thing when people fill out their profiles?
No,
Yeah,
they just think. Oh, sorry. They just ask for like bank account info, and they don't give a fuck.
right.
Yeah, that's mind blowing.
I seem to remember answering those basic questions before trading options. Like there's like 3 or 4 questions.
Well, legally they're supposed to ask questions, but like there's supposed to be a process, like a human that's like, before we do this person should kind of understand the risk to themselves, and not to mention the risk the firm actually takes through, offering the leverage.
Yep. And they used to give that skinny book from the DOE.
Yeah.
So
You get a book, and then with margin too, So even when I was like really young, I used to trade options on margin. When this was like first happened with like Schwab, and I remember mistakes I made, and you just can get wiped out, and so there's some wisdom to saying, hey, I want you to trade, but like let's just do equity.
Yeah. So high level, why do you guys think that he even had the CEO of Robinhood in there? Because like I guess in my mind, by having the CEO of Robinhood almost hijack the interview, or Elon hijacked the interview for Robinhood, that's to say Elon believes in the good of Robinhood. Again, first principles. We don't. Maybe Elon's suggesting that, yeah,
I think he
Robinhood got
honestly
screwed
just
here.
wanted to know what happened and give him a chance to speak.
Oh,
Yeah.
dude, you know what I looked up? Apparently, so A16Z is one of the lead investors for Clubhouse. And apparently they led their Series G in Robinhood at an 11 billion valuation.
Oh,
It felt really set up.
No way.
Wow, that's
yeah,
deep.
that's not surprising. Like him going on
Well,
Clubhouse.
it could also just be like, okay, if you fucking took money from 1816Z, you know you're gonna show up to Mark Andreessen's
Hey,
podcast, you know?
Omar, that was a coincidence, I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
Because the guy that Elon was mentioning that introduced Vlad to him recently is a board member. Like, I've met him several times. This dude's been with Tesla for a long time. Ross, you know who I'm talking about? I forget the guy's name he mentioned.
They said Anthony.
Antonio, yeah. Tony, yeah, Antonio, yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
he
what I
was.
thought. I thought Elon was just trying to help his friends doing Clubhouse and all this today. So I would assume there's some relationship to getting involved with a huge securities nightmare.
Hey, I just like to say, because Sophie pointed this out, that I've learned so much from all you guys on YouTube. And when Elon was talking about his kids learning via YouTube, I was thinking of all of you guys and the crazy shit that I've learned and my ability to have my diamond hands because you guys gave me conviction. So big shout out to you guys. And then I don't own any Bitcoin, but I thought that was crazy that Elon was jumped right in with his support on Bitcoin. So putting that out there.
Yeah, we learned a lot from you on CNBC, Ross.
They won't put me on anymore, you know. It's like,
why is that?
You know, the last time I was getting so tired of these bears, you know, and I just lost it on Craig Irwin and Wilfred Frost. So they just don't want the dissonance.
They want
That
they
had
want
to boost
Gordon,
their
dude.
ratings.
They want fucking Gordon coming in saying some dumbass shit.
Yeah, they do.
Craig is the funniest guy on television.
Honestly, I don't care anymore. You know, we've proven the world like such a huge thing that I think is so amazing. Because as much as Elon, you know, is doing so much, it's so many of you all that have made Tesla successful. I'm so grateful, you know, as well for all my friends who, you know, were there for me during the hard times.
That was some crazy shit.
Yeah.
Thanks for sticking with it, Ross, for all that time, man. You were probably one of the only institutions out there that was supporting Tesla from way back.
Yeah, dude, for sure. You're like one of the main ones.
Yeah, you know, I in hindsight, it was not an easy path, you know. But
yeah, you were selling Tesla when no one else was. It was amazing.
you know, yeah, you know, and I think about why I kept dealing with it, especially when it got real bad. But on the other hand, I was like, I thought it was so obvious. Like Elon is such a, you know, genius that I was like, if I'm going down, I'm going down with my ace. You know, like I had aces, but I was like, maybe I just have the worst hand ever right now. But I'm like, I'm gonna go down. I'll go
we
down
all felt
with
that
Elon.
way, man.
Yeah,
I certainly felt that way.
But I wouldn't recommend it, you know, from a betting large amounts of money side. It was not easy.
No risk, no reward.
Can only imagine.
Yeah, but the cool thing is my clients are regular people. It's like I don't work for the rich. I work for all kinds of people. And so like literally thousands of people benefited from Tesla. And that's the best part about it. You know, you all and I know so many people who've benefited greatly from supporting Tesla, but also the mission is so worthwhile.
Right. And that's really it right there, is just
it's
that
history.
It's both the financial and just like it's good for everyone.
Yeah. I mean, Tesla is so awesome. Like we've completely changed like industries.
It's been terrifying watching people speak about GameStop the same way as Tesla. Like, oh, if you just hold, it's going to work out. without recognizing the mission of Tesla and everything that community's done for years, and suddenly they just think that this mantra of hold is going to play out right. It's kind of scary.
Yeah. Nobody even buys video games anymore, dude. You download them now, like GameStops are fucking empty.
Yes, this GameStop thing is crazy.
They're fucking empty.
They have 5,000 stores in strip malls. It's like the worst business in the world.
But it almost shows you the power of social media, where one thing can happen and it's just a trickle effect. I remember even when Tesla came out, everybody was still skeptical about it, but now it's just a trickle effect to the point where, like, if you have a Tesla or you talk about Tesla, people's ears are like wide open and they want to hear everything about it. Like, what can they do to get in it? Anything they can do with Tesla, they try to do. So it's just crazy how social media just capture everything to these days.
Yeah.
Hey, Viv is here.
Absolutely.
Viv, can you hear me? I think I just invited her to speak. 1 second. Let me try this again.
The Pope is here.
Welcome, Pope.
Hey, can
Hey,
y'all invite Viv to speak if you don't mind, or into the?
Maybe she doesn't want to.
Oh, okay. No worries.
I will just say, backing up a little bit, high level, I don't think anyone had this on their bingo card. Like, of all the things that Elon was going to talk about, we were all pontificating before the call, and then just to watch what happened was, I still want, like, why
Well,
would
he did
Elon
all
do
of that, and then he threw down the wild card.
That was pretty amazing. For
Like,
sure.
he talked about, Neuralink, all that shit, and then it's like, oh, wait, one more thing.
And it's the biggest one more thing that I can imagine happened today. I don't know. That's major news.
So what people would probably look for now is this consortium of companies and which companies is actually behind
Oh, yeah.
these limits, and I guess the digging starts now, huh?
Names will be named, I'm sure.
Yeah.
He just kicked off the investigation.
Yeah, he put it in ludicrous mode for sure.
Yeah.
This was testimony.
I think that was the purpose of the whole thing.
You're absolutely, that's probably it. And this was probably intentional for that. I was wondering why. He probably just said the why.
Yeah, it seems crazy. It seems crazy that lawyers would have let that happen.
Greetings, everybody. Hey,
I
Ross.
was tweeting that Vlad's lawyers were literally texting in the middle of this. You could almost sense the shift in Vlad, like, oh shit, what am I doing?
Yeah, and Vlad's incentives also. He doesn't have any incentives of saying like, oh yeah, I don't know who. Well,
I guess that
listen.
was power of Elon Musk.
The plumbing isn't that complicated. Okay, it's like a casino. You have to come up with the money, and so he either has to come up with the money or he can't play anymore.
exactly. So he can't blame anyone.
Which is
Hey,
a
Rock.
bigger
Hey, guys,
concern.
can you hear me?
Can't come up with the money. Like,
So
well, it's like burning billions of dollars. Like when
I thought it was extremely nice of Elon to invite him, because Elon has been in this situation where people have said things about him that turned out to be false, and he was not necessarily given a platform to speak, and he gave that platform to Vlad. And I think that Vlad tried to use that platform to get his point across, but ended up getting more hated as a result.
Yeah, Elon is so fair.
Yeah, I agree with that viewpoint. I think Elon is a fair person, so he wanted Vlad to come on to tell his side of the story, and I thought that was very kind of Elon to do that.
But if you can't explain it so that the average listener understands it relatively quickly, and I think Elon has said something similar, then you're digging yourself a hole.
Here.
If you can't explain it simply, you don't really know it at all.
If you can't explain to a penguin.
if you just can't explain it.
Yeah, I mean, dude could not explain it for shit.
I mean,
That was
every
a bit of a
other
wasted
statement was,
opportunity.
yeah, and I got sick and tired of hearing it. I almost had to cut him off.
I was sleeping at the time.
Yeah, if you know you're gonna
It's the
call and
Oh,
get
what? I
talk
was
in front
asleep. What
of Elon,
happened?
you polish your story, right?
The way that Vlad tried to deflect what he called the conspiracy of Citadel having any sway over them, considering how much of a stake Citadel has, like it just seemed disingenuous to try and call it a conspiracy theory when it's like, are you kidding me? Child companies aren't beholden to their parent companies. I'm not suggesting the relationship's exactly that, but I don't think it's too far off. So to try and call it a conspiracy theory was like, come on, man. Like the dots are pretty obvious here. Like if they weren't connected, you need to tell us something more compelling than just trying to call it a conspiracy.
And I love how Elon zeroed in on that right away, because like as soon as he said like an industry consortium, like that's what I was thinking is like, well, who's in this consortium? You know, Wall Street's like very close knit, and then like you could kind of hear it in Elon's voice. He's like, okay,
You
like
could hear Elon rolling.
Yeah,
his
but
eyes.
guys,
and then he just asked it. Like he's so good.
Hey,
there's only a few players that you can trade through once you get. So like originally on the New York Stock Exchange was like the centralized place where trades were cleared. And then because of like computer trading, people clear trades like all over the place now. And so there's not, Citadel is like one of the biggest players. You have no choice but to route through Citadel, but it's not like they care which side of the trade you're on. The issue is about credit and risk. And so if you have everybody buying options on margin in GameStop long in your entire firm, it just doesn't work. So nobody wants to play with you. So I would have no power to stop my brokers from cutting me off if what I'm doing is stupid.
Hey, Ross, can you hear me?
So if that was the case, that's what he should have said, right? Vlad should have said, hey, look, we had, like, if Vlad had said, hey, look, we had people way too exposed on margin. Obviously, that creates other financial questions about the company. But if that's the case, I think that's something people would have at least, like, understood, right? Like, if he gave the explanation that you just said. But I don't know.
That is
so far off from that.
But that is the case. But it starts with a failure to supervise the opening of accounts and margin and option approvals. And so it essentially means that they've made an enormous problem that they have to take away these powers from people now because there's so much risk involved.
Well said, Ross. That they're saying they got so exposed to margin they couldn't even let people buy shares in cash because effectively they blocked. I mean, we could buy one share of like 51 stocks just on Thursday, even if we had cash. Like I had a zero margin account and I could buy anything with the tens of thousands in cash I had because the stocks I could only buy one share of it.
And he said it like it was a given. Like, oh well, obviously there's going to be restrictions.
Yeah, but they can restrict stocks for a lot of reasons. But like the issue is that if everybody buys the same, like see every day in my firm, like my firm is one of the biggest traders in the world, and every day we trade tons of different stocks in different directions. So nobody cares. There's no. But if all we did was just pile into one penny stock, we would get a call. They'd be like, "What are you doing?" You know.
It's like if we all jump at the same time on the same side of the earth.
Right. Like when Elon does something and everything crashes. It's the same idea.
Hey, Ross, quick question for you. Do you think that Robinhood was just in a no-win situation, whether if he answered it perfectly or destroyed it like he did? Was he just in a no-win situation?
Ross, I think you're muted, man.
Hey, real quick, mic test. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you. Just Ross is muted. But I think
Maybe
like he could have been
away.
a hero. I mean, like my opinion is like he could have come out and admitted like real serious mistakes or at least have some knowledge of what happened and just like I mean even the name Robin Hood, like Gally's pointed out so many times, it's like the opposite of what it is, right? You know,
did any of you watch AOC's Twitch stream and what happened on her Twitch stream?
First of all, there's
what happened.
Did you guys see what was explained on her stream? She had an amazing Twitch stream where she
Ross,
had.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying there's a fundamental misunderstanding in the relationship between a broker and its clients, which is basically it's the client's responsibility, whatever they do. And so they're supposed to give the privileges relevant to the risks that they can take. So they're kind of in a really tough situation because they have to go through every account again and say, like, this doesn't make sense anymore. You know, like we can't have you betting.
But
So
Ross,
Ross,
what about the bit where there's not enough GameStop stock? Like there's not enough stock for them to be able to cover their shorts. Is there any validity in that, or can you explain it?
No, it's more just like it's like risk. Okay, like an option. Like if I buy an option in Tesla, I can get 5-to-1 pretty easily. So like I put down $20, I get like $100 of stock. So if there's $10 billion in Robinhood and the risk level is at $50 billion and it moves at 100% a day, the margin is way more. You're talking like tens of billions of dollars. See, like JP Morgan has like $1 trillion in assets. How much asset? I don't know how much more assets Robinhood has than us, really, because their clients are mostly small accounts.
I think Jay had a great question. Rob, would you mind answering that question as well? Do you think there was like a right answer tonight for Vlad?
I think there is a right answer. It's called apologizing. It's saying I screwed up.
There it is.
I totally fucked up. I really, in my heart, wanted to build this great firm for everybody, but I have to make billions of dollars off of all of you, and that's how Wall Street works. So I'm really sorry that you caught me.
Wow, you think it's that bad?
Come on, dude. This guy's a billionaire.
He was trying to explain himself out of a situation with minutia instead of hitting the obvious broad strokes that everyone was concerned about. Elon had to like throw him softballs, and he still, every time a softball was pitched, was choosing to like use terms like consortiums and out of context.
Trying to shift the blame.
Yeah, 100% agree with you.
What do you make of Citadel giving the money to Melvin to keep them alive through a secondary company, though, while they're the chief market maker of Robinhood, deriving 40% of their revenue at the same time? Like, they're on all sides of the transaction. Is it really Robinhood, or is it more Citadel? That's the problem.
No, it's not Citadel's a problem at all. The guy is a genius. And, whether you trade through them or somebody else, somebody's making money. But once again, there's no consortium. Think about risk. Like, if there's so much risk out there, and it's like when I was at AIG, I used to trade through AIG during the financial crisis. And so like nobody knew that they had all this risk on the balance sheet. Just nobody knew. And it was unlimited. Like the risk can be unlimited. I can't explain how scary it can be when you're sitting there and you're like, how many options do people actually have on margin in Robinhood right now before the market opens tomorrow?
Economic nuclear weapons.
Totally.
I mean, isn't Citadel also the chief market maker on the options that were being basically saved by those halts and bringing the price back under for expiration? I mean,
they don't care as long as you trade. So Citadel makes money as long as you trade, and so Robinhood is a huge funnel of money for them, and so they want Robinhood to survive. They absolutely want Robinhood to survive. They want the hedge funds to survive. They have money coming out every corner. So it's not, nobody wants Robinhood to go under. They just suck at what they do. It's not that hard.
I mean, they were caught in December. That's what ASC had on the show. They were caught basically selling at the highest spread possible, basically not obeying best price, but selling at the highest margin possible to the market maker, acting more like an IB basically for Citadel. They don't act like we said, they're not a fiduciary, but they're acting as an agent for Citadel, and the customers are the food.
Ross, what do you think is like the next best
options?
Sorry, what do you think is the next best options for Robinhood right now? Like, what do you think they should do?
What Robinhood should do?
Yeah.
Well, they've got to. I don't know how much money they need.
Like new CEO.
Well, for sure, but Uber somehow survived. So finance is different than ride hailing. I've done this my whole life, and it's super hard not to get greedy and make these mistakes, because you can make a lot more money, obviously, with leverage and risk and things. So I think that tomorrow morning they're either going to go bankrupt, or they're going to have to come up with money, or they're going to restrict everybody's trading, and it's a run on the bank. Whether none of the options are good.
Well, there's already an email that went out. There's an email that went out earlier today saying that they're restricting options already for tomorrow. So I think they already set themselves up for failure more than anything.
Well, they have to, though. I don't think they have a choice. The cabal is forcing them to be responsible. And so, like, if you want to trade options with me, let's say you open an account, I would say, like, we don't even really trade stocks for you that much until you have like a few $100,000, because it just doesn't, it's not that prudent. Like, you want to accumulate money. Like, take a guy like Galley, for example. Like, he started buying his Tesla stock, as a really young guy. He had a share. I think he went on CNBC, said he had 2 shares, and he's been buying it, and I was talking to him the other day, and this kid has done so well for himself, just accumulating good companies. This is what we do at my company. It's not about trying to, like, outsmart GameStop. It's about accumulating companies like Tesla and just, like, investing it, and you're going to do super good over time. There's no shortcut.
How fast do you think Wall Street Bets disappears and becomes a nothing, or do you think it's got staying power?
No, I think it's got staying power because it's entertaining, and I love it. I think young people should be investing their money. I don't think people should be gambling so much, but, like, that I can't fault people for doing what I've done to pay for my entire life. I mean, I love the stock market.
How could you stop it? It's a decentralized hedge fund. Who would you get?
Well, plus, like, it's a sharing of information. Like, what do you think I do all day long with people of all types of people, including hedge funds, is trying to learn about where there's opportunity, because you can make a lot of money in real opportunities, not this, like, bullshit stuff that's going on. And I've done it in Tesla, for example, and there's so many more just in EV, just like what Elon was saying about battery cell technology, which is what we're investing in right now. There's so much opportunity. So, I spent the morning just talking to cannabis people about the opportunities happening in cannabis. So, it's the fun of what we do, is sharing information, and Wall Street Bets is great.
Ross, when he said the consortium, did he mean the clearing houses, like the depository trust and the Apex, like, clearing houses? Is that what he meant by consortium?
Yeah, because, like, so in the old days, like, when I once went to the New York Stock Exchange when I was a kid, it was 99, and every trade went through the New York Stock Exchange, and it was the funnest place I'd ever been. It was crazy. It was like trading places. And then as computer technology, and trading took over, it became decentralized in that there was, let's say, 4 or 5 players clearing trades, like Virtu Financial and Citadel, and, like, they became the specialists and the market makers. So there used to be these things called specialists that would, like stop the volatility. And when they left, this cabal of 5 companies really kind of took over all the trading, and they have the incentive to compete against each other to get you the best execution. And so, like, we have to check them all to make sure that they're giving us the best prices, and we do check. But these 5 people don't care what you do, because they print money, so they don't have any reason to shut you down other than credit, just like a drunken gambler who spent too much money.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, Ross, thank you for sharing all your knowledge on this. This is just really eye-opening. It's been an eye-opening week for sure.
Oh, it's been mind-blowing for me. I mean, like, the fact that they blew up a firm with 13 million clients is just total negligence, and people do have a right to sue and be very angry, and hopefully will get their money out, safely and orderly. I don't, I've seen firms explode like Lehman Brothers, and if you would have told me Bear Stearns would have gone out of business, I would have said, you're crazy. And so anything's possible, and it's legit, you know.
To clarify, what you're also suggesting there is, if people haven't already heard, you're suggesting people should move their money to another brokerage at this point.
Yeah, and you know, granted, I'm in the business, so I'm certainly biased because I compete, but I'm just saying, don't move it to me. You know, move it to Charles Schwab. You know, like I trade through Schwab at my firm, and I've traded through them my whole life. They're a huge, solid firm, and they do their best. They sometimes freeze stocks. You know, that's sometimes part of it, but like they run their business right. You know, Fidelity, you know, huge, you know, well-established company. Any of these new companies, even like I like SoFi, but they have no experience in the investment world. You know, Webull has no experience. You know, all the apps have no experience running investment firms, and so I think there's risk. You know, and so we have multiple custodians, and you should too. I have multiple crypto custodians. You know, I don't just trade through one crypto company either.
Ross,
Great advice.
Ross, I just saw that Robinhood blocked you.
Yeah, they blocked me. You know,
Congrats on that, by the way. That's like a trophy. You
I know. That's why I posted it.
And I've been pounding the hell out of them, and they haven't blocked me yet.
Yeah, you know, honestly, I just feel bad for people because, you know, they didn't mean to screw people per se, but you know,
they kind of did.
They did.
Ross, do you think the zero commission structure that came in there, where you have this order flow selling thing, makes the stock market too much like, you know, the forex market?
I have my gripes, but you can't change technology and the good and the bad effects of it, like volatility. And I profit from volatility, so part of it I'm fine with, because I can make more money even though I don't like the swings in the market as much, because it's more of a pain. But I think technology makes things happen so fast now. Trading, like for me, trading, it happens so fast, so we can move like $100 million on like one command, you know, and it's kind of a crazy world. Like I can't even trade in GameStop, you know. It's like that stuff is like, it's just moving so fast. I can't even buy it and sell it fast enough, you know.
So they couldn't just stop margin and like ask people to do it in cash, like Eli said?
No, they absolutely could. That's actually what they have to do. They say we can only do cash transactions. We shut down margin. You know, like
that's what they did. They literally closed people's trades out.
It's not just about margin though, because
they did a margin call. Yeah,
it takes 3 days for the trade to settle, and on the first day they ask you for
2 days,
you know, collateral.
Can I ask about the money that the clearinghouse was telling Vlad and Robinhood they owed? Because it started at $3 billion, and then apparently they negotiated down to 1.4, and then down even further. I'm wondering, were they able to negotiate a lower price because they agreed to put a restriction on buying?
Yeah, exactly. So it was all related to how much risk. So they said you can buy one share. I think that's what they did. They said, you guys can all buy one share, which once again is just like insult to injury. And that's the part I just don't get. Like I've run my firm during really hard times. Like even in March, like the pressure we were under in March was like intense, just like 35% decline, you know, clients calling, it's fucking gnarly. Like you can't even trade. Like a lot of times we can't trade. Like we're like the market's so jammed up, like, because we trade in size, like it's like just get these trades through, you know, and like, and even if you're trying to buy when the market's down, you know. And so that's part of like the game. That's why I love it. You know, I feel like I run a battleship more than I run like a company. And that's the difference between a technology company and a financial company, is leadership is more like running a battleship than like running like a fun place to bring your dog and like play ping pong after you trade, you know? Like we're at fucking war every goddamn day. And the problem is that they don't understand the war. And so they got killed.
So I've heard that Citron, Andrew left and the Melvins out there, they're out for blood. But what recourse do they have other than, this idea of the shadow back world where they're pulling strings on Janet Yellen? It's so silly. Those guys are just like me or you or anybody else. They're sitting at their desk with, like, I turn on my computer and it says, oh, there's 1.6 billion. Wow, that's cool. And they turn on theirs and now there was like 5 billion and they're like, shit, we're fucked. We just lost half our money. And the only recourse they have is to go ask their rich friends for more money, which they got. And then they start trading again, just like you or me. So I think the reality is we all make mistakes investing, and leverage is how you can really wipe yourself out. I've never used it in any large degree because of this. I'm on my 28th year, of making money doing this, and I don't need to take the leverage. I don't need it. It's just not like I'll buy options here and there. Like the best option trade you'll ever make is selling calls, but other than that, I mean, you can make great money just buying stocks with equity. So is the idea that this is some class war, institutionalized class war, totally overblown?
Yeah, I mean, come on.
It's just mechanics, right?
Dude, I have one of the fastest growing firms in the country, and it's all serving regular people. Like that's my firm, and like they love me. Like they're scared of me because I'm on Twitter and I'm on Clubhouse at midnight. But they love me because we bring in the business. They don't care where the business comes from, just if it comes in. And there's this young generation of people. That's what this is. It's a young generation of people want to save and invest their money and get ahead. They want a chance to have a future. And they believed in Robinhood and they kind of got screwed. Okay. But beautiful thing that out of the pandemic, save and invest their money. I mean,
Ross, frankly, people should be like Vlad should be doing what you're doing right now. You're doing it right. You're like a man of the people.
His lawyers aren't.
Yeah, but I'm not a billionaire. I'm not a billionaire. I could be much richer if I wasn't a man of the people. That's for sure. But I'm rich enough. You know what I'm saying? Like it's fine. But I think the fundamental concept of what they were trying to do was wrong, and they made what we do a casino and not a place to invest.
There's some things you said, Ross, that I've been listening to actually. I've been listening to all of you actually. It's actually very interesting towards the end of that with Elon. He's pretty ruthless in his own right. But so here in the UK, right? So if you go to open a brokerage account, I haven't done this for 10 years. But when you answer the questions, you got to send evidence. Now, what you said, Ross, is really interesting. You said if somebody came to you 23 and they got a couple of grand, they're unemployed, there's no way you'd let them trade on leverage. Are you suggesting that these brokerages like Robinhood, you can open an account with no evidence and just trade on margin? And is that what
they
you're
just
saying?
ask you a few questions and away you go. It's very
For real?
responsible of them.
No
Yeah.
proof.
Oh, it's
No,
crazy.
Like a few taps.
Crazy. That's
Like
on the questionnaire.
when we try to open an account for somebody, like we used to complain because it was like so many pages and questions. And when Robinhood started, they just had like 10 questions and you could send money in. And I was like, and I went to our brokers and I was like, what? How the fuck can they do this?
But couldn't you just Google the answers? Like you don't need any evidence. You don't just send in any statements or trading logs. Or like what?
Well, no, they don't even ask for proof. You just open up an account.
Wow.
Yeah,
They
don't ask for any
you
proof.
you can get set up on margin and not even know you're trading on margin. That's what happened to that young kid that killed himself.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's like click, and there's no broker. They don't even have like a service line like we have advisors that are with every client, and so like call me tomorrow, like you'll get a person, and like there's no
one
people to
cares.
even call. Yeah, there's like it's all profit, you know, like we have to hire humans to like help you, you know.
It's worse than in The Big Short when people were buying houses with simply a signature. The only difference is that the assets right now are more liquid than real estate.
You know, it's funny you said that because it's trending on iTunes, and I love the movie. And we beat like Eastman was short Tesla and Burry, and we beat them both. And I always was so proud that I beat the Big Short guys, you know. And but what you just said was so true. It's the same thing as the financial crisis, where you just sign a piece of paper and you get all the leverage you want on a mortgage. It's exactly what Robinhood is. It's like the countrywide of the brokerage business.
Ross,
You're
do you
you're
think
just able
that
to sell your assets faster.
do you think there'll be stricter government regulations on short selling?
No, I think that there should be more disclosure requirements because they don't have to disclose their positions, which is really screwed up. So we don't know who's short what, but I think the real abuse is what we call naked shorting, where you can short more than 100% of the stock.
Yeah,
Like
that's what I
how
was
do you short
thinking. It should be restricted.
150%?
Yeah, how do we make that illegal, Ross? I mean,
It
it
is
seems like
Make
illegal.
shorting
It
illegal.
is illegal.
Ross,
So
don't you
think
think
too.
that's the root of the issue here, though? Like, don't you think the naked shorting is what's really caused all of this?
well, no, because you know what we found out, or what the hedge funds found out, is their little game is dangerous, and the kids are smarter than them.
The
Right,
naked,
but
the naked.
you keep emphasizing the credit of the shareholders when it really seems like the naked shorting is the true root of the issue.
Well, I definitely think that because naked shorting is not legal, that the SEC should be enforcing it, but they don't, because it's really hard to know who's naked shorting. And so I think there's markets fix themselves is better than the government trying to fix them. And this has definitely fixed the naked short issue, don't you think? So, I mean, short fund managers like Citron, I know Andrew Left, you know, like I've hung out and drank beers with Andrew Left before. And, like the fact that he's like not going to write a newsletter because of GameStop anymore is the short sellers have got the message, you know?
And on the other side, do you think Wall Street bets can be called that they're colluding or like get in trouble with the SEC?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's market manipulation, and I'm not allowed to do it. I could totally do it just with my own money, you know? So, you know, there's a risk, like this like guy on the cover of the Wall Street Journal. You definitely don't do that. So you don't make 40 million in market manipulation and then go on the cover of the Wall Street Journal.
Well, we kind of do it. Like we can in the Tesla community, we are manipulating the market up to a certain point because we are telling each other that we will buy and we will hold, and we're influencing each other, so we do that. And as soon as we do the same thing up to a certain point, not exactly the same point, but we do something similar to what the GME longs or bulls are doing right now.
It's not comparable. I'll tell you why. It's like Tesla's a $750 billion company. So to move the stock even 10% would take so much money. Only institutions really can really move the stock. And then like the S&P inclusion. But then you look at a stock like GameStop, or AMC was worth like 100 or 200 or maybe 300 million. So with just 20 or 30 million, you can move the stock. So like I can pick stocks. Like there's this one stock I'm buying that I can't talk about right now that's not a big company. And when I start buying, the price will go up like 50 cents, maybe just from my buying. And so like we have to use certain techniques so that we don't move stocks, you know. So if I started posting in chat rooms, this is what I'm doing, and I have fake accounts and all this kind of stuff, it's market manipulation, and it's old as the market's been alive, you know.
I
Hey,
see
Rob.
YouTubers.
But see, you're an institution.
right? Like you're certified in all this. You're saying a retail investor can't post what they're buying.
No, there's laws about what you can say. Like the other day on Twitter, I was like going to do a show with a bunch of people who are like these stock people on Twitter. And then we looked up their backgrounds, and it turned out none of the people on Twitter are actually financial people for in real life. You know, like they just are kind of like hacks, you know, and I'm like, dude, I can't be on like shows with people who aren't actually like licensed real financial advisors. You're not actually allowed to give any financial advice on the internet or to the public unless you're registered with the SEC.
Hey Ross, what do you think about Public and how they're making it Trading Social?
I think Trading Social is cool because I trade in a group with my team, and I think pooling information works in investing, and that's what we do. You know, I spend most of my time trying to learn what's going on with companies or markets. That's how I make money, you know, like millions and millions of dollars
Right.
if I'm right. So but I think the problem is the power of the masses isn't necessarily a good way to invest. The masses hated Tesla two years ago, and it wasn't just the analysts, it was people hated Elon. And like people love Elon now, but they hated him when he called them the guy a pedo guy, you know, and when he told the SEC to suck his you know what. And so, you know, the masses is not a way to invest, but crowdsourcing information is a great way to invest.
Hey Ross, you said two really important things. You said that selling call options is one of the best way to trade options, and then you also said that with the S&P and how big Tesla is, it would take a massive move or something massive to move Tesla stock. Well, with the S&P inclusion, we saw this massive run up in Tesla, which increased the perceived volatility in Tesla stock. Selling call options right now seems like such low hanging fruit, because if Tesla's going to have such a hard time moving as volatile as it has in the past, that implied volatility is going to drop, and it seems like those premiums are just going to be easy money. Is there any logic in that?
You want to know how much money I make a week doing that trade?
Yeah, me too.
I think it's the easiest trade in the world right now. So while everybody's going to like flip coins on GameStop, I'm just going to sell. Like I sold last week weekly calls out of the money, $1,000 strike price. Okay, Tesla was like at 840 when I did it, and there's no news coming. You know, you just don't want to do it on news weeks. You know, and so like Tesla has quiet period, you know, before earnings, and then there's like no news. I sold the 1,000 call and I got like $8. Somebody thought in a week Tesla was going to go up 20% with no news, and so like it's easy money just selling those calls way out of the money. Now sometimes you lose, but I would say 90% of the time that trade works.
Well, there you go, folks. Become a casino.
Ross, can I have $8 back? Let me jump on real quick. Ross, a question for you. What is the difference between somebody on Twitter saying, hey, here's what stock I bought, Galley on his show talking about how many Tesla shares he owns, a TV channel that talks about stocks and stuff, and they talk about how it's entertainment purposes only? Like, I'm not getting the sense in any reality that people can't talk about what they're buying and what they're owning, like everyday people, because it happens all the time, all across the world. Now, obviously, there's some exceptions in Reddit where people are like saying pump the stock. Obviously, that's crossing the line. But like, I'm not seeing any indication across everything I'm seeing in media that people talking about what they're buying and what they're selling is actually.
I think it's pretty simple. The law.
I'm asking around. Yeah.
No, I think you guys are right. Like, so if I say like, I see, that's how I get around it, is if I say I own Apple and Tesla, and somebody says, well, tell me about Apple and Tesla, and I say, well, I own these companies because they're great and I love their products and they're great companies. Okay, fine. That's not financial advice. Okay. But if I say you should buy it, okay, now it's financial advice. And that's where the difference lies, is when people are like, oh, you should be buying GameStop right now. Oh, it's going to do this and it's going to do that. And they actually have absolutely no idea what they're talking about. it implies that they do. And that's where the law gets shadier. Now, it's also like speeding. Everybody speeds, and there's no like way for the SEC to like run around spanking everybody who talks about investment advice, you know?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. It's like we're doing the same thing. Well, doing something similar to what they're doing on Wall Street Bets, but on a small scale, really small scale. And I'm worried that if rules are changed, or if they start being applied for Reddit, they might be applied for Tesla, because yeah, there's a lot of institutional investors, Ross, and you're right about that. But there's also a lot of retail investors who talk about how we should keep and hold the stock and hodl the stock.
I mean, I think the biggest issue, more than anything else, is people just, you know, understanding who they're listening to. You know, like that's like the whole fraud with election information or whatever, where we don't know where the sources we're getting information from, if they're legit. You know, is CNN even legit anymore, or Fox, or CNBC? No, actually, the information we're getting from major sources isn't legit. So we've all went to Twitter and we go directly to sources, and that process is also challenging. So I think that's one of the biggest issues we're facing as a society, is like, how do we verify what information is actually real, and our sources that we all individually seek hopefully are good.
Yeah, I think there's also a pretty clear distinction in like securities laws where, you know, the government can't make any law that abridges on, you know, freedom of speech. People saying, oh boy, you know, I love Apple. These new great, you know, I bet Apple stock's going to go up, that kind of thing. But the SEC tends to take action when someone is like lying on purpose, right? So if, you know, somebody's saying, you know, say I started a rumor that, you know, Tesla is building a factory in India and they got this great deal, something like that. And, you know, I made it up on purpose. Or if you're a short seller, you're making up a rumor on purpose to drive the stock down. But like Ross said, even when it's that cut and dry, like you're lying on purpose to manipulate a stock, it's like, you know, very few people get enforcement action taken on them unless it's like really, really bad.
I mean, honestly, like when they audit, like I was audited by the SEC, like a regular audit, and I actually thought they were really concerned with what they should be concerned about, which is protecting investors. So I think what you said is true, that their job is just to make sure, like, hey, you know, is this person like abusing the market or hurting people? And a lot of times they only know because people complain or lose money, you know. So like that's why when there's bear markets, that's when all the frauds are discovered, because when the market goes down, then, you know, the emperor has no clothes and the SEC is real busy. So it's kind of like the GameStop thing, you know, where Robinhood's been abusing the rules for so long, and it wasn't until GameStop went crazy and they blew up Robinhood that the SEC now is going to be there for months or years solving this issue. So I think it's all about intent, and if the intent is good, even if you're wrong, it wasn't fraud or meant to hurt investors.
What about
Omar,
the Tesla shorts, who for years have been lying out of their teeth, doing something similar to Wall Street Bets in a certain way?
Much worse.
Think so.
Well, yeah, specifically with the whole shorts and everything, you know, like it was just maddening to watch all of that stuff because we're pumping everything for their own benefit, but the rules don't seem to apply to shorts as they do if you were out there trying to move the market in a positive direction for the same stock.
Look at Gordon Johnson. I mean, that dude still makes a paycheck somehow. And Ross, you've pointed out pretty clearly, like, where the hell's that dude getting his paycheck from?
totally. And like, I look into this stuff like deeply, and like in my industry, you have to disclose everything, and there's just like nothing on these people, and that's how you know they're a fraud. It's like if you Google me and you say like FINRA or Google and SEC, like you can just pull up documents, everything about my firm and me, everything I do. So how is it Gordon has fucking nothing, you know?
Which begs the question, how does he keep getting on CNBC? And now the hosts of CNBC are kind of grilling him, and it's like, wait a minute, this dude is on your show.
I know, and they won't put me on to kill him anymore. They won't even put me on. I'm like, talk to them. I'm like, dude, I've been on your show like 500 times. Like, this is ridiculous. And they're like, basically, like, you kill Wilford every time, and Wilford won't have it. And I'm just like, you guys are just like pushing bullshit. You know,
CNN
We need to
featured
get
him in an
Ross.
article today. They
We need to
featured
get
him.
Ross and Gordon in a room together.
No,
Clubhouse.
no.
For 24 hours.
No,
Sorry, Ross.
listen, I respect Gordon. He's doing his job and I'm doing mine. As I said, I'm in a war every day. This is not a kid's sport. And we fought the war and we won, and we made a very substantial amount of money for our clients. And tomorrow, now I'm going to be super tired fighting my war. But like, it's like that every morning, and so the Gordons are just part of the game, and that's what I'm saying. Like, what you're seeing with Robinhood is just part of the game, whether you like it or not. You know, you were